Give me just a minute. I want to warn you, attorneys, in fairness to you. Kind of thinking at the end of all this evidence that I'm going to ask each side to tell me your initial thoughts about the findings of fact and conclusions of the law should be on each of these 5 questions. I didn't want to spring that on you right after the proof post. And I understand that both sides are going to submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Obviously going to be much more detailed, but we have to move hastily in this matter, so I thought it might be helpful for the court to get its thoughts together and for the parties to start to get their thoughts together, and maybe just some kind of brief presentation about where you think we are. I will. So I just wanted to warn y'all that I was hoping you'd be willing to do that for me. And it's not real formal. It's not a closing argument. We're not bound to it. You're going to be submitting formal proposed findings later. And so if you want to divide up the questions among the team members or however you want to do it, whatever would make it easy for you. But I think that would be helpful to everybody involved if we took some time to do that at the conclusion of that proof, which is going to be when? Anybody know?
Well, Your Honor, we've been talking to our experts with the hope that we might be able to get everybody in today if we go late. But if not, then it would be likely tomorrow morning.
Okay. I was just curious. And since I've imposed a new duty on you, if you want some time in between that, maybe that's the one thing that y'all can agree on, is how much time between the close of the proof and making the presentations. We'll just see where we are. So are we ready to get back to the witnesses?
Yes, excuse me, Your Honor, I was just kind of waiting to see if Ms. Pike would appear yet.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as she's, we would appear.
I want to make sure, is there something I need to do on this screen?
I don't think so.
No. Here you go. Ms. Pike, can you hear what's going on?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. You ready to call your next witness?
We are. Your Honor, the movement would call Dr. Bethany Brand.
All right, doctor, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Brand.
Good morning.
And just to let you know, the camera's up there, so if I'm looking there, I'm kind of looking at you, but I see you over here. So I'll probably turn sideways at some point. Could you please state your name for the record and spell it for the record as well?
Yes, Bethany Brand, Bethany, Brand, Brand.
Okay. And what is your occupation and your place of employment?
I'm a clinical psychologist, and I work in my private practice.
Okay. Are you, how long have you been a licensed clinical psychologist?
Since 1993.
And are you also a professor somewhere?
Yes, I'm a professor emerit at Towson University.
Thank you. And what was your or is your specific role at Towson?
I worked there as a professor, first as an assistant, then associate, then full professor for a total of 25 years. I'm now retired from teaching, but I continue to do research at the university.
Okay, thank you. And did you teach or practice before you were at Towson?
Yes, I did. I did a postdoctoral fellowship in trauma-related disorders. And once I got licensed, I stayed on at that psychiatric hospital, working on a trauma unit for several more years, for a total of about 5 years.
Okay, thank you. And have you had any additional training or fellowships?
Yes, that I did a postdoctoral fellowship at that hospital called Shepherd Pratt Hospital. They had a trauma disorders unit. I also did a research postdoctoral fellowship at a unit that Yale sponsored.
Okay. And have you ever received any awards for your work in clinical psychology?
Yes, I have.
And could you tell us about those awards briefly?
Yes, there's a number of them, but the ones that I'm most proud of is getting a lifetime leadership, a lifetime award for my leadership in research in trauma-related disorders and in clinical work from the American Psychological Association and the Trauma Division of that APA, American Psychological Association.
Okay. And have you ever testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
And have you been certified as an expert when you testified in court, an expert in clinical psychology?
Yes, every time.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to distribute a document to the state. And may I approach for you? Dr. Brand, did you submit to me a copy of your curriculum vitae?
I did.
And do you have that in front of you right now?
I see on my computer screen a list of things, including my CV, but I don't see it actually up.
I think it's coming.
Okay. Yes, that's my CV.
And does it accurately catalog your experience and training in clinical psychology?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit Dr. Brand's CV. And I
left my documents just back in my office. Is that going to be exhibit 9? What's your calculation? 15.
15, and I think I forgot to give the court reporter the document, excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. And I move to qualify Dr. Brand as an expert to testify on her expertise in clinical psychology.
Yes, we do have a couple of objections, and I guess it's
About her expertise?
not necessarily about her expertise, Your Honor. We would object to her testimony in whole, though. We don't think that it's relevant for, and really for a couple of reasons. The first is that the Supreme Court's order on this, uses that language given Ms. Pike's PTSD, and so we don't think that there really is a factual dispute about that. We think the court is supposed to make that assumption, so we don't think that there's any facts that Dr. Brand would be able to bring in to the court. But to the extent that the court does permit some of this testimony, looking through her report, the 2 addenda have kind of 6 sections in it, and 4 of them, I think, are clearly outside the scope of what we're supposed to consider here. So if the court is to permit the testimony, we'd ask that it be limited to not touch on those issues, and I can go through the specific issues if the court would like.
Or if you would refer me to whatever report you're looking at and what
Yes, sir.
paragraphs or whatever.
Yes, sir. So the first is addendum number 1 on page 5.
Let me ask, are you going to have her testify from the subjects in addendum 1 or addendum 2?
Both.
Thank you, Your Honor. So page number 5 on addendum 1, you'll notice one of the titles is Held Down by Men. And that largely deals with Dr. Brand's opinion regarding the extraction procedure, which I think this court has already ruled is outside the scope of what is relevant for issue 2, which is just the observation by men in RMSI, which we've all agreed is only going to occur for 24 hours. So I think that is outside that scope. The second is, and the final 3 are all in addendum number 2. The first is page 1. There, under the section called the possibility of being closely monitored by male guards while at DJRC. I think the Supreme Court's order on this is very clear, that it's asking the court to look into whether or not the observation at RMSI would constitute an Eighth Amendment violation, not observation while she's at the Deborah Johnson Rehabilitation Center. So we think that's outside the scope. The next section is called the possibility of attempted femoral venous access. That's dealing with a central line placed in the femur. 1, the protocol doesn't even call for that. And 2, the central line is outside the scope of anything related to topic 2. So we think that that's irrelevant. And also the third one here, the potential for a failed execution. I think the court has only been tasked.
Where's the other one?
Oh, it's the very next paragraph there, the potential for a failed execution. In that, I think Dr. Brand is giving her testimony about the psychological effects of if there's a failed execution, repeated attempts would be significant because of Pike's alleged post-traumatic stress disorder. That I think is unrelated to observation, excuse me, Your Honor, observation by male guards at RMSI, which is the specific task the Supreme Court asked the special master to look at. So we would ask that those 4 topics not be addressed by Dr. Brand if the court is to permit any testimony by her.
Right, we're the movement, which sounds rather strange, but I think that's our actual title. My first response is looking at question 2, or issue 2. The Supreme Court said given Ms. Pike's cited history of sexual assault and asserted diagnosis of PTSD, and opposing counsel just said alleged diagnosis of PTSD. I think that those words talk about a disputed fact. And maybe they're not going to dispute it, but I think it's something that the Supreme Court wants us...
Should I take a 5-minute recess and find out if everyone's agreed before we take an hour in court to talk about something that the parties agree on?
I think that the Supreme Court wants to hear about an asserted diagnosis, that they seem to have some sort of doubt about it, and therefore the extent of that diagnosis and what caused it, I think are pertinent for this court to hear.
So even if they stipulate, you want to put on the record?
Yes.
All right.
And secondly, issue number 4 talks about whether any proposed methods of execution significantly reduce a substantial risk of severe pain. I think that calls into question, is there a substantial risk of severe pain, and what is that substantial risk of severe pain? And in this case, the psychological trauma that Ms. Pike would suffer due to her history of PTSD, due to her bipolar disorder, is pertinent to the Supreme Court's analysis of whether there's an Eighth Amendment violation. So I think that we can be very concise on this. We're not going to spend a lot of time going over and over details, but I think we can touch on that because this is really our only opportunity to put in these facts. The state has asserted that some facts are true and therefore moot out this entire issue. They are arguing that before they've heard any of our facts. I think that we should be given the opportunity to introduce those facts, to prove those facts, and then Your Honor can decide if they're proven or not, give his recommendations to the Supreme Court, and go from there. But I think that we should have the opportunity to present that evidence.
All right. Well, I find myself, as I have throughout this proceeding, agreeing with both sides. I don't think his testimony is relevant, particularly to the issue. Question number 1 and question number 3, but I do believe that this we're going to belabor the point, the state is, I don't think, contesting that she has post-traumatic stress disorder. So, anyway, I'm going to allow her to testify as an expert, and I'm going to allow her to testify. I don't see anything, at least in the final opinion, that would be inappropriate for her to testify to under issue 4. So, if there is something, I'm sure the state's going to jump up and let me know, and I'll reevaluate this, but as far as I'm concerned, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Brand, what has been your involvement in Christa Pike's case?
I was hired in 2021 to perform a psychological assessment as part of her clemency appeal. And so I did a full, thorough psychological assessment and wrote a report and submitted it to you at that time.
Okay. And that report that the state referred to as well, I'll give them another copy. May I approach? This time I will not make a report before. Okay, Patty, would you pull up the report? Dr. Brand, is this a copy of the report you prepared for the clemency petition?
Yes, it is.
And are these opinions, does this report accurately chronicle your opinions that you expressed at the time you prepared this report?
Yes, it does.
And are these opinions true to the, do you believe these opinions to be true to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move that her original report from July 29th, 2023 be admitted as an exhibit in this case.
No, no. We'll mark that exhibit 6.
All right. And next I'm going to pull up the two addenda report. I'll just go ahead and give both of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. You asked me a question?
No, I didn't. I was just going to, I was just informing the court that I'm going to give everyone a copy of both of your addenda.
Okay.
Dr. Brand, the document on the screen is entitled Forensic Psychological Addendum. It's dated June 1st, 2026. Did you author that addendum?
I did.
Okay. And do the opinions expressed in that addendum accurately reflect your opinions in this case?
Yes, they do.
And do you swear that they are opinions you hold to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we move that addendum, I'll call it addendum number 1, that's dated June 1st, 2026, be admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, We would hope, just ask that subject to our objection that we thought the one section in there was not relevant to which I understand the court has disagreed with.
And that's
That's,
the opinion about male correction officers.
yes, with the extraction held down by men, referring to the extraction procedure.
Well, that's the subject of cross-examination, the subject for you attending to undermine the opinion. If the opinion is based on facts that are not in evidence or contrary to the actual facts, then you can point that out. But if they want to put on documents that show that their witnesses doesn't have the facts right, I'm going to let them whatever they want to do. So that's what I'm saying is, I don't think that's a valid objection.
Yes.
We mark that as exhibit 17.
Yes, thank you. And next, Patty, would you pull up August 4th, 2026, addendum number 2? Oh, I'm sorry, it's there. Sorry. Dr. Brand, do you see the addendum dated August 4th, 2026 in front of you?
Yes,
And did you author that addendum?
I did.
And do the opinions expressed in that addendum, do you affirm that they represent your psychological opinions in this case to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes, they do.
And just for the record also, Dr. Brand, the 2 addenda, were they prepared in preparation for this litigation?
Yes,
Thank you. I'm sorry. The second addendum, we moved to have it admitted.
Same objection? I'm going to mark it as exhibit 18.
Thank you. Okay. And Dr. Brand, I'm going to ask for permission. Would it be helpful to you to have your report and both addenda in front of you while testifying?
yes, it would.
Your Honor, we ask that she be allowed to consult with these documents if it would refresh her opinion in answer to a question.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And Dr. Brand, in preparation for your testimony today, did you also review a copy of Tennessee's lethal injection protocol that's already been admitted as an exhibit in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Okay. Talking first about your report dated July 29th, 2023, how much time did you spend with Christa Pike in preparation for reaching the opinions contained in that report?
I spent 12 and a half hours assessing her.
And what testing did you administer in addition to interviewing her?
I did a test of response style to look for possible malingering. It's called the MFAST, the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test. I gave her 2 measures of trauma exposure, so I could assess if any traumas and what the traumas were that she might have experienced. Those are called the Child Trauma Questionnaire and the Life Events Checklist. I gave her a measure, a self-report measure of dissociation called the Multi-Scale Dissociation Inventory. And then I gave her a wide-ranging test of possible impacts of trauma called the Trauma Symptom Inventory. That measure also has 2 subscales that look at the validity of a person's self-report.
And based on those tests, did you feel that the results were valid?
Yes, she showed no signs of underreporting symptoms, which is colloquially called faking good, and she showed no signs of exaggerating or malingering her symptoms. So it is, in my estimation, a valid representation of her psychological status.
Okay. And you also reviewed some documents in preparation for preparing your report, as well as for interviewing Ms. Pike?
Yes, I did.
And those are listed in Appendix A of your original report?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to introduce a couple of those records right now. Dr. Brand, the document that's on the screen in front of you, is that one of the documents you reviewed for your preparation?
Yes, it is.
And can you identify what that document is?
It's the investigation report of the rape when she was 17.
Okay, thank you. From what agency? I don't know.
I'm sorry, what ages?
What agency?
Oh, agency. The Carborough, how do you say it?
Carborough?
Carborough. Yes, police.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that we move to make the Carborough Police report a part of the record.
All right, maybe exhibit 19.
Okay. And Dr. Brand, what is the document that's on the screen now?
That is from the University of North Carolina Hospital, where she had a rape kit and she was examined after that rape.
And Your Honor, we move that these records from that hospital be entered into the record as an exhibit. Okay. All right, let's start back at the beginning. You assessed Christa for trauma and the effects of trauma today. Could you begin by explaining when trauma began to enter into Christa's life?
Yes, it was a very serious series of events completed by her grandmother's boyfriend, Ernest. He began sexually abusing her when she was a preschooler. He would trap her in the chicken coop where it was dark and she was terrified of the spiders there, and he orally abused her. He orally raped her repeatedly over the years.
And how old was she at that time?
She was a preschooler, so, perhaps as early as a toddler up until about 5 years old.
And how did her family or her adults in her life learn about this abuse?
She didn't tell them about it because he threatened to kill her or hurt her grandmother or her pets. So like many trauma survivors, unfortunately, she thought it was her fault. She kept it to herself.
And how did it get found out then?
Eventually, her grandmother was no longer with him, I believe. So I think the abuse stopped.
And do you recall whether the school system found out about this sexual abuse?
She was asked in kindergarten to draw, what her family did or what happened at home, something like that. And she drew a picture of a man looking like a demon and a huge penis. And so, unfortunately, at that point in time, teachers weren't aware of what that was an not that she was being sexually abused, but she was taken to the office and terrified. It doesn't appear that Child Protective Services got called in, but her family was alerted about the drawing. It doesn't seem like there was much real investigation into what was going on, what she was being subjected to.
And let's fast forward to age 11. Were there incidents of sexual abuse at age 11?
Yes, she was raped at that age.
And what happened?
A man, Claude, I'm blanking on his last name. Claude was a neighbor. He lived literally a couple of houses away. He grabbed her and threw her down, inserted sticks into her, and was attempting to get his dog to lick her vaginally. It was pretty horrific.
And was Mr. Davis prosecuted for that?
Yes, he was.
And then again, at age 17, what happened?
At age 17, she was on the way to the store, and a man grabbed her and again began to rape her. Actually did rape her, although they did not find semen inside her body, but she was brutalized. She had bruises and abrasions throughout her body, including right near her groin, and was distraught when she was seen at the hospital and by the police.
And did her mother believe that she had been raped at that time?
Her mother repeatedly did not believe her. The times when Christa did tell her mom that she'd been raped and hurt, her mother just didn't believe it. At one point, the school personnel, I believe it was with Mr. Davis, with Mr. Davis's assault, Christa did tell her mom that time, and her mom didn't believe her sister didn't believe her, but a school teacher saw her sobbing at school and looking extremely distressed and asked what was going on. And so again, at that point, the police, or I'm not sure, Child Protective, some authorities were called. And obviously he was apprehended and incarcerated for a while. But her own family just tended to disbelieve her and therefore not protect her.
Were there any other incidents of sexual abuse in her childhood?
Yes, her mother had numerous boyfriends and husbands, and one of them, Steve Kyle, would repeatedly grab her nipples and pinch her in painful ways, and he had pornography all over the house that she was exposed to.
And were there incidents in her childhood of physical abuse?
Yes, I counted 6 different people physically abused Christa. Her mother and father, and particularly her father, would beat her. This man, Steve, who lived in the house and was a husband for a while, he would also beat her. Danny Thompson had a special whip that he had hanging on the wall to threaten her and whip her with. Her maternal grandmother also physically abused her, and her own sister did. For example, purposely catching Christa's fingers in a door jamb and slamming the door on her fingers.
And based on this history, did you conclude that Christa suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
I certainly did.
And have any other medical or psychological experts found or concluded the same diagnosis?
Yes, there have been a number of experts who through the years have diagnosed her with post-traumatic stress disorder, and even at the current prison she's diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And in testing in preparation for trial or post-conviction, have there been any other indications of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, a very early assessment was done before the crimes that she's on death row for. Early psychologists tested her when she was having trouble behaviorally at school, and I read through that report carefully. I could see that some of her responses would indicate possible trauma. They didn't necessarily recognize it then, but now we know so much more about trauma, and so even very early psychological testing showed indications that this was a very abused girl.
Did the psychologist who examined Christa at her capital trial testify that she suffered from trauma?
Unfortunately, Dr. Ungum, the one who did her psychological testing, did not accurately, in my opinion, represent what her psychological testing showed. I reviewed that testing very carefully. He gave 2 tests, the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. That had 2 subscales of PTSD, both of which she was elevated on. His report did not mention that at all. Another test he gave, the Personality Assessment Inventory, the PAI, also had a PTSD subscale, and that was also elevated. He did not mention that in his report. She was elevated on subscales of fearfulness of others. Sometimes, the test subscale is called paranoia, but we know now that all that trauma she was exposed to and lack of protection would very likely make anybody be very suspicious of others, mistrustful. But that doctor did not interpret it that way. And she was high also on some possible psychotic scales, which again, my own research and other people's research now shows is a consistent pattern for people who've been exposed to this much trauma starting early in life and going throughout development. So unfortunately, a number of signs of trauma were missed by their main psychologist.
And what is Christa Pike's other mental health diagnosis?
Her main and very severe other diagnosis is bipolar disorder that had, I talked about it in the report, that had unfortunately very strong bearing on her criminal behavior at that time.
And do you know when that was first diagnosed?
Some of the very early experts, I could look through my notes and find the actual dates, but very early on, people were, some of the experts, not Dr. Engum, although she was high on a subscale of mania, he didn't mention that either, but a number of the other experts around that time, or when, I actually think it was a little bit later, it was, their reports came in because she wanted to waive the appeal, the rights to appeal her death sentence. And so they were assessing her for competency. And a number of doctors at that point were talking about her having bipolar disorder.
Thank you. And does Christa Pike's post-traumatic stress disorder continue to affect her to this day?
Yes, it does.
In what ways do you see that it's manifest?
I'm sorry, repeat the
In
question.
what ways have you seen in your interview with her that it is manifest?
So at times when she was talking about some of the trauma, because of course I had to have her tell me about the traumas, at times she would dissociate, which means a person disconnects from their body, from their emotions. They may get a very far away kind of glassy look in their eyes, and it's like they stop processing. It's a psychological defense when somebody has been abused or severely traumatized. It's especially associated with early onset of abuse, chronic and severe trauma. So the fact that I saw her several times dissociate was a behavioral manifestation. I actually saw with my own eyes that she dissociates to this day because of the earlier traumas. I also saw signs of disgust. When I asked about trauma exposure, she told me about what Ernest did. And trauma memories are different than regular memories. They present with sensory intensity in fragments. So as she talked about what Ernest did to her as a very little girl, she didn't tell me the whole coherent story. Instead, she showed a disgust response, like I'm imitating it. She said, "I can still smell his genitals." And she had this look of utter disgust on her face. That demonstrated PTSD reactivity and the intrusiveness of the sensory memory of trauma.
And what is the difference? You touched on it just now. What is the difference between ordinary memory and traumatic memory or traumatized memory?
So in ordinary memory, we can consciously call up a memory and tell the story. It's under volitional control. It's a coherent, organized narrative. Traumatic memory tends to be more intrusive, and it's fragmentary. So the person may smell something, they may feel a body sensation of something, like if they were pinned and held down, they may be triggered by that sensation later in life. Or the light looking a certain way, their body being positioned in a certain way. It's heavily sensory related. And it's intrusive. It comes at a level of intensity that they don't want, and yet they can't stop. And it's very disruptive to their thinking and their functioning. And at a severe level, we've all heard of flashbacks. So for example, a veteran may come home from war, they're back on US soil, they're not in danger, but if they hear a car backfire, their survival brain interprets that they may be being shot at or an explosive device has gone off, and they may drop to the ground, even though they're in a downtown area. They're totally safe. So those traumatic memories they can intrude so intensively that the person loses all awareness of where they actually are and what's happening, and they instead are reliving what they've lived through already, the trauma, but it doesn't feel like it's the past. It feels ever present. They are reliving it. That's part of why trauma can be so disabling and psychologically harmful for decades after it's occurred.
And I think you said that this traumatic memory is voluntary or involuntary?
Involuntary. When those intrusions come, the person doesn't want to feel this. They certainly don't want to remember it. The vet doesn't want to lay flat on the ground in front of everybody, covering their head. But it happens. It's totally involuntary.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep my promise to the judge and bring us into the reason for this hearing, which is the application or the relevance of Christa Pike's mental health to the execution process in Tennessee. And I want to start with a document that has already been admitted. It's page 57 of the Byron Black exhibit. I think it's exhibit 3. I don't have that in front of me, unfortunately, and I want to give it to here it is. Got it late. Just so you see that this is already in evidence, but so that Your Honor see what's in front of it. It doesn't have it. It'll be 57 pages. Now, Dr. Brand, this has been admitted as Exhibit 3 in these proceedings, and this is a log of somebody observing a death row inmate, in this case, Byron Black. Have you seen this document before?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Based on looking at it, it's a monitoring report. How frequently is the inmate monitored in this document?
It looks like approximately every 15 minutes, the inmate is observed and then a notation is made about what he or she is doing.
Okay. And does this appear to be intermittent or is it constant based on this document?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to object to relevance on this. Looking at issue 2, the question is where she will be observed by male prison officials. I'm not sure how this gets into the question of whether or not she will be observed by male prison officials. This is just going through, how the observation occurs.
I'm taking it, you're just trying to show, you're still saying that 14 days of observation is a problem under the Eighth Amendment?
Yes, that could be potentially traumatizing, and Dr. Brand, I think, will speak on that.
And I apologize, Your Honor. The question is the 2 weeks at Riverbend, though, and I think we're...
Well, I mean, they didn't plead, I read their motion in the Tennessee Supreme Court 20 times. First 10 times I read it just like the Supreme Court read it. I had to go back and read it really close because of the way they use their conjunctions to see that, in fact, they didn't say she was going to be moved 14 days ahead. But they were very interested in the spirit of that rule was 14 days monitoring and her movement from the River Bend. So I will report that what the true facts are and make a report to the Supreme Court, but that report should include the effects of 14 days of close observation and her movement to River Bend. So I'm going to allow you to go forward.
Dr. Brand, do you have any opinion of whether such close observation and monitoring would be traumatizing to Ms. Pike, given her history of post-traumatic stress disorder and bipolar disorder?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I think it will be very psychologically harmful for Christa to be observed while she's washing, toileting, changing her clothes. That constant observation, even during private moments, will be very invasive and likely trigger her past traumas, which then become intrusive. At times where she was observed when she didn't want her body observed. It will be very, very distressing to her, more than for the average person.
And will that be only when male guards observe this?
I think male guards would be worse, but I think females, just the matter of fact of having total invasion of her privacy, will still be damaging to her.
And just for the record, that would be true of any death row inmate. Why would Christa be different?
Because she was raped by 5 different people, and her clothing removed and observed in ways she didn't want to be observed or touched. So anything that's similar to that can trigger these memories of trauma and be highly, highly distressing.
And would the transfer from a women's prison where Christa Pike has been for 30 years to a all-men's prison in and of itself be traumatizing?
Yes, I believe it could, because she'll be away from people she knows, a routine she knows, a cell she knows. Familiarity gives trauma survivors a sense of control and predictability. Being moved away from that to a prison she's not familiar with, staff she's not familiar with, peers she's not familiar with, routines that are not the same, that will make her feel even more out of control and highly triggering to her.
And at the moment of her execution, when she's extracted from her cell, will being strapped onto a gurney be traumatizing to her?
And Your Honor, I'd like to just repeat the objection I made before. Issue 2 is targeted exclusively at, the observation by male guards. It does not get into the extraction procedure, and we don't see any relevance in this.
Well, they're right, it's not relevant to question number 1 and 3.
But it is relevant to question number 4, Your Honor, about the pain and suffering under this protocol versus the other option that we've proposed.
Well, I'm sorry, you proposed a central line?
That's one of our proposals. The other is hanging.
Under the central line, aren't they going to go to the cell and get her?
Yes,
In hanging, aren't they going to go to the cell and get her?
but they won't strap her to a gurney.
Okay, so I'll hear what the other is for how they, is she going to testify about the psychological damage from the protocol from hanging?
No. I could ask her some questions, yes.
Do you know what the protocol from hanging is?
I don't think it's ever been written, no.
Well, then how are you going to ask her a question?
I could have a hypothetical one. For example,
Well, let's just, I'm going to overrule your objection. To the extent that it's relevant to issue number 4, I'll consider it. And give it whatever weight it needs. But they're correct, it has no bearing on issue 1.
thank you, Your Honor. Back to the question, Dr. Brand, what would be the significance of strapping her down to a gurney? That would be a distressing moment, I think, for any inmate. Why would it be that much more distressing for Christa Pike?
It will be highly triggering for Christa Pike. She will experience being held down and then being tied down, very similar to how she experienced being pinned and trapped and raped. She won't be able to escape like she couldn't escape back then. That is likely to precipitate her having a flashback where she will lose all sense of current reality. And as I explained earlier, she'll be transported in her mind back to times when she was being raped, feeling the full emotional and physical force and sensations of that time. The reason that happens is because our survival brains, the brainstem, get activated. That's the part of our brain responsible for responding to danger. It is not consciously controlled. We can't tell ourselves, just calm down. This is supposed to happen. This is not me being raped. We can't talk to this part of our brainstem. So when our brain perceives that we're in danger and the brainstem activates, it activates what's called the defense cascade. The first step in that cascade we've all heard about is called fight or flight. So if a person can, they will flee the situation or fight back. During those times, our hearts are beating very rapidly. We're breathing rapidly. Muscles are clenched, ready to go, ready to run. If our brain detects that it's not possible to escape or fight, then the brain stem switches to the next level of the defense cascade. It's called tonic immobility. When that happens to Christa, her body will become rigid and she won't be able to move, not even her tongue or her mouth. So even if she desperately wants to scream or to talk, she won't be able to. Sometimes people say the phrase, I was scared stiff, and if they've really experienced that level of defense, it is accurate. They are scared stiff, they can't move, can't scream. Sometimes trauma survivors blame themselves for not screaming or moving. But at that point, the nervous system isn't under conscious control. Then the next step, if there's still no escape, if there's still danger, her brain will then take her to the next automatic level. She doesn't control this. The next level of defense is deep shutdown. In shutdown, the opposite happens with our heart slowing way down, blood pressure dropping, muscles go completely limp. She may dissociate. So she may be perceiving herself up above herself rather than down on the gurney. Should perhaps, because her muscles go into shutdown, at times when that happens, muscles relax. So do sphincters. So she may urinate on herself, or defecate, or throw up. None of which she would want, none of which anybody would want. She may also lose consciousness because the body slows down so much as that brain's last effort, the last ditch effort to survive. During all of that, Christa won't just be responding like any other person. She won't be remembering her traumas. She will be fully reliving them. And that's severely psychologically harmful.
And would this, in addition to being strapped in, would inserting an IV also affect this?
It could, especially if they have to go for someplace near her clavicle. And I know my reading of the protocol is that she'll have EKGs, which means that she has to be, her chest has to be partially exposed to put on the EKG leads. And if the first line, according to the protocol, they have to do 2 IVs. If they can't easily get a second IV access, sometimes they go for the groin area, which means her groin would have to be exposed. And they might have to make multiple painful punctures in a very private area for somebody who's been sexually assaulted. For anybody, it would not be pleasant. But for somebody who's gone through that much sexual abuse, that many rapes, it would be horrendously harmful.
Thank you, Dr. Brand. I think that's all my questions, Your Honor.
Hello, Dr. Brand. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
My name is David Wickenheiser. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the state of Tennessee. Do you have your expert report in front of you, or would you? I would just like to go through it with you and ask you a few questions about things that are in it. And so, if it's in front of you, that might be a little easier. Otherwise, I could show it on the screen for you. Whatever's easiest for you.
I have it on my computer on a PDF. It's available, so if you just tell me which page you want me to go to, I can move there.
Okay, perfect. It looks like your original report was written in 2023. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the addenda were written in anticipation of this litigation, is that correct?
yes.
Did you speak with Ms. Pike? I couldn't tell from the addenda. Did you speak with Ms. Pike about those addenda?
No, I did not.
Have you spoken with Ms. Pike since 2023?
No.
Okay. In your original report, would you mind turning to page 37?
No problem. It'll just take me a few minutes to get there.
Just let me know once you're there.
Okay. Still scrolling. Okay, I'm there.
In the final full paragraph of page 37, you wrote, Christa has matured and learned to process her trauma, and she is truly a different person than she was at the time of the murder. Christa will always carry that history of trauma with her, but she now has the tools and emotions to deal with life's stressors. Did I read that right?
That's right.
Do you still believe that to be true?
I do, but that does not mean she doesn't suffer from the disorders which I diagnosed her with at that same time.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the first addendum to your report. Would you mind turning to page 5 of that first addendum?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Under the section titled Torn from Everything Familiar,
Yes,
you wrote, approximately 48 hours before her scheduled execution, Christa will be transferred from the women's facility. Did I read that right?
yes,
Are you aware that TDOC has agreed to wait to transfer Ms. Pike until at the earliest 24 hours from her execution?
I have learned that since I written this, yes.
Is there any amount of time Ms. Pike could spend at RMSI that you would think would not constitute added and severe punishment?
I think it would be much easier on her and less psychologically distressful if she could be transferred there immediately before execution, so that she could sleep where she's familiar with sleeping her last night her last full day of life.
Okay, so right up until, if she were transferred right before her execution, that would not constitute added and severe punishment. Am I understanding that right?
That element would no longer be severe. I do believe the other things I've talked about, the being held down by multiple people and her chest being exposed, possibly her groin being exposed, I think those would still be potentially extremely psychologically distressing. But that element would be improved.
Okay, so even if the execution occurred at DJRC, she was never transferred because of the extraction procedure, it still would constitute added and severe punishment.
Yes,
In the next sentence after that, you write, she will spend the final days of her life as a stranger in a strange place, surrounded by men, cut off from every source of human familiarity she has. Did I read that right?
yes.
Are you aware that TDOC is committed to staff women to observe Ms. Pike?
I think that would be helpful. It would be even more helpful if it's women she knows, staff she knows. That little bit of familiarity helps trauma survivors feel somewhat more in control, somewhat less likely to be triggered into a full-blown flashback.
You would agree that Ms. Pike has spent the past few decades being supervised and observed by male guards at DJRC, correct?
Yes,
Suppose TDOC changed their protocol so that the execution were to occur at DJRC, but it was in a different unit she wasn't familiar with staff she wasn't familiar with. Would the same problem still present?
it may be slightly better. I think ultimately what it would be best is her staying in her familiar cell with staff that she's familiar with until the last moments.
In regards to a strange place, are you saying that it would be added in severe punishment anytime Ms. Pike is moved into a new place? Say she was taken to a hospital, or say she was taken to a courthouse. Is that added in severe punishment?
I don't think a courthouse would be. There was an article I cited in one of the addendum, just looking at the second one. Medical procedures can be very triggering for trauma survivors. I've seen that with my own private practice patients over the last 33 years or so. Going to anything that's medical, people understand, including traumatized people, that she would understand she's going to have IVs inserted, that she would be somewhat partially exposed, she would not be in normal civilian clothing. Those steps alone could be traumatizing, even in the women's prison or at a hospital. I think I explained it well enough.
Yes, ma'am. Could we move to the section titled "Silenced in Her Final Hours"?
Yes,
All right. In that first sentence, you say, in the 12 hours before her execution, Chris will be prohibited from contact with family, friends, her spiritual minister, or anyone that might offer comfort, with the sole exception of her attorney. Did I read that correctly?
yes.
What are you basing that off of?
That was my understanding from the execution protocol. I may have misunderstood, but that's my understanding.
If Ms. Pike could, in those final 12 hours, contact family members, see her spiritual advisor, would you still have those concerns?
If she was able to have contact throughout those last hours, I think that would be very helpful.
Can we move on to Addendum 2?
Yes.
On that first page there, the last paragraph, I think that's the main paragraph, I guess I should say. Let me turn to it myself, I apologize.
I've got it. I've got that addendum.
Okay. To be clear, you're talking about observation at DJRC, correct?
Wherever there would be close observation, as I was talking about earlier, where she's being watched while she's potentially changing clothes, bathing, toileting. That kind of invasive monitoring, no matter where it happens, no matter the gender of the person doing it, although I do believe men would be much more triggering, that kind of close monitoring is going to feel invasive, and that's going to, because she was invaded physically, her clothing was removed, she was held down, those kind of sensory details. Knowing somebody's watching you, that is very likely to trigger her survival brain, and the whole cascade of what I talked about could happen.
Could we turn to the next page about the possibility of attempted femoral venous access?
Yes.
Do you know if Ms. Pike will be subject to femoral venous access?
No, we don't know. That can only be determined at the moment if they have trouble accessing other veins.
So you're not aware whether the protocol calls for a femoral venous access?
I believe it calls for central line access, one type of which is femoral venous access.
Okay.
I believe another type of central access is near the chest, which again, you can imagine why with somebody who's been sexually abused so many times, that too could be very, very challenging.
So any central line placement you think would run into difficulties with Ms. Pike's PTSD?
I think it is very likely to.
In the next section titled "The Potential for a Failed Execution," in that first sentence you write, "Repeated attempts to execute a condemned prisoner results in exceptionally high rates of stress and symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder." Is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, is that something that would be true of all condemned prisoners?
Yes, I would say it would be very, very distressing for all prisoners, but we know from people who already have PTSD that their brains have become sensitized and they suffer more severe symptoms at re-traumatization than people who are having a first trauma. Let's leave it at that.
Would any of your current...
So she would,
Oh,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I apologize. Please finish.
Obviously, anybody who is facing execution would be very frightened. But for somebody who has her history and is being strapped down and undergoing all of this, as I've described, I won't repeat it all again, her brain is very likely to go into fight or flight, then tonic of mobility, and then full shutdown with possibly throwing up, losing consciousness. The whole cascade is extremely psychologically harmful.
Would any of your concerns be addressed if Ms. Pike was moved to Riverbend to be subject to execution by hanging?
I understand from her attorneys that that is her wish, and because the issue of control and having some sense of agency, some sense of I can influence what happens to me, because hanging is what she is asking for, I would support that. My understanding is that in hanging, they cover the person's face, and my guess would be that the fact that her face would be hidden and people couldn't look at her, and that she's not held down by people or, strapped to a gurney, that the differences sensory-wise would make that less hideous, less psychologically damaging and distressing for her.
To be clear, have you reviewed a hanging protocol in anticipation of this testimony?
I have not.
Thank you, Dr. Brand. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Brand, the scenarios you just mentioned about hanging, are those simply of your imagination, or is that something that, not imagination, but how you imagine a hanging would take place, that's purely yours, or are you basing this on any firsthand knowledge about the hanging process?
I asked Mr. Farrell what his understanding would be if she were to be hanged, and that was what he shared with me.
And basically, just to repeat, because there are a number of small steps, I think you've agreed that there are a number of small steps that could ameliorate this situation,
Yes.
but as we know it, a transfer from DJR, a period of 2 weeks, more or less solitary confinement at DJRC, plus a transfer 24 hours before, being strapped to a gurney, having lines, IV lines inserted, perhaps central line, at the moment of execution, it is your opinion that that is sure or very likely to cause terror and pain due to Christa Pike's post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, that is my opinion.
Thank you.
Before you go, I need you to do some clarification. Are we talking about 24 hours, or are we talking about 14 days?
There was 14-day period of isolation at DJRC.
The word is observation.
Yes, I think that there is observation. The protocol,
She giving her opinion that 14 days of observation,
it-
or 12 hours of observation, or 48 hours?
the question I asked was kind of the global picture of all of these things. Now, there might be ways to ameliorate different parts of it, but the question as I was asking was, all of these events, are they sure likely to cause terror and trauma?
Okay. The Supreme Court has asked about 14 days of observation.
Yes.
Did you ask her that question?
Would the mere fact of 14 days of isolation and observation, would that be traumatizing?
Are we talking about close observation, where it's every 15 minutes, no matter what she's doing, somebody's going to observe her? So toileting, bathing, dressing, those would be included as things that would be observed?
I believe so, yes.
I think that would be psychologically harmful and damaging to her.
Thank you.
While she's on there, so she would also say that if you reduced it to 48 hours, it
Would be less damaging?
I don't know what she's going to say. Ask about 48 hours
Yeah,
or
would-
12 hours.
If it were only 48 hours, would that be less damaging?
I think that would be more tolerable if it could be shifted so that it's every half hour. And so Krista could tell, if I go to the restroom now, somebody's not going to be looking in the window and watching me. That would help. She could bathe that quickly. She could, get her private activities done when nobody's watching.
So it's your testimony that a number of small things could improve this, but that if there is the strapping down at the end, the insertion of IVs, that in and of itself is the primary trigger here? Or am I putting words in your mouth?
No, that's exactly my opinion. It is the strapping down, being held down as she was as a small girl, that is going to be highly triggering. There's no way around that.
Thank you, Dr. Brandt.
Recall. Sorry. I'm not going to make it.
Hi, Dr. Brand. I'm sorry, just one quick follow-up. Do you have any expertise in corrections work?
No, I don't.
Have you ever worked as a prison administrator?
No.
Have you ever been consulted by prison administration on how to implement prison policies and procedures?
I've been asked by a for-profit prison system to teach and train their officers, their various staff about trauma and its impact and how it can show up.
But you haven't been involved in making policy-level decisions about how to run prisons?
Correct, I have not been.
Thank you.
I just had one question, Doctor. The cell that she's going to be held in at Riverbend in 24 hours, have you seen that cell?
I have not seen that cell.
Do you know whether she has unlimited access to a telephone while she's in that cell?
I don't know.
Do you know whether she has a television while she's in that cell?
I don't know.
You know, while she's in that cell, if she's allowed to have recreation time and moved out of the cell.
But I believe my understanding is that she would have 1 hour every 24 hours to come out of the cell.
Do you know if she's allowed any personal items from her previous cell to be transferred to her new cell?
I'm not certain.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
I didn't trigger anything for any but lawyer. You're done, they're through with you. You're done for the day. Thank you for your assistance.
You're welcome.
Is it time for us to take a break, or what do you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor, we should have Dr. Richard Van Soor available in about 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes.
That was really rapid.
Yeah, I know.
I was writing faster than I ever have before.
I got, how many pages do I get? I got.
Right now,
6
like
here.
4.
I have 6 more notes on my computer and then I
Okay.
love to.
Did you time code it?
I timed it. Yeah. Just because I can't edit from a secret we have here, so the producers are helping me out and taking the bites.
You know what though, like for us, we're doing the other thing, so nobody worried about that. Like,
Okay.
describe your educational background?
Yes. Well, I attended medical school in New Orleans, LSU, Louisiana State University Medical Center from 1973 to 1976. And then in January of 77, I started internal medicine residency at the Alton Oxford Medical Foundation in New Orleans, which was a 3-year program ending in December of 1979. And then after working at Oxford for a year and a half, I joined the U.S. Army Medical Corps and went to the Letterman Army Medical Center in San Francisco for a 3-year specialty training in hematology and medical oncology. And that was my formal education before achieving my board certifications.
Thank you. Could you explain how you achieved your board certifications and what you were board certified in?
Yes, I'm board certified in internal medicine. I took a test offered by the American Board of Internal Medicine around 1980. And then in 1983, I took a test for the American Board of Internal Medicine, specialty in medical oncology. In 1984, American Board of Internal Medicine, specialty of hematology, so there were 3 separate tests involved.
So it's
This is common for a hematologist oncologist. This is the common triple certification.
so just to be clear, you're board certified in internal medicine, hematology, and medical oncology.
That's correct.
And where are you currently employed?
I work for the LSU Medical Center in Shreveport, Louisiana, and by the Oxford LSU Health physician group that runs the medical practices here.
And how long have you been employed at LSU Health?
Since the end of 1998, the last 3 months of 1998 until now.
Have you ever testified as an expert in internal medicine, hematology, or medical oncology?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you testified?
Well, since I formally went into practice and left the Army in 1986, which is about 40 years ago, I think I've probably been to court maybe 6 times, maybe 7 at the most. And then I've done depositions where there was a court reporter. To add to that, maybe 10 times. It's hard to remember, over 40 years.
Right. And to your knowledge, you've never been excluded as an expert before?
No, I've never been excluded.
Your Honor, we would tender Dr. Mansour as an expert in the fields of hematology, medical oncology, and internal medicine.
No change at all. Allow him to testify in those 3 fields as an expert.
Thank you. And could I also admit his CV as an exhibit?
Okay, exhibit 21.
There's a copy of it.
Okay, we're getting copies, Your Honor. I apologize. Dr. Mansour, can you explain what thrombocytosis is generally?
Yes, I'll try. Thrombocytes are also called platelets. They're one of the particles or particles in the blood. And generally in the blood, when you look at blood, the red blood, you're looking at a combination of red blood cells and white blood cells and things you can't see called platelets. Platelets are specialized, just like a white blood cell is specialized in fighting infection and a red blood cell is specialized in delivery of oxygen. Platelets are specialized in repairing holes, many small holes in the blood vessel. So if, for instance, you cut yourself shaving you create a small hole in a small blood vessel near the surface of the skin. The blood comes running out, and eventually the platelets will stick to the sides and form a little clot there that you'll probably know sometimes if you wipe it off, you'll bleed again. So the platelets initiate that blood to begin the healing process.
And related to thrombocytosis, I think von Willebrand factor or von Willebrand disease has been raised in this case. Could you also explain the relationship between thrombocytosis and von Willebrand factor or von Willebrand disease?
Yes, now that's a little bit more complex. I'm going to try and, make it understandable to someone who hadn't been studying it for 40 years. Underneath the blood vessel wall, the blood vessel walls create this protein called von Willebrand protein. It's a big protein. It sticks underneath the blood vessel wall, and as the outer or the inner layer of the blood vessel wall is torn off, the von Willebrand protein opens up like a spring and has a receptor, and as the platelets are rushing by, as the blood, shooting by with the blood pressure type of scenario, the von Willebrand protein catches the platelet and they stick together, and then together they plug up the hole. That's the normal physiology. Now, you can have situations where you don't have von Willebrand protein made normally. It's too low, then it's more difficult for the patients for the platelets to patch up the hole because the main target for them to stick is the von Willebrand protein. Now, occasionally, and because the platelet and the von Willebrand protein have a natural association to stick together, if you were to have maybe a million and a half or 2 million platelets the way we normally count them, it is possible that the platelets could soak up excess von Willebrand protein and create a relative deficiency, usually not a severe problem. And so it is possible that the von Willebrand protein, which can be measured both for its physical amount and for its activity, it is possible with 1.5 million or 2 million platelets that you could significantly reduce that measurement. But that's not the normal situation. Anything under 1 million platelet count, I would not worry at all about that.
Okay, so just to be clear, thrombocytosis is an elevated platelet count?
Yes, thrombocytosis is an elevated platelet count. Now, blood, the normal range for blood is just determined by checking maybe 1,000 people and figuring out what the average ranges are of 95% of the healthy population. And so a normal range is generally 150 to 450,000 on the platelet count, but 2.5% of the population who are normal are below 150,000, and 2.5% of the population who are normal are slightly above, maybe as high as 525,000, the way that these numbers are calculated. So the normal is not an absolute. There are 2.5% of the population is going to be somewhere between 451 and 525 on the basis of how these numbers are calculated. Anything over that is definitely, that's beyond 3 standard deviations from the average, and that's usually some kind of underlying disease process causing it.
Okay, and speaking of causes, what are the most common causes or potential causes of thrombocytosis or elevated platelet counts?
Okay, well, the most common cause in the general population is iron deficiency. So if you have iron deficiency anemia, your body is trying to get your bone marrow to make more blood, and it makes more platelets side effect. That would be most common by numbers because that's the most common, scenario for humans. And then an occult abscess somewhere, like someone has a surgery and they get an abscess somewhere in their abdomen or pelvis, and as part of the syndrome of fever and not feeling well, then there's going to be a reaction with the platelet count going up along with the other blood cells. Those would be called reactive, not primary. That would be secondary to something else. And then there are bone marrow disorders in which the bone marrow stem cells that are responsible for making platelets get activated beyond what they normally would, as there's a control process the body has to where you get enough platelets, it just slows down the request for platelets. And so the stem cells can have a mutation that causes them just to make platelets all the time, regardless of the level. And that's only been known since 2005, that there are mutational drivers. In this case, well, I don't think there are 3 that are known, and then there are patients who don't, who have the process for 30, 40 years, and we know they have something, but it's unknown cause. It's not known to today's science. In this particular case, it's been stated multiple times in the medical record that the patient had a mutation, what was called the CALR mutation, which is a mutation that was described approximately 2007 as the second commonest cause of having an increased platelet count that is primarily driven by the bone marrow.
And I think primary thrombocytosis has also been referred to in this case as essential thrombocytosis. Are those primary and essential adjectives interchangeable when referring to thrombocytosis?
Yes, it depends on the generation in which the doctor was trained, and maybe the part of the country, because I've always heard both terms. The other interchangeable term with thrombocytosis is thrombocythemia. So essential thrombocytosis, essential thrombocythemia, primary thrombocytosis, primary thrombocythemia.
What types of treatment from least severe to most severe are there for thrombocytosis?
Well, they're generally separated into low risk and high risk for a clotting event, a thrombotic event. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the word thrombosis, like coronary thrombosis, cerebral thrombosis, stroke, heart attack. Patients under 60 who don't have any known vascular disease are at low risk, and they're just considered low risk. And many patients at low levels, with low levels of the high levels, like 600,000, 700,000, they may not be treated at all. If they have some kind of risk like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, aspirin, baby aspirin once or twice a day. And then for patients who are over 60 and the platelet counts start getting very high, like 800,000 and higher, we have a drug that's been around 50 years called hydroxyurea that's given once or twice a day, and it just cuts down on the number of platelets that are being produced and brings the platelet count back down. That is good for a large percentage of the population who have this. It's not a real common disorder, but it's good for the majority of the population. And then we have more recently developed drugs that interfere with the genetic switches inside the blood stem cells. The most common one is called Jakafi, and then it's got 3 other recent competitors that do something similar. And there's even an injectable every 1 or 2 week interferon type long-acting drug. but this is for high risk. This would be for a high-risk case, which would be mostly people over 60, mostly with blood counts over 800,000 or so for those types of drugs.
Did you have a chance to review the medical records for Christa Pike, the movement in this case?
Yes, range of variation for a human. All right, so in this case, in the factor VIII, have that disorder.
And von Willebrand disease, does that also, that in relation to thrombocytosis, does that also cause clotting, or does it do?
No. Willebrand disease was originally, it's considered a form of hemophilia. It's associated with bleeding. And most commonly, patients who have that have a deficiency of von Willebrand disease, of von Willebrand protein. They're children that have nosebleeds, women with excessive periods, and who tend to get iron deficient, and people who get their molars removed, their teeth pulled, and they bleed excessively. Or if they get their tonsils removed, they bleed excessively. That's how the disease was originally recognized.
So, and based on your review of Ms. Pike's medical records, does she suffer high risk of clotting due to thrombocytosis?
No, she's a low-risk patient, and that low risk extends over, many, many years. It is an increased risk over many years, but she's what's considered a low risk.
And on the other side, do her medical records show a high risk of von Willebrand disease and excessive bleeding as a result?
No, they don't show. The records that I've seen, which are these extensive, these are pretty complete tests done in 2021, show that her von Willebrand protein and function are normal. The function of von Willebrand is to protect factor VIII and to interact on this ristocetin test. Those are the functions. The von Willebrand factor level is a measurement. It's not low, and it doesn't have abnormal function.
And would you expect these test results to change dramatically or at all in the past 5 years?
No, because these tests would change if the platelet count were, steadily going up and got up to 1.5 million. You might, they could change. But in this case, the most recent set, for the last year or two of the platelet counts, they're not in the range that would cause this rare problem. The one from November is in the normal range, and the one from this recent May is just 2,000 above the 2 standard deviation range, which is not really, it's just not enough to do anything.
And even with these elevated platelet counts and the past 2 years of elevated platelet counts, would you expect any interference due to thrombocytosis with the insertion of a peripheral intravenous IV line?
Objection, Your Honor. She doesn't lay any foundation for Dr. Mansour's experience establishing peripheral IV access.
All right, well, he's made the objection, I'll have you ask him, see if you can lay the ground for
Dr. Mansour, do you have any experience with placing intravenous lines in patients?
Yes, when I was younger, of course, I used to do it more directly because being a chemotherapist, I would have to start IVs for chemotherapy lines. And I, had a job in medical school drawing blood in a paraplegic unit. But now, I'm a cancer center director and I supervise a large infusion room. And so I do have some observation about, IV access in our clinic quite a bit.
And specifically, do you have any experience in IV line placement in patients that have been diagnosed with thrombocytosis?
Well, I've had multiple patients over the last 40 years to occasionally need an IV, and so that's my clinical experience. I've had patients over the last 40 years who had both had essential thrombocytosis and also needed some time or another to get an IV.
Your Honor, I believe he's established that he has clinical experience with IV access, especially in patients diagnosed with thrombocytosis.
Could we ask when the last time you placed an IV was?
Yeah, sure. Well, you can ask me. Why don't you?
Dr. Mansauer?
Yes,
I just had one question, and we're dealing with the foundation for your opinion here. When was the last time you placed an IV in a patient?
the last time I placed IV, it's been some years ago.
Could you estimate it for the court, please?
15,
Thank you. Your Honor, send
You're welcome.
objection. We object to him testifying on peripheral IV access.
I'm not aware of objection.
Dr. Mansour, I'll repeat the question. So, based on Ms. Pike's medical records, do you think that her elevated platelet count would interfere with the insertion of an IV line?
no. I can tell you that there's one set of records in which there are either 12 or 13 separate events documented in which the patient had a needle inserted into her vein to draw blood. And placing an IV, the first part of that is putting a needle in the vein. And on these papers, they described where they put it, how many times they had to stick, and was there any unusual bleeding or clotting after it was removed. And I think there were 13, and 12 was one stick, was successful. In one, there were 2 sticks. And then on the end of it, where there's a checkbox, yes or no, was there any problem when the IV was removed? It was I'm paraphrasing now. 12 said no, and 1 just didn't have an answer on either way. So based on the fact that she was apparently successfully, accessed her veins 12 or 13 times, in all cases with 1 stick, in one case with 2 sticks, that would indicate to me that her veins are accessible.
And would it change your opinion if you knew that a 23 gauge butterfly needle was used for those blood draws?
23 gauge butterfly needle. Well, I mean, 23 gauge butterfly needle is also sometimes used for IV access, so.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. None of this is in his report.
All right. I'll sustain.
Okay, what does that mean?
I'll have to ask you a different question, Dr. Mansour.
Oh, okay. I don't watch enough television, obviously.
In your clinical experience, have you ever encountered any complications with vascular access in patients with thrombocytosis?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
And in your clinical experience, have you ever seen a patient with pulmonary hemorrhage with a suspected cause of thrombocytosis?
No,
And in your experience, do you know if there's any relation between thrombocytosis and pulmonary hemorrhage?
I don't believe there is. Over the years, I've treated leukemia, and it's when you don't have any platelets, when you might see something, a rare event like that. But when you do have platelets, I'm just not familiar with any association with that.
And can you explain the difference between pulmonary hemorrhage and pulmonary edema?
Yes. Pulmonary edema is a relatively common problem in which the little air sacs in the lung fill up with fluid, plasma type fluid that comes from the blood. It's usually seen in heart failure. So if you have a sudden heart attack and your heart won't pump, but you're out, it won't pump the blood out, but the blood's being pumped in through the lung, the pressure difference between what's being pumped in and what can be pumped out causes salt water to come out of the little blood vessels and fill up the little air sacs. And this is a very common heart problem. It's seen in emergency rooms, just part of internal medicine, training, and it's frequent. It's very frequent. It's just a well-known problem for people with heart disease. Now, there's also pulmonary edema that is not cardiac. It's due to excessive inflammatory process, which I can't really, describe in any great detail, and to where there's so many little different things involved. There is such a thing as non-cardiac pulmonary edema, but the primary cause is a weak heart, and it's very common.
Have you ever instructed any of your patients with thrombocytosis not to receive IVs because of the risk of complicating factors?
No.
Okay, Dr. Mansour, that's all I have for you right now. No further questions. We did, I think it was.
That's exhibit 22.
And Your Honor, I do have Dr. Mansour's CV now. I'm not sure if we actually gave that an exhibit number.
It's going to be 21.
Could you send a copy of that exhibit so we can use it, or would you be able to? If you pull it back up, yeah, that'd be great. And just for a second. Yeah. Hi, Dr. Mansour, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
And we've sort of been telling all of our witnesses this, but the camera's in front of us, but you're over here. So I may be turning both ways, and that probably explains some of the microphone problems as well. So I apologize in advance.
Okay, thank you.
This is the exhibit we were just talking about, and this is a medical record that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified, and I don't want to get this wrong, so please correct me, that generally thrombocytosis is an elevated platelet count. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you estimated that range to be 150,000 to 450,000. Is that correct?
That's the general normal range. Occasionally it's 130,000, but most tests you see have it off to the side, 150 to 450.
And then I believe you said around 2% of the population on the upper end of that range could be around 550. Is that correct?
Well, it's 525.
525.
Yeah, that's the standard deviations here are 75. So it's 300,000 with two standard deviations above, which is 450, and two standard deviations below, which is 150. But there's a 2.5% of the population is in the third standard deviation, which would be a 75,000 higher and 75,000 lower than what they publish as the 95% normal range.
And that was my mistake. I just wrote that number down wrong, so I apologize.
Okay.
Can you read what Ms. Pike's platelet count was on this document?
Yes, either 706 or 8. I can't see that last.
I think it's a
I think it's
6.
706,000.
And so that would be beyond this elevated range, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that significantly beyond this elevated range?
It's significantly beyond 450,000. It indicates that she probably has a primary cause or secondary cause, and not just one of the 2.5% population who's just a little above the range.
And when you talk about primary or secondary cause, you're talking about the CALR mutation or the...
But yeah, that would be primary.
Okay.
That's a bone marrow disorder. So if it originates in the bone marrow from a mutation, that's a primary, they call it primary. If it's secondary to something like iron deficiency, that's secondary. It'll go away if you correct iron deficiency.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to go over a couple of things that you testified to. You said that you've testified 6 to 7 times. Does that sound right?
Yes, I mean, I'm going by memory over 40 years, since 1986. So that's in court.
And what types of cases were those generally?
Well, they generally had something to do with either blood disorders or cancer. Even if there was internal medicine type stuff, issues associated with it. But I don't think I've ever testified outside of blood or cancer or internal medicine.
Were those things like medical malpractice lawsuits, things like that?
I think they were, one of them was asbestos case. That was a video testimony, video thing, I wasn't in court. But the others were related to malpractice cases,
And
as I can remember.
I won't hold you to that. And same thing for the depositions. You said you've been deposed around 10 times. Is that generally the same type of case?
Yes, there's occasionally, there's someone who is disabled or something about how their disease would disable them and they weren't. They felt like they were shortchanged about how they were treated. That would be maybe 1 or 2, but most of them had to do with being above or below a standard of care in a case.
Understood. You said the last time you'd placed an IV was around 15 years ago, is that correct?
I mean, yeah, it's hard to know because
I'll hold you to that, doctor.
15 could be a number. Let me say, as old as I am, it could be 20, but I've done a lot of IVs in my time, but it's now I just supervise people who do it.
Understood. I couldn't tell exactly from your report, but you don't dispute that Ms. Pike has been diagnosed with thrombocytosis. Is that correct?
Yeah, she has primary thrombocytosis. I didn't see the CALR mutation report, but I just saw references that she had a CALR mutation. I have no reason to doubt that.
And she has not been diagnosed with von Willebrand disease. Is that correct?
Well, not that I know of. They did run this study, but not that I know of. There was I did see a document that said that she had a low von Willebrand. I can't remember the exact wording, but there was something about low von Willebrand protein or something causing something. So I was, when I saw in the records that she had this stuff measured, I, caught my eye.
What would the low von Willebrand factor mean? What does that diagnosis mean?
Well, when we were working on patients who have this disorder, remember this is a disorder that goes on many times, 20, 30, 40 years. Sometimes if the platelet count is very high, like 1.5 million, close to 2 million, we might do a bone marrow test on them, and they just keep on oozing blood. We have to, abnormally. So it's a paradoxical bleeding caused by the platelets soaking up the von Willebrand protein like a sponge, resulting in a low level, which then can be associated with some abnormal bleeding. It's,
And you saw that in Ms. Pike's records, you said?
no, I didn't see that. I saw, I listed the things that I was sent, to read. I listed things that I read, and it's in one of the documents. Received a document from the Tennessee Department of Correctional Lethal Injection Protocol. There's some Christa, it was not in these medical records. Expert report of Joe Zivit, then a supplemental report, a report from Bethany Brand, and some paper about botched executions. Death Penalty Information Center. Those are the ones that I can tell you for sure that I read, and in one of these documents is something about her having a low von Willebrand protein. I think it's in the report of Dr. Zivit, but I'm not sure.
And I believe you defined, you said that Ms. Pike has low-risk essential thrombocytosis. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm agreeing with her hematologist who put that down in their notes from these visits.
And I
She meets the criteria.
And I believe when counsel for the state asked you what low risk meant, you said that she is low risk for strokes. Is that correct?
But she's low risk for thrombotic events. Stroke is one. Sudden loss of vision in the eye is one. A heart attack is one. Then there's some rare, some other rare things that you could have, like it could block an intestinal blood vessel. That's very rare, but if you have some kind of event like that, sometimes what's behind it is essential thrombocytosis.
And you testified that pulmonary edema can be caused, in some cases, by excessive inflammatory processes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain what an excessive inflammatory process would be?
Sure. The patients in the ICU that get what's known as the sepsis syndrome, they have bacteria circulating in their blood pressure drops, their organs like their liver, kidneys, they get under perfused, they're in shock. And then at the end of that shock, they may start to recover, but they have a lot of tissue death, like they get severe liver injury, they get acute renal failure. Well, that produces inflammation from blood cells called lymphocytes, monocytes, and sometimes white blood cells commonly known as granulocytes. And they spew out a whole lot of chemicals to initiate a very severe inflammatory reaction, and it doesn't get localized. It's generalized, and it affects the lung in a way that the lung, the little small delicate blood vessels in the air sacs of the lung, called the capillaries, get to where they can't hold salt water as they normally do on the inside of the tube, and it just leaks into the tissue. And it fills up the air spaces with basically salt water and inflammatory proteins. That's probably the most common example. We also see it in hematology a lot from some of the newer treatments that excite the immune system against cancer.
Would a caustic, highly alkaline pharmaceutical cause an excessive inflammatory process?
Objection, Your Honor. This exceeds the scope of direct.
They asked him about pulmonary edema. I'm asking him potential causes of pulmonary edema.
This is your witness and this is Cross. You practice in federal court a lot. In Tennessee, we allow cross-examination to exceed the scope of it. So I don't know what they do in federal court.
Dr. Monsaro, my question was, could a caustic, highly alkaline pharmaceutical drug trigger this excessive inflammatory process?
I don't know.
I'll object again, Your Honor. This exceeds the scope of his expertise. He is not an anesthesiologist. I think we're leading down the road to things of our law, and I don't think that exceeds what he's been admitted as an expert.
I'm going to allow him to testify. None of these experts, I mean, we're dealing with an unusual situation. The American Medical Association doesn't have an expert or credentialing for death execution in any form. So I'll just allow this, and factor all this into the weight, but I'm going to let him proceed and ask him a question. I don't know what he's going to say.
I think he actually answered that question. Could you repeat your answer, Dr. Monsaro?
Yeah, I don't know. It's way out of my knowledge range. I used examples of non-cardiac pulmonary edema for things that I see that I know are very common, like septic shock, and when it happens when we administer an immunological T cell called a CAR T cell, and that's, you know, that's within my realm of knowledge.
You reviewed 13 different phlebotomy reports, is that correct?
Yes, I may have lost count. I think it was 13. I could have, maybe it's either 12 or 13.
Okay. And can you explain the difference between phlebotomy, where you're drawing blood, and intravenous access?
Yes. In phlebotomy, you take the needle, which could be, well, the needle, you can either directly do it with the needle, or you can do it with what's called a butterfly IV or an IV type catheter. And you select a vein, you put a tourniquet on the arm, and that way the blood builds in the arm and makes the vein swell a little bit. And then, of course, you clean it off, and you insert either the needle, the butterfly, or the intracap type IV into the vein, and then there are several different connecting mechanisms, but you stick a tube that has a vacuum suction in it, puncture it with the back end of that needle, whatever contractions on the back end, and the blood flows into the tubes to send to the lab. And then if you just draw blood, just doing a simple phlebotomy, after you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 tubes of blood, then you withdraw the needle, hold a little pressure, and put a Band-Aid. To insert an IV catheter, you start out the same way. You put a tourniquet on the arm, you clean the skin, you find the veins that pop up because of the back pressure from the blood not being able to flow forward toward the heart. And so you pick out a vein, and you take one of the two types of, usually one of the two types of catheters, one called the butterfly or one called the intracap, and it has a needle in it, and you stick it in the same way that you do if you're going to draw blood. And in the case of the intracap, which is some kind of non-metal outer tube, you slide it forward, and then you just hook an IV to it and tape it, and so you don't remove it immediately. And then it's there. Or different hospitals have different rules. Some say you can leave for 3 days. Some say you don't have to leave them unless they get inflamed. But other than removing it, very similar procedures. Other than when you remove it.
Does a
I'm
patient...
sorry.
You're fine. I think the delay is awkward for all of us. Does a patient who has successful blood draws always have successful IV access?
You know, the word always means 100%. And so my answer is nothing's 100%.
In your experience?
My experience is if you use the same vein, you know, which is usually it's in the elbow crease, okay? If you can access that for IV, for blood draw, that could be an IV access sign, yes.
If you can't access the vein in the elbow, does your answer change?
I'm sorry, please repeat that once.
If you can't access the vein in the elbow here, like you were saying, does your answer to that question change?
Well, that's the largest vein usually you can see in the arm underneath the thinnest part of the skin. And so if you can't access it, you know, of course, you can draw blood from any vein in the arm, but if you can't access that one, then it's probably going to be difficult to find another one.
When you reviewed Ms. Pike's phlebotomy records, did you see where they were drawing blood?
I did not look at each one. There's about, I don't know, it must be 10 or 12 different possible sites, and they just check off one. I didn't look for the pattern.
Almost done, Dr. Monsar. I believe you testified that you reviewed 2 platelet counts from the last 2 years, and then we pulled up the recent 2. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what I said, but in my report, I listed 3 from the clinic, the blood clinic, so I know there were 3 there, and then there were 2 more that I saw. There were different reports.
Were those the only platelet counts that you reviewed?
I'm sorry. In my report, item number 11, I reviewed 4. I listed 573, 525, 660. Okay, those were the 3. And then there were, yeah, the 2 more. Those, I didn't notice the 706 or the one that you showed me. I didn't notice because it wasn't in the, I was just looking at the blood, the CBC report. And so I didn't notice that one that you pointed out. All the 5 that I saw, there was an actual complete blood count report, you know, that had all the different elements. And I was, those are the ones I reviewed.
All right, we'll mark this. May I approach? Sure.
Dr. Monsar, you talked about paragraph 11 of your report. Those were medical records provided to you by the TDOC in this case. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you use an abbreviation there that I might not know what that meant?
That's on me. The Tennessee Department of Correction, the Attorney General's office provided you all of the records that you cited in your report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
We're pulling up an exhibit right now. Trying to. Okay, and Dr. Monsar, will you look at the bottom right of this record? says State v. Pike.
Yes.
And are these the types, are these the records that you were provided?
Well, I saw, two different records with that TN on the top. But I think the records where I gave the plate account was something like a Meharry College, maybe of medicine, or it was started with an M. They were virtual video visits with a hematology clinic. I'm not sure they had that TN. I'm not sure they had this on it. I could have. But one was definitely, I got the impression it was from a hematology clinic. And for some reason I got the impression it was from Meharry Medical University, but.
Okay. Could you read what it says in the narrative section at the bottom of this record?
The narrative section. Okay, now, this is very small. Let me see if I can just
We're going to
make
make
it large a little bit.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, assessment type narrative, CCC completed, hematology follow-up, consult completed, 3/21/25, 6-month follow-up requested, labs completed with platelet of 509, medication renewal completed. No, I didn't see that.
Okay.
Now, I could have been in the document, but I didn't see it because I was only looking for the CBCs. I'd already seen some that had the full report, so I was just looking for full reports as I was moving up and down these pages.
Okay, but you would agree with me that 509 is above 450?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next page. Now, this might be one that you have seen. Does this one look familiar?
Calor mutated essential thrombocytosis looks familiar because I've seen that in several of the notes.
Okay. Can you read on the bottom right under lab results, can you read what that platelet count is?
670.
Okay. And you don't cite that one in your report, is that correct?
Yes. Again, the only reason is that it wasn't I was just looking for actual CBC reports.
Okay.
And
Let's go to the next page.
I'm not concerned about 670, and I wouldn't try to hide. That's what I was looking for.
Can you blow it up?
Those were the kinds of reports where I was looking for the platelet count.
And I believe this is one of the ones that the state showed you. This has been an exhibit. This is from November, and the platelet count was 433. We covered this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the next page? And again, I believe you were shown this one. This was from May of 2026, and this was 452, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you go to the next one? Okay, this one looks like it's from June of 2025, and the platelet count is 509. Do you see that?
Yes, I haven't seen this one before in this format. I would have looked for this format.
Okay. So you have not seen this record before?
Not this particular record, because this is the format. This is a machine printout of the actual measurements.
But these are,
That's how that.
I'm sorry, doctor, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I was looking for. When you have a big document and you're looking for the results, you look for this pattern, you know you're going to find what you want in this pattern.
Well,
I didn't see this one.
if this was in the records you were provided, would you have cited it?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I've seen this one, because I'm looking for that pattern.
Okay. Can you go to the next?
Excuse me, Counselor, you asked him the date on the 509?
Can we go back to the... Okay. And can you read what date this was?
Where's the date? Creation date, 6/6/2025.
So this would have been June of 2025, correct?
Those exclamation mark, yeah, because this came out of the lab machine, because it's explaining what the exclamation mark means.
It says document creation date 6. Is there anywhere I'm going to show you where the blood was drawn?
Your Honor, the state has put 2 exhibits in, and they've held the date as the document creation date as the date of the record. And so that's the only thing that I know to go by.
Well,
Your Honor, collection or observation date and time
where's
is
that on?
a few lines down below creation. It's the same date.
I would anticipate it'd be relatively, I see where it is now I know where to find it. So that one was collected on 6/6/25.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. Okay, and again, can you read the platelet count on this one?
581,000.
Now, this one's not in your report either. Have you seen this document?
Let's see the date. I don't think so, because I would have found that.
Let's go to the next page. It's a little, this one's kind of hard to understand. Maybe the state can help us. So the document creation date on this one is August of 2025, but the collection or observation date is June of 2025. And I'm not really sure which one is the blood draw. Do you have any idea?
May I don't know, may I just help you with that?
Please.
The blood is only going to be useful, for about 24 hours, so whenever this thing was created, it had to have been drawn within at least 24 to 48 hours, so it's approximately that time of the month.
So for this record then, we can assume that this document was created on 8/9, and that's when the blood was likely drawn, somewhere around there?
Yeah, that's the chemistry profile. Can you go back up to the complete blood count? It's probably the same, but since okay, so they're kind of all together. So I would assume that, personally, I would assume that.
Okay. Have you seen this document?
No, I didn't see that one.
Okay.
Now listen, I'm not saying they didn't send it to me. Sometimes, you get sent an overwhelming number of documents, and you try and find the ones that have the clinical data. And so I didn't find this one, but there was an overwhelming number of documents, and it could be they sent it to me and I didn't open this one up.
But you were looking for this type of document in those records, correct?
I'm looking for that pattern in the medical documents.
Okay. Can we go to the next one? Can you go there, please? And again, the platelet count on this one?
Let me see. There it is. 695,000.
Okay, and this one's not in your report either, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, if we go to the next page, I think
What's the collection date on that?
it's on the next page, Your Honor.
Let's see.
So, document creation date,
8/9/2025.
okay? I believe the next one was cited in your report. Can you go to that one? Okay, and the platelet count on this one is 573. You note that in your records. Is that in your report? Is that correct?
I did have a 573. What's the date on this one?
We'll see, we get back into that same issue. This one says 8/9/2025 also.
I don't think I don't remember seeing one from 8/9, but it's possible, you can have the same platelet count a year apart. So it could be at the same number, but a different visit.
I think it's really important that we try these different numbers to get collection date the best we can.
Your Honor, your guess is as good as mine. These are records provided by the state. I can't make here or there for them either.
So what is that on the screen that says the collection date is June 18th to 25?
Doctor, the question being asked by the court is, so there's on this page in particular, there's the document creation date of August 9th, 2025, 4:28 a.m. Do you see that?
All right, I'm sorry, I was looking at something. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I got it. 8/9/2025.
And then right below that, whoops, right below that it says collection or observation date time, 6/18/2025. So we're in the court here are having some trouble figuring out when these draws were actually made. Can you help us with that?
Yes. This date, creation date, is at the end of the sentence that explains what the markings are on these blood tests. Okay, it wasn't sent to a flow sheet. I think that's machine created, and I think it's the same machine that created these records, these numbers. So I believe that this creation date goes along with these blood tests, but I have, you might say that's my best guess.
Can we do one more? It'll be actually 13, I think. Excuse me.
Now, oh yeah, there's another
Okay,
one.
and then here's one more, and the platelet count on this one is 660. Is that correct?
Yes, that was in my report.
Okay. And you cite that one as March 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Are you gonna mark?
Oh, yes, can we make that an exhibit?
Are you gonna mark this as exhibit 23?
Dr. Mansour, I know we just reviewed a lot of numbers and dates. It appears that from her medical records, we've got platelet counts spanning from 430 to 690,000 over the course of a few years. Does that change your opinion that you provided today at all, knowing that her platelet count has fluctuated so much over the past few years?
No.
Could you explain why fluctuation of a platelet count is not a concern, or why it would not change your opinion?
Well, as a hematologist, I look at these numbers in grids over for patients, like 20 times they were drawn, 40 times they were drawn. We graph them. They do fluctuate up and down. Now, if they fluctuated from 700,000 to 100,000, I would have to say something happened. It should be some kind of event you can explain. But if they're going up and down 20 to 40%, and let's say if you average them all, they're 550 to 575,000, but you get 450 sometimes and 750 sometimes. It's just an observation. That's just the way it is.
And these elevated platelet counts, in your opinion, do they raise the risk of pulmonary edema for Ms. Pike?
No, I don't know of any association there. It continues to be, with all these numbers, it's low risk, essential thrombocytosis, essential as established by the CALR mutation, and age under 60, and the consistent treatment of aspirin by her doctors, who are hematologists.
I think there was some discussion earlier about a document that you reviewed that mentioned the von Willebrand factor, and possibly that Ms. Pike had a low von Willebrand protein. Does this document on the screen, could you scroll? Does this document that's on the screen look familiar
There were two by this expert. There was one and then there was the addendum. So I read them both. I mean, I'm not an anesthesiologist, so I was, skimming them because I would not testify as an anesthesiologist. But I did read both of them.
And did you also review the pre-hearing brief of Ms. Pike?
The pre-hearing brief. I don't know. I'm not even sure what that is, honestly.
Okay.
The pre-hearing brief. Was that the title?
It was.
Yeah, there's something I reviewed that had the name of Pike in it, but I'm not sure it's the document to which you refer.
Okay.
I have my list. I can tell you what the name of it was.
That's okay.
Okay.
Paragraph 8 here in Dr. Zivit's report, I think, is that what you were referring to when you mentioned that you had read something about the von Willebrand factor somewhere in the records?
Let me see. Yeah, well, there's the term von Willebrand factor at the end of that paragraph. Bleeding as the excess circulating platelets consume another critical blood clotting component known as von Willebrand factor. Yes, I saw that.
And based on your review of Ms. Pike's medical records, do you think that her platelet counts could lead to dangerous bleeding as a result of the consummation of the von Willebrand factor?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Mansfield.
Just real briefly, Dr. Monsar, that very last sentence, a very high platelet count, you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay, do you disagree with anything in that sentence?
No.
Thank you.
All right, doctor, I have a few questions for you. What would you consider a very high platelet count?
For the von Willebrand factor deficiency, 1.5 to 2 million.
So, are any of the numbers that you've seen with regard to Ms. Pike, in your opinion, qualify as a very high platelet count?
No. I mean, not very high, not 1.5 to 2 million.
Would you say that her risk for bleeding or edema or any of these other catastrophic events is affected by whatever the level of her platelet count is?
I don't believe that any of the platelet counts that we've reviewed will have an effect on this patient as long as she takes her baby aspirin, as she has been doing.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question
Okay.
was whether or not the level of the platelet count affects her risk for any of these events.
The level of her platelet counts that we've reviewed,
Well, let me just.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but,
No.
you know,
Yeah, the problem is not you, doctor, it's my phrasing of the question. I had an expert in here yesterday say that the platelet level doesn't change the risk for someone. They would have the same risk at 452 as they would at 1 million. That the level of the changes doesn't change the risk. I'm asking you is what changes the risk, whether it's the level or is a 452 million the same as a 1.5 million risk?
no. If you're 1.5 to 2 million, that you do have a risk of depleting von Willebrand factor, but you could prove it by testing it. But if you're somewhere between 450 and 1 million, I think it's unlikely that it changes the risk.
Okay. But that would, whatever the risk is, would depend on what the platelet count is on the day of execution, is that correct?
Yeah, well, can you define the risk? Well, I mean, what the risk of...
In this case, we're primarily talking about the risk of blood clotting, the risk of pulmonary edema, the risk of excessive bleeding. It was testified to that that risk it exceeds those of normal people, and it exceeds it greatly with the numbers that we have here. There was also testimony that it doesn't matter what if the levels come to normal, that it's the same risk. So I kind of want your opinion on that. And I know that question made no sense.
Well, it's a difficult question because, again, I don't know anything about what's going to happen on the day that this is important to you. I have no expertise in that event. All right, so ordinarily, I'm going to have to talk about average patients. For the average patient, this patient is not at high risk of anything more than having higher than normal risk of a clot, spontaneous for her age. It's just a small increase, which is ameliorated by aspirin. If you were to ask me if she got run over by a Mack truck and had 40 fractures and a broken pelvis and contusions to the lung, does it matter? Well, it'd probably be a complication in there somewhere, but for the average patient, no.
I guess what
I should say person.
What I was trying to say, you're saying that a person with this would have some risk of excessive blood clotting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's why we treat it with aspirin.
My question was, would that be the same risk for someone at 500 million as it is for someone at 1 million? Or does the risk increase for the person with 1 million? Yes.
I think it's not like a light switch, it's on and off. It's what we call a continuous variable. So your risk isn't very high at 800,000. It's a little higher at 1 million. It's a higher at 1.4 million. It's much higher at 1.8 million. It's a continuous variable. And I hope I'm not confusing you with that.
No,
That's
I think
the way
I
it
think
is.
you finally answered my question. So I
Okay.
appreciate that. That's the only question I had. Did it trigger anything for the lawyers? One question, okay. I'm sorry, you could have got out of here if I hadn't asked that.
Okay.
Dr. Mansour, is Pike at a higher risk if she had, based on her medical records, of clotting or pulmonary edema, any higher than any other normal patient?
So I know that she's not at a higher risk for pulmonary edema unless she has a heart attack. Is she at higher risk of clotting? Well, she's at a little higher risk of a person who doesn't have essential thrombocytosis, and that's why she's treated with aspirin.
But if she is taking her aspirin as treatment for thrombocytosis, then is her risk higher than the average patient?
I'm going to have to say that I can't be absolutely concrete about that. I don't think so, but I can't be absolutely concrete because I don't think there's any data that when you look at a continuous variable and you're at the low ranges, 500, 600, 700,000, I don't think there's really any data on that. But we do use aspirin just to reduce the risk if it's there.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Mansfield.
You're welcome.
Okay. You're off the hook, Doc. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. I'll get off your phone and calm down. Leave you alone.
That's all right. All right, lawyers, I guess y'all ready for lunch? How long would you like today? Or do you have a witness coming at a certain time?
Well, he won't be available till around 12:30, so I think now we'll be.
want you to be able to afford your life, and we will fight every day in every way to make that happen. So keep the fight alive and keep the hope alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, merci. Désolé pour le retour audio des premières minutes. We'll now go to the question period. We're quite many, so please keep your question as short as possible so we can ask as many questions as possible. And if you're attending in present, of course, please be mindful about the earpiece, not to put it too close to the microphone. It can create hurtful audio feedback. So we'll go to the one question, one follow-up basis. We'll start with Alex Balinguel, Toronto Star.
Thank you very much. Carney was saying this morning that Trump called him yesterday, and they had a constructive conversation about NATO and the war in the Middle East and the situation in the Middle East, but that Carney did not raise Kuzma with Trump. I wonder what you think of that and how you would have handled that conversation if you got the call from Trump to talk about NATO.
Well, first of all, I hope they had a good call. We need a good relationship between our two countries. I definitely would have raised Kuzma. We have workers in aluminum, steel, autos, lumber who are losing their jobs. Just in British Columbia, they've lost 30 mills in the last decade, and these mills are literally the anchor of entire towns. Similar story in rural Quebec. We need the Prime Minister to get a good deal and fast. He promised he'd have one a year ago, but since that time, he's made a phenomenal amount of concessions while getting nothing in return. You know, I just find it incredible that he's made about 6 major concessions. Digital services tax, Netflix tax, removing counter tariffs, the defense spending, the list goes on and on. Many of those things needed to happen. But why not bring them to the negotiating table and get something in return? Instead, what he's got is double the tariffs on aluminum and steel and triple on lumber. What I would do is build up our leverage, and we have a lot, by committing to build a strategic reserve of the 10 most critical minerals, according to NATO, that you need to fight a war. Put those in a reserve. Commit to increasing oil production by another 2 million barrels, and offer the Americans the prospect that those resources could be available for their purchase in a tailored way if we get tariff-free access to their markets. We need leverage, positive leverage. That's what President Trump has said. It's what he's written in his own book. We have that leverage through our resources, and we can massively enrich our people by using those resources, and at the same time get the tariffs removed so our economy can grow. Thank you.
Just on another matter on the independence vote in Alberta, the Prime Minister seemed to kind of up the ante this morning when he's talking about, you know, this is a real vote. It's not the prelude to the actual vote. This is real. This could have dangerous consequences for the economy and for Canada's standing. I wonder what you think of that strategy as somebody who said that you're going to campaign for Canada in this. What do you think of that strategy of emphasizing the dangers of even holding this vote in the first place?
Well, I think what we need to do is provide Albertans with hope that life can get better. And that's why I went there and gave a very strong patriotic speech, urging my fellow Albertans to embrace their friends across the country to achieve their objectives. We should lock arms with suburban Toronto communities that want tougher crime laws, lock arms with Newfoundland, which seeks to double its oil production, lock arms with the coastal First Nations that want LNG facilities that would export Alberta's natural gas, lock arms with Quebecers who want the federal government out of their business and who want provincial autonomy restored. I believe by building those alliances, we can fulfill the ambitions of Albertans and deal with their legitimate grievances. So I believe we need a Project Hope. The Project Hope is the right way to go. Some people say that hope is not a strategy. Well, fear is not a strategy either. We have to give people hope. And we also need to go and speak to our young people in both Quebec and Alberta and tell them that the promise that they were made when they were born in this country will be restored, that they can afford a home, they can start a life, they can build a future, found a family, launch a business successfully here in Canada. Thank you.
Miki Djukic, Politico.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Will you be attending any pride parades this year?
I'm not planning to.
No, why not?
It's just not on my plan.
And then my follow-up question is, what do you think should happen to 24 Sussex?
I really don't think about it at all. You know, I just think when I go around this country and I meet so many people who can't afford a place to live, when I see the homelessness on our streets and I see the young people who are desperate to start families but can't get a house to do it, I just think the last thing on our minds should be 24 Sussex Drive. C'est vraiment pas une priorité pour moi. Quand je rencontre des jeunes qui peuvent pas avoir accès à la propriété, je vois les sans-abri dans la rue, je vois les familles qui risquent de perdre leur maison à cause des paiements hypothécaires. Je pense pas que la maison pour n'importe quel premier ministre soit prioritaire.
Stephanie Taylor, National Post.
Hi, thanks for taking our questions. I guess just to clear on 24 Sussex, has the Prime Minister sought your input on what should happen to this building? I know you said you don't think about it at all, but has the Prime Minister sought your input and has shared any of what his plans are for it?
No, he's not.
And on separatism, do you support Alberta Premier Daniel Smith putting this independence question to a referendum?
Look, the thing is happening, but we have to deal with it. At the end of the day, I wish it weren't happening, but it is, and I'm going to make the case for Canada. And I'll be spending time throughout the summer going to visit with people in communities big and small, north, south, east, and west in the province, to make the case for Canada and make sure Albertans know that they are heard and loved within our Confederation. And I hope that every Canadian will wrap their arms around Albertans to bring the country together.
Michel Sabat, Presse canadienne.
Bonjour, M. Poilièvre. Vous allez avoir une impression de déjà-vu. Quelle est votre réaction au fait que M. Carney nous a dit que, durant ce qu'il a décrit comme une longue conversation avec M. Trump, la CEUM n'a pas été abordée?
Je trouve ça incroyable. M. Carney a été élu sur une seule promesse principale. C'était qu'il allait conclure un deal avec les États-Unis, qu'il allait pouvoir, et je cite, gérer Trump, qu'il allait négocier une victoire avant le 21 juillet 2025. Un an plus tard, pas de résultat. Et où est l'urgence pour les travailleurs en foresterie au Québec, en aluminium au Saguenay, qui ont besoin de leur emploi? Je trouve ça incroyable que M. Carney n'aurait pas en parlé avec le président Trump. Il devrait, avec grande urgence, se battre pour une entente sans tarif dans chaque appel téléphonique. And if you don't mind, I'd like to repeat that in English, and then if you have a follow-up. I just find it incredible that Mark Carney was not just... his promise to negotiate a win with President Trump was not a promise. It was the liberal promise of the last election. And where are the results of that promise? He said he'd have a deal by July 21st of last year. We're almost July of this year, and tariffs have gone up. The aluminum, steel, auto, and lumber workers are desperate for their jobs and their paychecks. And Mr. Carney has a long telephone conversation with the president and doesn't even bring it up? What could be a greater priority to this country? It's time to start fighting for Canada and to start getting results.
Êtes-vous favorable à l'interdiction de la SKS, qui est une arme de style militaire, mais légale, qui aurait été utilisée par le tireur durant la fusillade survenue lundi à Montréal?
Tout d'abord, j'aimerais offrir mes condoléances aux familles des deux personnes qui sont mortes et de ceux et celles qui sont et ma compassion aux gens qui sont blessés. Il faut commencer à poser la question après 11 ans d'un gouvernement libéral qui promet de bannir la propriété légitime des chasseurs, fermiers et tireurs sportifs. Est-ce que ça marche? On a vu une augmentation des fusillades, des crimes faits avec des armes de 50% depuis ce politique est mis en place. Donc, est-ce que ça marche? Est-ce que ça protège les gens? Est-ce que ça empêche des fusillades? Il faut se poser la question, c'est quoi le résultat? I think if I can repeat that in English. Look, first of all, I'd like to offer my condolences to the victims of the shooting. Our hearts go out to them. And to those who are injured, our prayers are for a swift and total recovery. We've now had, the question was about banning hunting rifle. We've now had 11 years where the Liberals said we would all be made safe if they banned hunting rifles. And I think now is the time to judge the result. Has it worked? Well, gun crime is up 50% since they promised they were going to ban these guns. We have to ask ourselves, have these bans on hunters and farmers and licensed sports shooters stopped mass shootings? These are the questions we have to ask.
Laura, The Logic.
Thanks for taking our questions. Laura Osmond with The Logic. The government has tabled plans for a massive new big tech regulator that's going to look at things like online harms and digital privacy. Lots of people have raised concerns about this regulator online. We still don't have a lot of details about it. I'm wondering, since the government has said they'd be open to working with the Conservatives to amend it, if there's something that you would change about it, what would you put forward, and how do you plan to handle this in the next sitting of Parliament?
On a déjà trop de bureaucratie à Ottawa. On a plein d'agences qui sont déjà responsables de faire toutes sortes de réglementations par rapport à la communication. Donc, on a maintenant 13 nouvelles agences de M. Carney dans un an. Il a créé probablement plus de bureaucratie, de nouvelles bureaucraties que n'importe quel autre premier ministre dans notre histoire. Est-ce qu'on a besoin de nouvelles bureaucraties ou est-ce qu'on a besoin d'appliquer les lois qui existent déjà, mais de les appliquer aux technologies modernes? Donc, je vous donne l'exemple. C'est déjà un crime de faire une menace en personne. Et ça devrait simplement être un crime de faire une menace sur l'Internet. C'est un crime de déformer l'image de quelqu'un en essaimant un mensonge. Utiliser l'image de quelqu'un dans l'IA pour, en fait, créer une vidéo pornographie sans consentement du sujet devrait être un crime. Donc, moi, je crois qu'il faut appliquer les mêmes règles de la vie qui existent dans le monde tangible au monde technologique. Et nous avons déjà une agence policière, une agence d'intelligence, une agence de communication, le CRTC, qui sont là. Pourquoi une nouvelle agence? Ça semble que M. Carney veut encore concentrer le contrôle et censurer le discours politique pour son avantage et son pouvoir personnel. Moi, je veux protéger notre population contre les abus et non pas protéger les politiciens contre la parole libre. I think, did you ask that in English or French? Sorry, sorry. It all becomes like a weird jumble in my head. Sorry about that. Would you like an English answer? You're like...
What I may ask you as a follow-up in English is, you know, we don't have any laws targeting the companies.
Why don't you have any coffee in here?
Duly noted.
Conditions have really fallen apart. Sorry.
Good. We don't have any laws right now targeting the companies and the platforms themselves when it comes to the issues that you just raised that are sort of targeting the users. I'm wondering what you make of the government's approach here to targeting the companies themselves with, you know, the kind of regulatory bodies that we see in the EU and the UK.
My view is that the tech companies should be subject to the same rules as everyone else. For example, it is illegal for someone working at Canada Post to willingly participate in a money laundering operation. The same would be true for a tech platform. It would be expected that a corporation would not allow its services to be used to facilitate crime, and that it would be considered negligence if they did. The same should be true of a tech platform. And so what we need to do is take the existing laws and standards that we apply to everyone else and modernize them to apply to tech companies. That does not require a gigantic, new, towering government bureaucracy. My concern is that what Mr. Carney and the Liberals are once again doing is trying to create a censorship and surveillance apparatus. And this is, I'm not the only one who said this, it's already widely viewed. You take the combination of their original C11, which allows them, the CRTC, to manipulate algorithms online to favor content the government considers to be appropriate. You consider they have a heritage minister that wants to ban Bible verses that he considers to be politically incorrect. And you have parts of C22 that would require large tech companies to ultimately become surveillance arms for the state. I think if you put all those things together, you get a troubling view about the government's desire to control, to have more control, and for the people to have less independence. We all believe in tougher laws and better tools for law enforcement to protect our kids, to protect our seniors, and to protect Canadians. And we believe that we can do that while protecting our liberty at the same time. Thank you.
We'll go to Marco, iPolitics.
Hey, thanks for taking our questions. Back to the BC condos, some folks have attributed this glut of unsold units to the federal government's ban on foreign home buyers.
Who I believe is the SG there? Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Counsel.
Good afternoon, Dr. Goldstein. Could you please state your name? Oh, I'm sorry, swear him in.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Goldstein. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Scott Goldstein, Goldstein.
Okay. And what is your occupation and place of employment?
I currently work at Temple University Hospital, where I am an emergency medicine physician and the chief of EMS and disaster medicine.
And how long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
I've been an ER physician for approximately 24 years.
And what is your specific role at Temple University Hospital?
I am a clinically practicing emergency medicine physician, which is a level 1 trauma center, along with additional responsibilities of being the medical director for Temple Hospital's EMS, interfacility, pre-hospital system.
Okay. And once again, how long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
I've been an emergency medicine physician for 24 years and teaching the specialty for over 20.
Okay, thank you. Do you have, in addition to medical school, do you have any other training or fellowships?
I'm trained in pre-hospital medicine by additional courses I've taken and through just experience.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court or by deposition?
Yes.
And were you certified as an expert in emergency medicine in any of those proceedings?
Yes, I was certified as an emergency medicine specialist in 2021.
Okay. And we'll put up the screen your CV, and I'll share it with opposing counsel. Approach. Dr. Goldstein, do you see the doc accurately summarize your professional expertise in the field of emergency medicine?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of his curriculum vitae.
Professor, and I've been training other emergency medicine professionals for over 20 years.
And does that require you to have a general knowledge of the training and qualifications required for emergency medical personnel?
Yes.
And does that cover a wide range from physicians down to emergency medical technicians?
In my specialty as a pre-hospital provider and emergency medicine, it has me encompass physicians all the way down to pre-hospital providers of all levels, including the MTTS.
All right, thank you. And in your personal experience as an emergency room physician, have you ever been exposed or treated someone who has committed a hanging suicide or tried to commit a hanging suicide?
Yes.
So you have treated patients who were brought to you after a hanging or an attempted hanging?
That is correct, yes.
About how many of these cases would you say you've worked over the last 24 years?
I would have to approximate 20 to 30.
Okay. And have you ever authored any chapters in textbooks or articles about hanging?
Yes, I authored an online article on Medscape about hanging and strangulation specifically, and 2 other textbook chapters about neck anatomy related to surgical airways.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that you have experience with death by hanging through your work as an emergency medicine physician, and also that you've gained some knowledge of hanging through independent research?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on the testimony of Dr. Goldstein and his CV, I move that he be accepted as an expert in the field of emergency medicine and in hanging.
Yes, Your Honor. Emergency medicine and hanging.
And hanging. Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Goldstein. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Good. My name is David Wickenheiser. I work for the Tennessee Attorney General's office. Could you tell me, could you remind me what your board certifications are?
I'm board certified in emergency medicine and emergency medical services.
Are you a forensic pathologist?
No.
Have you ever designed a hanging protocol for a state?
No.
Have you ever reviewed a hanging protocol for a state?
No.
Have you ever, you mentioned in your experience that you had treated individuals that had attempted hanging, is that correct?
Yes.
Were any of those individuals judicially hanged?
No.
Have you ever autopsied someone that was hanged?
No.
Have you ever autopsied someone that was judicially hanged?
No.
Would you, is it your opinion that hanging is a medical discipline?
If it is not done to death and they're brought to emergency medical room, it becomes a medical trauma evaluation.
Are there special focuses that you can get in emergency medicine related to hanging?
I am unaware.
Your Honor,
None that I believe.
the state does not object to calling Mr. Goldstein as an expert in emergency services. I think given Mr. Goldstein's lack of knowledge related to judicial hangings specifically, and also not really understanding exactly what hanging would be as an expertise, we would object to him being certified as an expert in hanging generally, and we would ask that he not be certified as such.
Well, I'm going to allow you, if you want to try to ask him a few more questions to see if he really is an expert in hanging.
Yes, sir. And I'll just to be clear, experts in judicial hanging in this country would be rare at this point, since there aren't currently any states practicing that.
Thank you for your admission.
But a physician who has treated people who have been hanged or have hanged themselves, and has knowledge of the structure of the neck and the process by which death could occur by hanging, those are the things that he will be opining on.
You want to ask him some questions?
Sure, I'll ask him some
I mean,
questions.
I'm struggling. I agree with your first statement that finding an expert in hanging in this country is going to be very rare. I have no problem with him being an expert in emergency medicine, but you've come up with the category of an expert in hanging, and let's be clear. Hanging is a kind of a generic term.
Correct.
And his experience is with suicide. Whether these suicides were by strangulation, or whether they were by hanging, whether they were, I don't have a clue.
Then let me ask him a few questions.
And what his real experience is, has nothing to do with what you want him to testify about, judicial hanging. But I'll let you attempt to prove otherwise.
Okay. Would you put up his report?
And I just want to make a comment, I think I made it before. When I was a child, I would go to the encyclopedia and do a book report. And if he did a book report on hanging, does that make him an expert in hanging?
I think when someone has... I think many areas of expertise are based on people's research and interest in that, and when someone has published articles about it, when someone has authored chapters in textbooks about
Has
it.
he really published an article about hanging, or did he publish an article about suicide?
It was about hanging.
Well, you can ask him.
Okay. Dr. Goldstein, could you, let me go ahead and finish this first. The document that's on the screen right now, do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And what is it?
that is the letter I provided at the request of the counsel for Ms. Beck.
And does it contain opinions that you formed in preparation for this litigation?
Yes,
And are those opinions true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes.
I move that the report be admitted.
No, Judge. All right, we're admitting it as evidence. I haven't qualified as an expert, it's full of opinions.
Well, Your Honor, I think we don't dispute that he would be an expert on emergency medicine. I think that there are things in here that probably extend beyond the scope of that. But, you know, we do think he's going to come in as some sort of expert. I don't think that he's an expert on hanging, for instance.
So you're withdrawing your objection to letting him testify?
No, sir, we would object to this coming in until he's been handled as an expert.
Let's proceed with
Okay. Dr. Goldstein, could you talk about the article that you authored on hanging and basically what is the gist of that article?
There's an article written for Medscape, which is a universally accepted area for people to find medical opinions on hanging and strangulation, not necessarily related to suicide, but the process of hanging and strangulation in general. That was written for Medscape. I've had other chapters, like you alluded to, about related to the structures of the neck, related to advanced airways in the neck.
Okay. And on the topic of hanging, in the mechanism of hanging, how does the person become dead? In a judicial, excuse me.
Sorry.
In a judicial hanging, how does the hanging achieve the death of the prisoner?
Wait a second. You're trying to qualify him as an expert in judicial hanging.
Yes. Okay. If in hanging, how does hanging achieve death of the victim of that hanging?
If it is done, can you clarify, is this for judicial or suicidal?
If it is done judicially, how does death occur?
Well, wait a second, why don't you ask him in the article you wrote what kind of hanging he was talking about?
Okay. In the article you wrote, what kind of hangings were you talking about?
If I remember correctly, it mentions both suicidal and judicial.
Okay.
So, Doctor, in your article that you wrote, did you write that article to show how you would treat someone who was hung by in a judicial hanging?
No. There should be no
So
treatment
you wrote
after
an
judicial
article
hanging.
to talk about treatment of people that you saw as a result of suicide, is that correct? Or possibly homicide?
Correct.
But you didn't write that article about judicial hanging other than to distinguish between homicide, suicide, and judicial hangings, but you didn't really discuss judicial hangings, did you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. And more specifically, you put a disclaimer on that article that the article was created by using several editorial tools, including AI, as part of the process. Is that correct?
I am unaware that I did not use AI in that article.
Well, your article doesn't say where you got your information about judicial hangings from. Where did that come from?
It should be listed in the bibliography.
Well, I'm going to let him testify largely because I don't think there's a such thing as a hanging expert. But,
And I probably should have just said that he will use his medical knowledge to testify and express opinions on the subject of hanging.
I'll wait to the hanging part of it that should be applied. But if he just got his information by punching in AI, he's not an expert.
I adamantly refuse to state that I use AI. I never use AI.
I'm sorry, Doctor. The best thing for you to do is only answer the questions that your lawyer asks you. And so just wait for the question. I'm going to allow you to really go where you're going to go, and I'll just put the weight on this testimony that it deserves.
But Dr. Goldstein, did you use AI in writing that article that we've been talking about?
No.
And how do you know that?
Because I wrote the article myself.
Thank you. I'm going to back up from hanging for a second before I hang myself. And I'm going to talk about other instances of your work in emergency medicine. Dr. Goldstein, can you explain the types of training an emergency medicine professional must have in order to place an IV?
Wait a second. Before you go any further, are you qualifying him as an expert in?
In emergency medicine.
To be clear, you're not qualifying him as an expert in the effects of pentobarbital on a person instead of going through a judicial execution.
As a medical doctor, he does have knowledge of pentobarbital.
So you're going to go there, that again?
Yes, yes.
Well, I'll assign the weight that it deserves. Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Goldstein, can you explain the types of training an emergency medical professional must have in order to place an IV?
An emergency medicine physician spends 4 years of medical school and an additional 3 to 4 years of emergency medicine resident training to be able to become an emergency medicine physician on top of continued education experience.
Okay. What about other emergency medical personnel?
It's varied by specialty relating to pre-hospital providers, nurses, paramedics.
Are there any qualifications or certifications required to set an IV?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any number of practice hours?
For physicians, there is not. I am unsure if there's any for other specialties.
Okay. Could you explain the difference between an EMT and advanced EMT and a paramedic?
An EMT is a pre-hospital medical provider who obtains, depending on the state, approximately 100 hours of education to make sure a person does not continue to injure themselves, whereas an advanced EMT has additional hours of training where they're allowed to place IVs, give some limited amount of medications, and a paramedic has approximately 1,000 hours of education and clinical experience to provide medical care, including medications, IVs, and advanced airways.
Okay. And in your report, you refer to the ALS-BLS protocols. Can you explain what those are?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is outside the scope of Dr. Goldstein's expertise in that he's not a medical doctor in Tennessee. He can't opine about what the requirements are in Tennessee. Specifically, he's at best just repeating something that he read on that's in the law somewhere or some other.
So what are you exactly asking?
There's a protocol for EMT. Give you the document.
I mean, is this something in his report?
This is something he reviewed in his report.
So what page is it on?
Or that he reviewed for his report. On the 5th page.
It's not, it has no numbers on it. What issue would this?
The qualifications of EMTs.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Put up the cover page. Yeah. So, Dr. Goldstein, is this the ALS-BLS protocol guidelines you reviewed?
Yes.
And what are ALS-BLS protocol guidelines?
They're each done by each state to provide guidelines and policies, procedures, and protocols that allow each provider to be allowed to do what is up to their, what they're allowed to do, up to the maximum amount of what they're allowed to do.
Okay. Patty, could you go to page 12 or 13? And I'm on page 13 of this guideline in talking about, can you identify what this is on page 13?
This looks like an example of what a pre-hospital provider in Tennessee would be allowed to do and when it comes across someone with a cardiac emergency.
Okay. And when it says EMT stop here, does that mean those skills above it are what the EMT can do and not below?
Correct.
And where does IV placement fall in this protocol?
Below EMT and above AEMT, so that would mean AMT and above can place an IV.
Okay. Patty, could you go to the next page? And Dr. Goldstein, do you see the same pattern on the next page for a different procedure?
This page seems to be for cardiac emergencies of a low heart rate bradycardia, where the EMT must stop after it does certain procedures, and it looks like that IV access can only be obtained by AEMT and above.
Okay. And in your review of this document, which is voluminous, is this pattern standard throughout that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I forgot to ask that this document be admitted into evidence.
All right, mark it as given 25.
Okay. Dr. Goldstein, have you had occasion to review Tennessee's lethal injection protocol?
Redacted, yes.
Yes. All right. And in that redacted protocol, are EMTs assigned the job of making IV placements?
I believe that they are on the IV team.
Okay. How many IV lines need to be placed in the Tennessee protocol?
Minimum 2.
Okay. And do these protocols differentiate EMTs versus AEMTs when it comes to IV placement?
Are you referring to the lethal injection?
Yeah, the lethal injection protocol, excuse me.
Yes, they do. They do not. There's no differentiation between EMT, AEMT.
So is it your testimony that in the Tennessee lethal injection protocol that EMTs are assigned the job of placing IVs?
The way I read and interpreted it, they are on the IV team and they may have the responsibility of IV placement without any more specifics.
Okay. Are you familiar with, in different settings, that some people are particularly difficult to place an IV in? Have you encountered that in patients?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of the causes of difficulties in placing IVs?
They can vary based on anatomy just from birth. They can be based on repetitive use. They can be based on just difficult and different locations than what is expected.
And what are some complications in placing IVs with patients who are difficult to achieve access? What are some possible complications?
In my experience and what we noticed when we try to place IVs on people that are difficult to obtain IV access, they get repeated sticks with needles to try to find a vein, which leads to pain and discomfort and anxiety, and sometimes bleeding and hematoma or bruising.
What is extravasation?
Extravasation is when any material that is presumed to be placed into a vein leaks out of the vein and goes into the soft tissue, the muscle, fat, and skin.
And do you have any experience or knowledge with the drugs thiopental, sodium thiopental, or pentobarbital?
I have basic scientific understanding of it, yes.
Okay. Has that ever been part of your practice as a physician? those use of
No.
those drugs? No, okay. Can you briefly explain what a central line is?
Central line is a large conduit
I'm sorry.
that goes to the,
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that a central line, the court's already determined that's not relevant to the determination of 1 or 3. So I don't see the relevance of this.
Did you need it for 4?
Excuse me?
Do you need it for question 4, or did you already introduce your evidence to describe your alternative?
We have used that, but this would be additional evidence for issue 4. Have you ever placed a central line? Let me start with that.
yes.
And what is a central line?
Central line is a large conduit that goes into the larger vessels of the system that lead to the venous return to the heart, essentially where the IVs go to the larger system, and they're usually in your neck, chest, or groin.
Okay. And what type, in your professional practice, is this a difficult skill? Back up, I'm sorry. In order to be competent to place a central line, how often should this procedure be practiced or effectuated? For a physician to be competent at setting a central line, how often should the physician have experience doing that?
Objection, Your Honor. This is, I think, a not very subtle attempt to try to get to the qualifications of the physician, of our physician, to try to argue he's not qualified. I don't think this is proving their alternative at all. I think they're just trying to get an evidence about the qualifications needed for TDOC's position in their protocol.
I was going to make no questions about the particular physician, just in general, what sort of qualifications and how much practice in order to be competent.
I'm allowed.
Okay. Do you need me to restate the question, Dr. Goldstein?
No, thank you. Per the American College of Graduate Medical Education, to be a practicing physician, to graduate from training, you need a minimum of 20. That is just taken into account that once you graduate to become a full-fledged an attending emergency physician. There needs to be continuing education, management, and practice by placing central lines throughout your career, as this is, like any skill with muscle memory, can wane if not used.
Okay, thank you. What are circumstances that a patient would present with in an emergency room where you would judge that a central line is necessary?
There are sometimes immediate need for resuscitation where they would need large volumes of fluid or blood products. The secondary would be where we cannot obtain peripheral IV access after numerous attempts or using adjuncts like ultrasound, that they would need IV access, and a central line would be the most prudent.
And what are some potential complications or difficulties in placing a central line?
Objection, Your Honor. We really are getting into just the physician qualifications unless counsel's trying to say his own alternative has complications and difficulties.
Well, I'll let his other witness talk about the complications and difficulties from a central line under the premise that he was trying to use it for question number 4 for me to prepare that against hanging. So,
Okay, thank you. Could you answer the question, or would you like me to repeat it?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, what are some potential complications or difficulties that face a physician in placing a central line?
The overall arching complications are making sure the area is anesthetized appropriately. There's the concern that you can hit an artery instead of a vein, which is a higher pressure system and more concerning, as almost all veins run with arteries. And if there is an arterial injury or numerous puncture sites, that could lead to swelling. And if this is one that is done in the neck, that could affect the airway. And then if you decide to do a central line in the chest called the subclavian, and your mechanism and your angle is off, you could collapse a lung, leading to respiratory distress.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to switch now to hanging, talking about asking.
I want to ask you, which one is more invasive and which one has potential worse consequences? Peripheral IV access or central line access?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the question?
Yeah, there's a question about, I want to know whether the potential adverse consequences to the patient are greater if there's complications or from central line placement versus peripheral IV placement. Which one's more likely to cause severe injury to the patient if there are problems?
Central line placement would lead to more devastating problems if done incorrectly compared to peripheral IV.
Yeah, you can move on to whatever you want to move on.
I have one follow-up question on that. If peripheral IV access is not properly obtained, will the drugs that are injected there, by properly obtained, I mean that there could have been a blowout or not reached, not actually inserted into a vein, will the drugs inserted be effective?
They would possibly be partially effective, if at all, as it is called extravasation, where the mechanism of action will not reach the area it needs to with a high enough concentration that there's a possibility of partial effect to no effect.
All right, now I'll switch over to hanging. Dr. Goldstein, what are the two ways in which hanging achieves death?
The way that I perceive this is that hanging leads to death in two ways. One is instantaneous transection of the spinal cord, and the other is strangulation.
Okay, and the transection of the spinal cord, can you explain how that works? Can you explain medically how that works to achieve death?
The pressure that is provided by the hanging material, in most cases rope, causes a hyperextension of the neck, leading to internal decapitation, and along with stretching of the ligaments enough that the neuronal signals from the brain to the body cease to be able to go down to the heart and lungs, and therefore prevent the ability of the heart to beat and the lungs to breathe.
So without signals from the brain, the heart will not beat. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the lungs
Correct.
will not breathe.
Correct.
Yeah. Is this type of death instantaneous?
Yes.
What is the significance in hanging of the C2 vertebra?
The second cervical vertebrae is the approximate location where you would want to have the most force applied to get the instantaneous death of hanging and spinal cord distraction.
And traditionally in judicial hangings, was there a formula for figuring out how best to achieve this spinal transection?
Yes, I believe there's numerous examples and types of formulas and tables to figure out height, weight, drop length, to figure out the best way for this to occur.
Now, if transection does not occur and the person's spinal cord is not transected, how will death occur in hanging?
By strangulation.
And how does strangulation kill the patient, or the patient or the person?
Whatever the mechanism, like in most cases the rope is, decreases the ability of the deoxygenated or already used blood and nutrients to prevent from getting back to the heart, which leads to a backup flow to therefore not allow nutrients and to get to the brain, along with swelling and possible bleeding, therefore leading to asphyxiation, low oxygen, and death.
And typically in this type of strangulation, death by hanging, how long, once the person is hanged, how long until they lose consciousness?
Consciousness could be lost in approximately 10 to 20 seconds.
Okay. And how long before death actually occurs?
Approximately a minute.
Okay. Now, if a state would choose hanging as their method of execution, would the materials typically used to build gallows be readily available?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this exceeds the scope of Mr. Goldstein's testimony. He never indicated he knew anything particular about judicial hanging, let alone the resources of the state.
I'm just asking him if the materials that he's aware of for doing that are easily available generally.
I'm going to allow you to go forward on this. Just realize the court has to give this testimony the way it's.
I understand, Your Honor.
I got it. Anyway, go ahead.
Back to the question, are the materials typically used in building a gallows readily available on the open market?
Wait a second.
Oh.
First ask him how he knows what the typical materials
Do you know what the typical materials are for building a gallows?
Yes.
And what are they?
Usually it's wood, hardware, nails, and rope.
And are those items typically available on the open market?
Yes.
You're talking about wood and rope.
Wood and rope, yeah. Nails, rope, yeah. Now, have you ever, they already asked this. Are you aware of the botch rate for hangings?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that Mr. Goldstein is not a forensic pathologist. I don't think he has any personal training in anything. His report does reference some botch rates. He's merely quoting a book. He has no personal expertise in botch rates.
Exactly what you're asking.
The botch rates, hangings, judicial hangings that are unsuccessful, what percentage?
I'll let you answer.
Yeah. Dr. Goldstein, what percentage of judicial hangings are unsuccessful?
Approximately, like previously stated from the article I read, approximately 3.12%.
And lethal injections?
I'm sorry, same objection, Your Honor, except in this context, Mr. Goldstein hasn't even been qualified as an expert on anesthesiology or pentobarbital or any of the chemicals involved in lethal injection.
Well, I'm allowing him to testify. After cross-examination, I'll decide how much weight. Give me those numbers again.
Yeah. What is the rate of unsuccessful executions when it's lethal?
I think you called it
Botch, yeah, the botch rate in lethal injections.
7.2%.
So the botch rates for hangings are lower than lethal injection. Is that correct?
Number again, too.
Yeah, could you give both of those numbers again?
Yes. The botch rate for hanging is 3.12%. The botch rate for lethal injection is 7.2%, with the overall rate being 3.15%.
Okay. And once again, is death by spinal cord transection immediate?
Yes.
All right, I have no other questions. Thank you, Dr. Goldstein.
Hello, Dr. Goldstein. It's David Wickenheiser again. Do you have your expert report in front of you?
Yes.
Did we mark that as an exhibit? It's still out there, undecided, I guess.
I don't think we did, but I think it makes sense to.
Yes.
I think it
Yeah, I gave it around and
Okay, we'll mark that exhibit 26.
and I do move for its admission, but
Trying to call me out.
Thank you, Dr. Goldstein. And do you have the articles that you cited in your expert report in front of you as well? Or if you don't, we can show them on the screen. But if you have them in front of you, that might be easier. Just whatever's easiest for you.
I do not have all the articles available to me now.
Okay. Well, we can show them on the screen. If you have any of them and you'd prefer to just look at the paper copy, I mean, please feel free. Would you agree that hanging is a death by traumatic injury?
Yes.
Could you turn in your report on the second page in the section labeled hanging? The last sentence to the second paragraph. There, are you following me?
Yes, do you want to?
I'll read it.
Second, sure.
Oh yeah, I'll read it for you. If the calculations are incorrect, or if the ligature is not precisely placed, this could lead to strangulation instead of hanging. Did I read that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to first get into what it means for the ligature to be precisely placed. In the second paragraph or the second sentence of that same paragraph, you write, a proper execution is accomplished by placing the ligature at the optimal position, high on the neck, at cervical vertebrae number 2, C2. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Could you go to footnote 1?
Well, I would like to know where you got that description.
Yes, sir. Mr. Goldstein, where did you get that description from?
Part of it is experience with dealing with hangings and strangulations, and the rest of it is probably in the bibliography.
Did you cite any authority for that statement?
No, I feel that this is something that I've known just through my job and my experience and years of practice.
But you've never actually treated someone subject to judicial hanging, correct?
Correct.
Could we pull up footnote 1? And could you go to page 18 on there? Like labeled page 18. It's probably the second page. Is this one of the articles you relied upon, Dr. Goldstein? We can go back to the top if that's easiest for you.
I will trust you that it is. I didn't see the top of it, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you scroll down to the bottom of page 18? Do you see
I'm sorry, for the record, what's the title of this article?
Yeah, could you go up to the top? This title is called Near Hanging by Nick Adams. And I don't intend to enter it as an exhibit, Your Honor, but if the court would like it, I do have copies. In the fourth...
Wait a second, is this the article that you used to get your description of what a proper hanging looks like?
Like I alluded to earlier, I did not use any particular article for that.
So you just made that up out of your head?
No.
Well, I mean, I think we've already established you had no education, training, or experience with judicial hanging, so how are you telling us what a judicial hanging is supposed to look like?
Based on my years of education and reading and research, this may have been one of them that I read also. I just did not have one specific bibliography in mind when I wrote that fact.
Well, you included a bibliography in your report, and you have a big bibliography in the one article that you've written on this subject. So from that material, where did you get this description?
From the numerous articles I reviewed for this and for the article.
So you can point to nothing except something you possibly read somewhere during your lifetime.
If you would like me to find the exact location I read it, I would be happy to obtain that, which would take an extended period of time.
We'll move on.
Dr. Goldstein, could you write in the middle of that first paragraph there, starting with typically, you could highlight that? So I believe that says typically 2.54 centimeter braided hemp was used as the ligature with careful placement of the knot behind the mastoid process. Is the mastoid process the same thing as the C2 vertebrae?
It is not. The mastoid process is the bone that extends behind your ear, which is approximately at the level of the second cervical vertebrae if you drew a line across.
So you would agree that the literature you cite references a different place where the ligature would be placed?
It would be the same location, they're just using different anatomical locations.
Okay. Let's turn back to your report. I believe the next sentence after the C2 vertebrae, it says, the weight of the person needs to be taken into consideration to account for the force that would be generated. Usually twice the height of the person is sufficient from an immediate drop. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Could you pull up footnote 5? And is this your Medscape article, Hanging Injuries and Strangulation? Yes. Okay. Could you go to the section labeled Pathophysiology? That's I think it's probably 2. Do you see there under pathophysiology where it says adult?
Yes.
That first sentence says, judicial hangings are characterized by drops from heights that are greater than the victim's height. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So judicial hanging just means a drop of height greater than the victim's height. Is that correct?
At the time I wrote this article, that is what I believe, yes.
Okay. So when your report says usually twice the height of the person is sufficient, that means not all judicial hangings involve using twice the height of the victim, correct?
I am unsure what every state or location uses for their calculations.
You said usually twice the height is sufficient. So does that mean that a drop of twice the height of the victim is sometimes insufficient for the individual to die instantaneously?
Yes.
And in that instance, the individual would be subject to strangulation?
Yes.
Let's turn back to your report. On page 3, in that kind of first paragraph, the fourth full sentence starts with regardless. Do you see that?
Do you want to highlight or put the cursor where you'd like it to look?
With regardless.
I see it, yes.
You wrote, regardless of the cause of unconsciousness, the patient usually becomes unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you cite any article for that proposition?
Yes.
And those are at footnotes 6 and 7, correct?
Yes.
So I could not find anywhere in footnotes 6 and 7 10 to 20 seconds. And I'm happy to pull them up on the screen here if you want to review them. And I can't, I wanted to ask you about that specifically. I couldn't find where that is. If we pulled it up, would you be able to find in those articles where it says 10 to 20 seconds?
If you would like me to try to read it through right now, I'd be happy to. I am unsure if I would be able to find it right now.
Can you pull them up?
Yeah. Could you first start with footnote 6?
We're going to go off the record and take a 10-minute break. Okay. While he's reading this material.
Okay.
Do you want to be able to give me control to go through the article?
Would you be able to access it on your end? Is that an article that you maybe have and could pull up? What was that? Or I know that you all handed that to us. If you wanted to send it to him so he could review it. So, I'm sorry, so it says particularly as loss of consciousness has been reported to occur as early as 15 seconds after suspension.
Yes.
Let me reiterate what you wrote in your report. Regardless the cause of unconsciousness, the patient usually becomes unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. So you said usually becomes unconscious, and the article there says loss of consciousness has been reported as early as 15 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to your description of lethal injection.
Can I clarify previous statement?
I'm sorry, they worked on the sound system pretty much, but I'm getting a lot of feedback up here. Are y'all getting feedback?
No.
You can hear clearly?
Yes.
Maybe it's just me. What did he just say?
He said, could he clarify a previous statement?
Sure.
I believe, Your Honor, you asked where I got my information about hanging and height, and in my review looking for the time situation of 15 seconds. The article number 7, Strangulation Review of Ligature, Manuals, and Postural Neck Compression Injuries, seems to have a lot of the information, which is most likely where I obtained it from.
Dr. Goldstein, just to understand what you've said, are you saying you've received most of your information about judicial hanging generally from that article, or the 10 to 20 second claim?
Sorry, no, this is previously talking about the height that is needed for judicial hangings. Unrelated to the time it would take to be unconscious. Separate.
Now, Doctor, I want some clarification. You said in unconsciousness, which can occur about 10 to 20 seconds in one phrase, and the next phrase becomes unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then at the end of your report, you said will produce unconsciousness in about 30 seconds. And I'm just trying to figure out what your testimony really is and what you're basing it on, what your science is that you're basing this on. And the one thing that you cited is it can occur as early as 16 seconds. What I'm hearing is you don't really know.
So I believe the literature also doesn't know 100%, and that's why I was using a spectrum of time.
I'm sorry, I'm getting this tremendous feedback up here.
No, we can hear over here. I'm not sure.
Say that again, sir.
So I think also the literature is unsure because everyone's anatomy and ability to maintain oxygenation is different. That's why there is a spectrum, and that's why I gave a value range and not an exact number.
But, okay, so where did you get the value range? I mean, we all want to know if you're just pulling this out of thin air.
I am not. Like I said, the article that was up recently about the bilateral arterial thrombus says 15 seconds for them. I also believe that's also the general understanding, especially when you deal with trauma, to understand that for me at least, I believe it takes 10 to 30 seconds, and here's literature showing 15 seconds, which is in the middle.
The literature shows as soon as 16 seconds. The literature doesn't give a range. It doesn't say that it can't be 5 minutes. As soon as 16 seconds means the earliest onset. It doesn't give how long the outside limit is. But you're giving us that outside limit with no citation to any authority.
I believe as a physician, my understanding of the mechanism of oxygenation and how long the brain can manage without proper nutrition and blood flow is my expertise. I don't know if I can get to an exact bibliography on that. Based on my education and experience, yes.
And we've already established you have no education and no experience with judicial pain.
Correct. I have education and experience in the human body.
Move on.
Thank you, Dr. Goldstein. Turning back to your report, in that first paragraph under lethal injection, after footnotes 8 and 9 there, you begin the sentence with the quote, "Once the medication is given intravenously, it can take upwards of 1 minute to produce unresponsiveness." And this is, I think, referring to pentobarbital. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Do I understand your previous testimony to be that you don't have any particular expertise in pentobarbital, though?
No, I have not used pentobarbital.
So you've never administered a large amount of pentobarbital?
No.
And do you have any experience observing how long it takes for pentobarbital to render someone unconscious?
No.
Following up in that sentence, you go on to say, with the current state of knowledge, there is uncertainty if the prisoner is unconscious during this time or just unresponsive and aware. Did I read that right?
Yes.
I'm a little confused by that phrasing, with the current state of knowledge. Is it your medical opinion that a large dose of pentobarbital would not render an individual unconscious?
So that paragraph of the number 22 also is where I got that information from, stating that they're unsure if the person is unconscious and still aware of their surroundings, or unconscious and unaware.
And just to repeat, though, you have no experience with pentobarbital?
No.
And that citation, is that to a DOJ report?
Yes.
Are you aware that the DOJ has since rescinded and replaced that report?
No.
Besides that report, do you have any reason to believe that giving an individual 5 grams of pentobarbital would not render them unconscious?
I have no personal experience with pentobarbital.
Just for clarification purposes, the sentence actually says, once the medication is given intravenously, it take upwards of 1 minute to produce unresponsiveness. Unresponsiveness is not necessarily the same thing as unconsciousness. Unresponsiveness is not necessarily the same thing as the inability to feel pain, which is the critical question of the Eighth Amendment. And I'm not sure what upwards means. Does that mean that's the outer limit, or may they become, I guess the question is the inability to feel pain. Can you give me a clarify?
Dr. Goldstein, when you say unconscious versus unresponsive, is it your opinion, is it your medical opinion that pentobarbital would not render someone insensate to pain?
I can't answer yes or no without elaborating and speculating.
So you don't have a medical opinion on that fact?
Without speculation, I can't, because there's variables.
So your reliance upon this upwards to 1 minute is not based upon your knowledge. It's a report from the DOJ, and in that report they use the word unresponsive. They don't use the word insensate. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Moving on still under the lethal injection heading, in paragraph 2, sentence 3, beginning with peripheral IV access. You say peripheral IV access can be difficult to obtain for a variety of reasons. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified a little bit about what can make that more difficult. Is that right?
Yes.
In your practice, are there some some folks who are better at setting IV lines than others?
Yes,
What makes them better?
their training, their expertise, their practice, and experience.
How much experience would you say is you would feel confident that someone has the expertise to set IV lines?
Once again, I know this is not what the court likes to hear, but it is variable based on the expectation of the type of access one needs, location, and history of the patient.
Is there someone in your practice that, I mean, is, you know, kind of the best at setting IV lines?
So the people that have the most experience, usually nurses that have been doing their job for an extended period of time, are usually the ones that are the best at obtaining IV access.
And those nurses that are best at achieving IV access, that in your experience, how long have they been doing it?
10 to 15 years?
So decades.
Yes.
Let's go on to the next page, page 4, in the comparative analysis section. That first sentence says, hanging involves substantial variability in outcome depending on the mechanics of the procedure. The variability is based on body habitus, weight, drop length, technique. Any variation of any of those can lead to strangulation instead of hanging. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So you agree that hanging can cause death by different means?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that death by strangulation would be more painful than death through an immediate broken neck?
Yes.
On page 5, that next page, when it says specific to this case, the first sentence says, Ms. Pike is known to have difficult IV access. As has been noted in the medical records, they've used 23 gauge to access her veins for blood work. And then you go on, you provide some citations there, and you say this gauge is quite small for an adult and leads me to believe that Ms. Pike has difficult IV access. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So are you basing your fact that Ms. Pike will have difficult IV access solely on the fact that she gets blood draws with a 23 gauge needle?
Yes.
Have you reviewed Ms. Pike's medical records?
Yes.
Were there any instances in which you found that they had difficulty performing a blood draw?
No.
Did you ever see any notation that they needed to have multiple attempts to get a blood draw?
No.
Did you ever see if there were any notations that they had trouble getting a blood draw with a larger needle?
Not to my recollection.
Did you see any instance where medical staff could not establish an IV line?
Not to my recollection.
In that same paragraph on the third sentence, you said it, quote, seems highly unlikely that the IV staff would be able to find 2 suitable veins. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you saying that it's unlikely for anyone to be able to set IVs in Ms. Pike?
No.
Who would be able to set IV lines in Ms. Pike?
Like we alluded to earlier, it would be people with extensive experience.
In that same actually, scratch that question. Let's go to your final medical opinion, your expert medical opinion from pages 5 and 6. I've pulled a couple of quotes here, and I'd like to run them by you. Just let me know if you think I'm reading them incorrectly here. The second paragraph, sentence 1, both hanging and lethal injection are suitable options for capital punishment. Did I read that right?
Except Yes, the word, it's option, not options, but yes.
Thank you for catching that. The next sentence, they both carry risks of unintended complications that may result in prolonged dying and potential suffering if done incorrectly. Did I read that right?
Yes.
On that next page, the second paragraph in the first sentence, it's my independent professional opinion that hanging is a viable, possibly quicker and less cruel method of execution. Did I read that right?
Yes.
I'd like to talk a little bit about this botched statistic that you include in your report. You say that the botched rate, and this is at the very bottom of that, or I guess was the second to last sentence, the third last sentence of that same paragraph. The overall botch rate for capital punishment is 3.15%, lethal injection is 7.2%, and hanging is 3.12%. Can I ask you why the phrase botched is in quotes?
I was unsure if that is a colloquial term or a term that is used in the industry as a normal statement of a problem with lethal injection.
Have you done any independent study on the botch rates of different methods of execution?
No.
So when you provide that statistic of what the botch rate is for certain methods of execution, is that just based off of the books in footnote 21?
That is correct, yes.
So we weren't given access to those books weren't provided to us exactly, and so I wasn't able to look at what it was that botch rate refers to. So could you explain what that book means when it says a botch rate of 7%? What exactly is it considering to be botched?
If I remember correctly, and there may be some inconsistencies, but if I remember correctly, there is the botch rate of the failure to lead to death within the expectation of the mechanism of action. The example, the botch rate for firing squad is 0%, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the numbers offhand. So the inability to cause death within the expected time frames.
So if the execution takes slightly longer, that's what it considers to be a botched execution?
I am unsure of the specific.
So there might not even be additional pain or suffering in that botched rate. It's just based off the time.
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed the specific executions that the author uses when it's counting up what it considers to be botched to see what happened in those executions?
I did not look at every one, no.
Did you look at any of them?
No.
Turning to your testimony regarding the ALS, BLS, which is Tennessee's emergency, for lack of a better word, what folks use that are trained in emergency medicine. Do you know if any members of the IV staff are EMTs?
Based on the review of the lethal injection protocol, they are listed with the other providers.
So I understand you've read the protocol and that's one of the names. I'm asking whether you have any knowledge of whether the actual members of the IV team are EMTs.
No.
I believe you testified that one of the risks of IV access is extravasation. I hope I'm saying that right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that also one of the risks of a central line?
Extremely less likely. Can I elaborate?
Yes, please feel free.
Extravasation is usually due to smaller, weaker veins that don't have the integrity to hold the solution, whatever it is, in the venous system. With a central line, it's a larger vessel with a larger wall, and the chance of extravasation from central line, I don't know the number, but it has to be infinitesimally small. In my recollection, in my personal experience, I have not seen extravasation from a central line that was properly placed.
You mentioned some of the equipment used to build gallows. Have you ever built a gallows?
No.
Have you ever been consulted by a state agency seeking to begin a hanging method of execution on how to build a gallows?
No.
What are you basing the information on what equipment is needed to build a gallows off of?
An article review, which I do not reference, and basic knowledge.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Foltz.
No questions. I have a couple of questions. Talk about your watch rate. I understand that you treated somewhere between 20 and 30 cases involving hanging in your career.
Approximately, yes.
What was the watch rate for those?
I guess I would have to say 100% if they made it to the emergency department with a pulse.
And what kind of injuries did your patients have in those that were watched?
They vary, and if I recollect correctly, anywhere from carotid artery injuries to tracheal fractures to hematomas, muscle injury, anoxic brain injury.
Did any of your patients in those 20 or 30 cases ultimately die from their injuries?
Probably yes. After I evaluate them, if they're stable enough, they go to an intensive care unit where I do not follow them. But I am confident that a small number of them did go on to become deceased.
And in your report, I think counsel asked you about your watch rate article. What was the name of that book that you got this watch rate from?
It was by Austin Sarrett, Gruesome Spectacles, Botched Execution in America's Death Penalty.
And watch doesn't sound like a medical term. Is that a medical term?
It is not. That is why I quoted it, because I was unsure of how it is used.
And do you know who Dr. Surratt is?
I do not.
Do you even know if he's a physician?
I do not.
A historian?
I am unsure with
A lawyer?
their specialties.
Do you know what his, I don't know the science word, but the number of people, the number of executions he looked at?
I do not know.
Do you know the time frame over which he looked at these executions?
I do not remember offhand.
Do you know how many of them were different forms of punishment? Electric chair, hanging, lethal injection?
Yes, and I believe it was one more additional one of
I can't
fire
remember,
still.
but do you know the breakdown?
I don't remember offhand.
Do you know when the last person who was executed by judicial hanging in the United States, when that occurred?
Decades ago, I do not know the exact date.
So whatever his study, the judicial hangings, they could be from 300 years ago, as far as you know. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you have no idea about what this author's credentials are or methodology in determining these statistics are. Is that correct?
Yes.
They just support your conclusion.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you know how many people have been executed by judicial hanging in the United States since Furman versus Georgia, Gregg versus Georgia, sorry?
No.
Do you know that Tennessee did away with hanging in 1913?
I knew they did away with it, I did not know the year.
Do you know how many states in the United States authorize hanging as a form of capital punishment?
I believe it's close to 0.
Say, I couldn't hear you.
I believe it is in the single digits, if not 0. I am not sure.
So you're an expert in judicial hanging, but you don't know when, how many hangings have occurred in the last 40 years.
I believe I am an expert when it comes to the medical aspect of how hanging affects the human body.
Are you an expert on the statistics that he provided before and considered?
No, I am not a statistical expert.
All right. I don't have any more questions. Are we done with him? Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I had one more question. I'm sorry, can he come back? We'll get him back. I had one more question for him. Never mind. I don't need it.
working for him? You are.
Yeah.
Let's see what Daniel says.
I'm assuming this is my story to Friday regardless. I don't have to worry about interference and things.
I don't know if this will be going on Friday.
Oh.
We may be done after.
Thanks, Cam.
Oh, so we can, well, yeah, okay, it's just backwards, cool.
Same with Andy. That's the way initially it started right there.
It's a little more intuitive that way.
Well, they were working on the system and they were working on mine, I think they probably bumped it around.
Yeah.
Where it, well, when they reset the system, it defaulted to that.
Okay.
take 10 to 12 seconds, yeah.
session. Can you hear us now, Dr. Kelly?
I can. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
I think they're ready to go. Would you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth?
I do.
You were waiting for the rest of it, weren't you?
I was.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name for the record and spell the same?
Certainly, it's Karen L. Kelly, Kelly.
We're going to show you a document on the screen. Can you see the document?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is this document?
This is basically what we call a curriculum vitae, which in academic medicine just means a resume, and it's of myself.
And did you attach a copy of your CV as part of your declaration in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I would like to admit the CV of Dr. Kelly as an exhibit. Dr. Kelly, could you describe your educational background for the court?
Certainly. So I did my medical training at the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. I got my degree in medicine in 1987. I then went into a general surgery internship, which I did for 1 year, treating patients. I then transferred into pathology, which is the study of disease processes in the body. I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology there. I also did a fellowship training program in forensic pathology at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office during my residency training. After that, I did cardiovascular pathology, which has nothing to do with this, but after my forensic training, I have been practicing forensic pathology for approximately 30 years.
And are you board certified?
Yes, I am. I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Could you explain what anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology encompasses?
Certainly. So pathology, as I said just a minute ago, is basically the study of disease processes in the body. So there's two different types of general pathology. One is anatomic and the other is clinical. Anatomic pathology is typically looking at histology or tissues under the microscope, as well as doing autopsies to determine how a disease process is affecting the body. So there's two different types of anatomic pathology, and one is surgical pathology, where pathologists get specimens from the operating room. They look at it under the microscope, to try and determine if it's benign or if it's a malignancy. Autopsy pathology is actually doing an autopsy on a decedent to determine multiple things, such as what caused their death. Often they're done to determine if cancer treatments are being successful or not. Now a subset, let me do clinical pathology. Clinical pathology is actually the pathologists run the labs, the toxicology lab, the clinical microbiology lab, all the hematology lab. All the labs are directed by a pathologist. Now, a subspecialty of anatomic pathology is forensic pathology. And in forensic pathology, what we do, it's our job to determine cause and manner of death. Usually the autopsies that we perform as forensic pathologists are those of non-natural deaths. Typically, let's say car accidents, hangings, gunshot wounds, all those things. We're trained to identify and recognize entrance wounds, exit wounds, all those different types of non-natural deaths. Now, we will do natural deaths on a person who has died suddenly and unexpectedly if they have no medical history and they're relatively young. We can often find a cause for their sudden death. So those are the two types of clinical, or excuse me, of pathology, and then forensics is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology.
And in your time as a forensic pathologist, how many autopsies could you estimate that you've performed?
It's difficult to keep track, and I would estimate it's between, I would say approximately 7,000 in 30 years.
And approximately how many of those autopsies involved death by hanging?
Again, it's difficult to keep track, but we do frequently have hanging suicides, sometimes several a month. So I would estimate that I've done probably hundreds, in the mid to high hundreds.
And just to be clear, are you familiar with how deaths occur in death by hanging?
Yes, I am.
And have you ever testified as an expert prior to this case?
Frequently, yes, especially as a medical examiner of prior to my retirement, I retired in January 2025. I was a tenured associate professor at East Carolina University, and our office covered 28 counties in eastern North Carolina. And so I frequently testify in homicide cases, and I've testified as a medical legal expert in other cases.
To your knowledge, have you ever been excluded as an expert before?
I have not, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, we would tender Dr. Kelly as an expert in the fields of forensic pathology and mechanics of death by hanging.
Yes. Just one question. Dr. Kelly, have you ever, in your experience as a forensic pathologist, have you ever conducted an autopsy on someone who has died by judicial hanging as opposed to either suicide or accidental?
I have not.
Thank you.
Any objection to her testifying?
No, Your Honor.
I'll allow her to testify as a forensic pathologist. And as a mechanic, and I'll give the same qualification I gave with regard to the last expert. Kind of difficult to have an expert in this country on an archaic form of punishment that's been out of existence for more than 100 years. But both sides have offered these people to try to give me information that's helpful, and I'm going to take that information and give it the weight that it's entitled to under the circumstances. While both experts are highly qualified in their individual fields, kind of hard to be an expert in this one, but you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Kelly, can you briefly describe the mechanism of hanging?
If we're talking about suicidal hanging, that typically is due to what we call asphyxia, which is not actually oxygen exclusion, but what happens in these cases is that and in my report I list the amount of weight required to collapse structures, such as the the jugular veins are on the outer side of the neck, and they collapse very quickly under about 4 pounds of weight. So the blood from the arteries, which are the carotid arteries, continue to put blood into the brain, but the blood can no longer exit the brain because the veins which carry the blood back to the heart are now occluded. So it is most likely that there is brain ischemia because the brain is no longer able to get oxygen into the brain because there is no way for the deoxygenated blood to leave the brain. So we do have brain asphyxia, and that is the basic mechanism of their death.
And when brain asphyxia occurs, how long do you think, based on your findings in autopsies, it would take for an individual to die by hanging?
Okay, so there's death and then there's unconsciousness, which are two different things. The mechanism that occurs, because it causes the brain to become ischemic, it occurs, unconsciousness occurs quite quickly, I would say under a minute. However, the heart can continue to beat for some period of time. Even though the brain is ischemic, the heart can continue to beat for minutes. So the person is not dead, but they may be unconscious.
What are the usual findings in an autopsy on someone who has died by hanging?
Typically, in a suicidal hanging, there may be no findings internally. We do have external findings, which is what we call the furrow from the rope, or whatever ligature that they use. We see often belts or dog leashes, all kinds of different things. We will see an outside mark from the hat. We will see that it's usually above what we call the thyroid cartilage, which is the Adam's apple. And internally, when we get inside, typically there may be a small amount of hemorrhage in the surrounding muscles, but usually there's nothing, no significant trauma to the neck structures, which is why we know the mechanism is not from fracture or from collapse of the trachea. It's basically, again, the cerebral ischemia.
Based on your review, what's the difference between the anatomic findings in a judicial hanging and a suicidal hanging?
So the, as was already stated by the judge, that the judicial hangings are difficult to be an expert on because it doesn't happen very often. There were two hangings in Washington State that were judicial hangings in 1993, I believe it was, and 94. And at those two prisoners were actually autopsied. They did CT scans, they did magnetic resonance imaging, they did angiography, which is studying the blood vessels in the neck. They did very thorough studies, and then they did full autopsies to try and confirm the damage that occurred to the prisoners from the judicial hanging. What's interesting is they were handled basically the same, and the two prisoners had very different results. The first prisoner, let me just find my thing. The first prisoner, the second prisoner,
Dr.
go back
Kelly,
to that.
would it be helpful to
Yes.
refer to your declaration that you submitted in this case?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would like to admit her declaration as an exhibit.
No, we'll mark that as Exhibit 28.
So it would be right before the summary.
CV attached. You previously-
This,
Did you mark her CV already?
We did, Your Honor. It was a separate exhibit. That may have been a mistake on my part.
All right, so let's take that out and just mark her report, or I'm sorry, her declaration as Exhibit 28.
so when they, may I continue? Is that okay?
Madam Court Reporter, you okay to continue?
Yes.
Thank you. So they did multiple medical studies as well as a complete autopsy on both of these prisoners. And again, they were hung under the same circumstances, but they had very different autopsy results. The first prisoner he did not have transection of the spinal cord. He did have some misalignment of his cervical vertebrae, but the biggest thing that he had was what's called vertebral artery lacerations. The vertebral arteries are they're arteries in the back of our spine that actually feed the back part of the brain. And these are known to cause immediate death if they're torn. We often see them when people undergo bar fights and someone gets hit underneath the chin and hyperextends their neck. Those people will immediately collapse and be unconscious and unresponsive immediately. So the first prisoner had vertebral artery lacerations, which then causes blood to go onto the brain surface, which is causing immediate death. Now, the second judicial hanging in Washington State did actually have a complete transection of the spinal cord between the second and third cervical vertebrae. He also did have, I believe, vertebral artery injuries, but they were not as severe as the first prisoner. So the point being is that they had two similar hangings, but they had very different outcomes, other than both of them died very quickly.
And when you say that these two prisoners had similar hangings, are there different types of hanging?
There are different types of hangings. There's what they call short drop, which the prisoners are basically, they can be on their knees and have a rope around them, the neck, and then they're pushed forward. Or they can drop from a short distance rather than a very, a longer drop. I'm looking for my things here. So there's a short drop, there's a standard drop, there's a long drop, and each one will produce different outcomes. So the short drop, again, is been used in the Middle East quite a bit, where they actually, it's similar to a suicidal hanging where they basically strangle instead of have any injuries to their neck. The standard drop, they usually use the same amount of drop, which is 4 to 6 feet, which is very different than when you use the long drop, which uses a calculation of the body size, body weight, and all those other things. Typically, the long drop is the one that will cause the most significant injuries to the neck and the spinal cord.
Do you know which type of hanging was used on the two Washington prisoners that you referenced?
They were both long drops. They used the calculations that are in the literature and used a long drop.
And would you consider both of those hangings to be successful, as in not botched?
Yes, with basically instantaneous death, yes.
And based on your review of the literature associated with judicial hanging, what are the risks of a botched hanging?
Basically, from the literature that I read, it would be that if there was not successful damage to the spinal cord or the vertebral arteries, basically the prisoner would undergo strangulation. which is in and of itself it would seem to be more painful to me. But again, unconsciousness occurs quickly. But some people document that people, dance, quote, dance on the rope while they're hanging and they're strangling. So I think that would be more of a significant, painful and anxious way to die.
And based upon your review of the literature, what is required for a successful judicial hanging?
I think the prior person was mentioning the things that are required. One of the requirements, again, is a gallows, which not many states have available. The one, from my reading, the one in Washington State was actually made out of some sort of metal, and it has to have a trap door or a drop door so that the person can fall through the drop. You have to have the right kind of ligature or rope, and it has to be so that it's not stretchy. Otherwise, the person can bounce when they drop instead of just go down. And you have to have an executioner who is trained and aware of how to do these hangings successfully. Some of the literature from the older times of executioners that were often hanging people, they trained one another and they each had their own method of hanging. And so there were significant differences in how people were hung and different findings in the later examined autopsy material. So I think that, having an executioner that's trained in this method is really crucial in order to be successful.
So would you agree that without proper gallows, ligature, and appropriately trained personnel, the likelihood of pain is high?
I would say it's more likely than not, yeah.
And in your opinion, and based on your experience in conducting autopsies on those who have died by hanging, is it your opinion, or let me rephrase that. Would you say that the risk of unsuccessful hanging is high?
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. Can you repeat that?
I guess it's similar to the last question I asked. If someone were to attempt a hanging, whether suicidal or judicial, that did not know what they were doing, is it your opinion that the risk of pain would be high?
Yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Kelly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hanging, if done properly, can cause instantaneous death, can it not?
A judicial hanging can, yes, if it's done correctly.
And from your findings and your analysis of the hangings in Washington State, did both of those judicial hangings, they caused instantaneous death? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you cited an article about suicidal hanging, and I'm going to say the name wrong probably, Sauvageau, and it's your number 2 reference, agonal sequences in a film Suicide. And what was the time it took for that person to become unconscious in their hanging, in their suicidal hanging? Do you recall?
Let me look that up quickly. Here it is. It was very quick, I believe. I'm looking right now. let's see, and this was taped, so it's,
It was actually a
it's
fascinating article.
I'm sorry?
I said, to me, it was a
Yes,
fascinating article that someone taped their own hanging.
it's correct. And it's, agonal sequences were the following: apparent loss of consciousness in 13 seconds. Then he began to convulse. Then he started to have what we call decortication rigidity and decerebration rigidity for approximately 21 and 46 seconds. And loss of final muscle tone at 1 minute 38 seconds.
But the critical fact I was wanting to bring out is he lost consciousness in 13 seconds.
That's correct.
And you say in your report that hanging has been around for centuries. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
And what were the dates again of the Washington hangings, which seem to be the last judicial hangings in the United States?
Well, the first one was in 1993, and I believe the second one was in 1994, and there was one subsequent hanging in Delaware in 1996.
And do you have any information about that hanging, whether it was instantaneous death or not?
I do not.
And you described the materials that would be necessary to construct an apparatus for hanging, based on your knowledge of what happened in Washington State?
Correct.
Those materials would be readily available, is that correct? For purchase by state officials?
I don't know that. I would assume they are, but I don't know their accessibility.
Are pharmaceuticals for lethal injection readily obtainable if she knows whether states are able to purchase pharmaceuticals for judicial lethal injections?
I'm not sure what the relevance of that is.
The question of readily available methods? I'm trying to establish that hanging might actually be more readily available than lethal injection.
I can speak to that, if that's okay.
I'll let you answer.
Okay, yes.
It's my understanding some states are having difficulty getting pharmaceuticals for lethal injection, such as Alabama and Louisiana. And so they are not available to all states, I will say.
And is that because most manufacturers disallow sales to states for lethal injection? Do you know?
I'll sustain it.
Okay.
It's my understanding, yes, that's correct.
Ma'am, you don't have to answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But we thank you anyway.
And hanging was the primary means of the death penalty in Britain until the 1960s. You wrote that in your report, is that correct?
Yes, sir, when they made death penalty no longer have the death penalty.
And you you testified that without properly trained personnel, there was a higher chance of botch. Is that correct?
Well, there would be a higher chance of strangulation rather than necessarily able to do the... they would be more likely to have a strangulation death than a quick instantaneous death by damage to the neck structures.
And on a strangulation, loss of consciousness could occur, at least according to the article you cited, as early as 13 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you agree that without properly trained personnel, almost any method of execution could be botched?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So with properly trained personnel on a hanging, with properly trained personnel to conduct a judicial hanging, would you believe that a botch is likely?
I would assume not if the person is, excuse me, if the person's appropriately trained and all the equipment is appropriate, I would assume that it would be successful.
And the records of how Washington State conducted its gallows and records about how the British conducted hangings up until the 1960s, would you assume that those records are available for any state to implement?
I don't know the answer to that, but if they have a written protocol, they certainly might be.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, Doctor. You wrote your report a history. Of course, I guess you had to get that from somewhere. Where did you get your history that you related your report?
Again, I got the history from most of the articles that are listed in my references.
And you mentioned in your testimony that there were calculations in the literature. Can you elaborate?
That's correct.
Can you elaborate on what that means?
So the executioners were able to calculate that they needed a certain amount of force, and I think it was 1,260 foot-pounds, because this was basically done during the British era, before we used force of newtons. And so they would actually calculate by the height of the person how high they needed to raise, or what distance they needed to drop the person from in order to get that amount of force against the neck. There are more current tables that were used for the Washington hangings that I believe are more based on height and weight and the body's habitus. And I believe those, they may be quoted in those articles from the Washington State hangings.
So I think our last expert said there were several, numerous types of tables out there. How long have these tables been in existence?
I would say since, from what I read, again, it was in the 1800s in Britain that they were developing, the executioners were actually trying to cause less pain and suffering to the people that were hung. And so that's why I said to perfect judicial hanging, they modified the length of the drop, the form and type of literature, thickness of the rope, and the position of the knot. And that was prior to 1964. So I believe it was in the 1800s that they were trying to actually make it more successful.
So these tables have been around for a long time in some form or another.
Yes, sir.
And do you have any way to calculate an error rate when using these tables?
I do not. That I think would have to be done by either an executioner who's experienced with it, or someone who would know more of a statistics analysis than myself.
So what happens if you use more force than is necessary?
Well, there are, and in my report I note that if you use more force than necessary, you can decapitate the person. And that's been cited in the literature several times, where they were decapitated.
Is there an effort to avoid decapitation?
Oh, definitely, and that's why when I was listening to Dr. Goldstein, and The height makes that determination. But if, you know, if the drop is miscalculated, you can have that happen. And so that's why the experience of the executioner is so crucial, because they have to know what will be successful as far as neck injury, but not decapitate the person.
Well, if you decapitated the person, would they lose consciousness sooner?
I think they'd be instantaneously dead. Sorry to laugh, but if you decapitate them, they would be instantaneously dead.
So I'm trying to, in your expertise, you know why the effort is made not to decapitate.
I think primarily for compassion reasons, and families get very upset if their loved one is decapitated. That would be my feeling. It would be more for compassion means and families.
On the other side of the table, if you use too little force, what can the prisoner expect?
Well, then you expect strangulation, which is more of what we see with suicides, again, can lead to unconsciousness very quickly. But if a person's unconscious, I don't know what their pain perception is at that point. I don't think anyone knows. So if there's not significant force to damage the neck, they will basically strangulate.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have. The others, based upon what
I have one follow-up question.
Okay, sure. Whenever I ask questions, I understand it might jar either side to think of something that they forgot to answer, ask. Go ahead.
Dr. Kelly, have you ever conducted an autopsy where the cause of death was drowning?
Was drowning?
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
What's the difference between death by drowning and death by strangulation? Or are they similar?
Well, death by drowning basically is you are inhaling water from a source. Let's say you're in a pond or a lake or whatever. It would be, so with death by drowning, your lungs fill with water. So you are no longer able to oxygenate air because you don't have any air and you have water in your lungs. You, again, would get cerebral edema and cerebral ischemia, or lack of oxygen to the brain, but it takes longer. Often there's a struggle. The person often struggles to either find the surface or to get out. I think ultimately, I don't know if there have been any studies about unconsciousness and drowning. I did not look into that. So I don't know how quickly they would become unconscious.
No further questions.
No comment.
All right, we're good with you, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You great, or?
Are the states ready to call Dr. Joseph Antonini?
Do a 5-minute restroom break. So,
5-minute break.
5 minutes, yeah, that's fine.
John, would it be okay for my 6 o'clock take to be that house? Go extra screen and quickly dive on him.
Yeah, you can if you want. You just have to point out that the odds of being of that being carried out in Tennessee are extremely low. Since it's been since 1913, since the state. But you certainly can point that out.
Okay.
I mean, it's a weird enough thing to
Yeah,
say.
'cause-
We kind of took an interesting turn today with a lot of discussions about gaming and whether it's effective
I went to Berkeley for my undergraduate degree, and I graduated in 1980, and then I went to medical school at the University of Southern California and finished there with my MD in 1984. I then trained in anesthesiology at UC Davis in Sacramento, and I graduated from UC Davis, from that program from residency in 1987. As far as other education is concerned, I also did get an MBA from Sac State in 2010. So that's my educational background.
And could you describe your clinical career for the court?
Yes, so once I finished my anesthesiology residency, I went out into private practice in the Sacramento area, where I basically did all my own cases. I did that for a little bit over 4 years, and then I returned to UC Davis to go on to the faculty there. And when I was there for the remainder of my career at UC Davis, I was a clinician doing clinical work. I did research related to anesthetic mechanisms. I then also did administrative work and teaching. I became a tenured professor in anesthesiology and pain medicine. And I also had I was a professor of neurobiology, physiology, and behavior at UC Davis. I retired from UC Davis in 2016, and now I do clinical research. I also do basic science research, where I work for a clinical pharmaceutical company that's we're trying to develop new anesthetics.
Thank you. Just to make sure the court heard it, what were your clinical specialties?
Anesthesiology. So I took care of patients in the operating room and before surgery, during surgery, and after surgery, and I provided anesthetics to these patients. And I managed a lot of very ill patients because UC Davis is a level 1 trauma center and has it's a referral center to the Northern California area, so there are a lot of very sick patients that come through there. So I took care of a lot of very ill patients. My focus primarily was in what we call neuroanesthesia, which is basically providing anesthesia for people who are having neurosurgical procedures. So this includes people with brain tumors, aneurysms, vascular abnormalities in the brain, spinal surgery, things of that nature. But I did a lot of clinical work in other types of surgery as well.
Now, in your clinical experience, did you have experience achieving vascular access?
Yes, a lot, thousands of patients in terms of IV access, a lot of central lines, things of that nature. And so you can't really be an anesthesiologist without having to do that kind of stuff.
And did you ever care for patients that had a condition called thrombocytosis?
Occasionally, patients would have blood disorders, including elevated platelets and thrombocytosis. So yes, that was, has been already explained to the court earlier. It's not a really very common disorder, but certainly I would have seen, I saw patients like that at UC Davis for operations and surgeries.
And did you administer anesthesia to patients like that?
Yes.
And do you have experience reviewing lab results?
Yes. So obviously as an anesthesiologist, patients often will get laboratory tests done before surgery. During surgery, we get a lot of lab tests, especially somebody who's very critically ill during surgery. We're getting blood tests all the time to look at different issues in terms of their blood count, things like that. That carries through into the post-operative period as well, where we're looking at labs for patients to see how things are going. And in my current role in clinical research, I also, patients who, these are subjects coming in for some of these studies, and we have to get labs for them, usually chemistry panel and then a blood count. And included in that, of course, would be a platelet count. So I have to make clinical decisions about what's going on with their laboratory values to see if there's any problems going on with the study. So I review those on a weekly basis, if not more often.
Thank you. Now, you issued a declaration in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And did that declaration have a copy of your CV attached?
Yes.
Can we put that up on the screen to show Dr. Antoni? I'll also ask you, do you have a copy of that declaration CV that you can refer to?
Yes, I have it up on my computer.
May I approach you on? Are we in 29 in terms of the exhibit count? 29. I'd like to move Dr. Antoni's report and CV, so exhibit 29. Now, does your CV include a bibliography of your published writings?
Yes.
Roughly how many publications have you authored?
All told, with basically my scientific publications, editorials, abstracts, letters to the editor, etc., I think it's over 200 now.
And have you testified as a medical expert before this case?
Yes, in previous cases I have, yes.
Roughly how many times have you testified as a medical expert?
Well, actual testimony, maybe 20 times, I'm guessing. That's sort of a ballpark at this point. I've had depositions as well. That's not part of my testimony count. I probably had maybe 10 depositions, and then also about 20 court appearances is my guess.
Sure. And have you testified in other cases regarding lethal injection?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have you ever been excluded as an expert before?
I have not been excluded. There have been some issues, or not issues, there are topics that I was not allowed to testify on because I had not included my opinion, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but I didn't include it in the report. And basically, the court said, because I hadn't mentioned it in the report, then I wasn't allowed to offer opinion on that. I don't remember exactly what that was. I think that happened once.
Okay. But has any court ever found that your education, training, and experience was insufficient to qualify you as an expert?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender Dr. Antoni as an expert in the fields of general medicine and anesthesiology. So, Dr. Antoni, did you review your declaration before you testified today?
Yes, I did review it.
Is everything in that declaration still true and correct today?
Yes.
And are the opinions in your declaration issued to a high degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
And does your declaration list the materials you reviewed in preparing it?
Yes, it does list the materials.
start with your conclusion about loss of consciousness due to the administration of pentobarbital. Now, did you listen to the testimony in this case yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear the court discussing what it viewed as a very important issue in this case?
Yes, I did hear that the issue around essentially when consciousness is lost was important.
Okay, so you're aware that this is an important issue here. So I'm going to ask you some questions about your conclusions relative to the loss of consciousness. Now, can you talk generally about what happens when pentobarbital is administered into a person's body?
Well, pentobarbital is a barbiturate in the class of barbiturates, and it has the property to produce unconsciousness, sedation, and then unconsciousness, and you can actually achieve basically what's called surgical anesthesia with it. That is, you could actually do an operation with pentobarbital. Quite frankly, you could probably do that with any of the barbiturates. But you can certainly do it with zalpental, which is, I think as the court has heard earlier, is essentially equivalent to pentobarbital, essentially for the purpose that we're discussing. So it's sometimes used as a sedative, it can be used as an anesthetic, it can be used as an anticonvulsant to stop seizures, but I would just say that we don't use pentobarbital as a surgical anesthetic because it is just, you'd have to give it so much of it to achieve that point. It would take someone a long time to wake up, and we just have much better drugs these days.
So, do you know how much pentobarbital is administered to a person under Tennessee's lethal injection protocol?
Yes, it's 5 grams or 5,000 milligrams. Those are the equivalent doses.
And understanding, as you just said, that pentobarbital is not used so much clinically these days, is there a dose of pentobarbital that is considered a clinical dose?
Yes, that is about 500 milligrams or 0.5 grams. And that is the dose that could be used to induce anesthesia and to produce unconsciousness. Actually, probably, in some people, it might be even less than that, maybe 300 milligrams approximately. And it depends on the particular patient and the patient's weight. But that's sort of the ballpark range of 300 to 500 milligrams, or 3 to 5 milligrams per kilogram, if you want to use that as a way of determining the dose. But it's going to be in that range to produce or to induce anesthesia, basically, for some procedure.
And again, thinking about this clinical context, would that dose of pentobarbital be administered intravenously?
Yes.
And so again, staying in this clinical ballpark, what happens when a person receives a clinical dose of pentobarbital?
They will become unconscious. Once the dose, say 500 milligrams, actually enters into the subject or the patient, unconsciousness will occur probably or basically within 20 to 30 seconds. There's some variability there, but that's basically the range in which I would expect that to occur. Sometimes it can occur faster, sometimes maybe not 30 seconds, but there are some other factors involved there in terms of how long it takes, in the range of 20 to 30 seconds.
And in your career, have you personally observed pentobarbital administered to patients?
I have. I've given it myself. I haven't given it as an induction drug, but I have given pentobarbital to patients during surgery.
And is your conclusion here that unconsciousness results within 20 to 30 seconds consistent with your clinical experience?
Well, again, I'm going to base my opinion on the use of thiopental, which again is equivalent, because it's even during my era of training and practice, we did not use pentobarbital for induction, but I used thiopental a lot. And again, they're equivalent in terms of their actions. And you give that clinical dose of thiopental, and yes, they become unconscious within 20 to 30 seconds very easily. It's pretty standard, sometimes even faster than that, as I said earlier.
And in your experience, did you ever see someone who would receive that kind of dose of thiopental exhibit any signs of pain?
On a rare, I shouldn't say rare, but some people do have a sensation of burning when thiopental is injected. It's probably on the order of maybe 10%. It's not severe pain, but they do feel burning. The drug that we use now, propofol, actually has a higher rate of that sensation than thiopental. There's ways to try to prevent that, but in general, yeah, it could be painful to inject a drug like thiopental, but usually not. And I just will say that once they become unconscious, then I don't believe that people are going to have any pain. As I said earlier, you can use these barbiturates for surgical anesthesia.
Sure. Now, let's talk about this word consciousness, unconsciousness. When you say unconscious, what do you mean?
I mean, essentially, you can look at it from basically the medical perspective of that a person is no longer responsive to different types of commands or stimuli. They're actually sort of a scale you can use or a method to determine that you could say, open your eyes, you can call out their name, you can shake them, you can actually apply a noxious stimulus where you do what's called a trapezius squeeze, where you squeeze basically right there on the shoulder blade from here there. There are other things that you can do, and these drugs, barbiturates, thiopental and phenobarbital, if given in sufficient doses, can prevent response to all of those. Basically, you don't have any response to any of those. So unconsciousness, in my mind, occurs in that spectrum where you're no longer able to respond to a verbal stimulus, and they're not responding to shaking, and then they won't respond to a noxious stimulus. But it's primarily the inability to respond to the spoken word or shaking or something like that. I would consider that to be someone who's unconscious.
Now, is it your opinion that a person who is unconscious can perceive pain?
My opinion is that someone who's unconscious cannot have the experience of pain. You have to be conscious to have that experience. When we think about pain, it's basically our everyday experience of what pain is. We've all had pain in our life. We stub our toe, we step on something sharp, we put our hand on a hot skillet or whatever it is. We've all had that experience. And that's something that requires consciousness to have that experience. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have some type of physiological response to a stimulus when you're unconscious. Absolutely, you can see people, even brain-dead individuals, can have cardiovascular responses or heart rate increases, blood pressure increases in response to a noxious stimulus. But clearly they can't have the experience of pain in that example I gave because they're brain dead. Likewise, somebody who's deeply anesthetized, in my opinion, cannot have the experience of pain. And quite frankly, even someone who's relatively lightly anesthetized, I don't believe can have the experience of pain.
Now, did you listen to the testimony of Dr. Zivit yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear his comments on the definition of the term unconsciousness?
I did.
And do you agree with his assessment or characterization of what consciousness is?
Quite frankly, I may have to review what his answer was. I have to say that I was a little bit lost, I suppose. I wasn't sure I could even follow him in terms of how he was describing that.
Do you remember him
it was a
using,
little...
do you recall him using the term an altered state?
Yes. Thank you. Yes, I did remember him using that term.
Is that a widely accepted term within the field of anesthesiology to refer to the concept of unconsciousness?
I wouldn't say it's widely used. I think doctors, like any other person, sometimes we use very precise language and sometimes we don't. So there may be physicians out there that use that type of language, but it's in a very, in my opinion, it would be a sort of inexact way. So I don't think it's really something that we would normally use when we are talking about consciousness.
Now, you've answered some questions about a clinical dose of pentobarbital, but as you testified, the lethal injection protocol calls for administration of 5 grams, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a person receives a dose of pentobarbital that exceeds the clinical dose and goes up to 5 grams, what is your opinion as to what happens in that person's body? So,
let me just start with the first half a gram with clinical dose, as I say. As that pentobarbital is being injected, once the first half a gram or 500 milligrams of the pentobarbital in the execution setting goes in, actually enters into the subject or inmate, then, as I said, you're going to have unconsciousness occurring within 20 to 30 seconds. That is enough to also, in many people, to affect their breathing, so they may not breathe as well, or they may not breathe at all from that just clinical dose. But you're continuing to give more and more and more of the pentobarbital. So what's happening now is that the pentobarbital level is really starting to build up in the body and in the brain to produce profound unconsciousness, where even the electrical activity of the brain is profoundly depressed. And you also start to get effects on the cardiovascular system. So you start to see the blood pressure plummeting. You start to see the heart not functioning as well. The breathing is stopped completely, aside from maybe some gasping here and there. That can happen. I'm sure some of us, many of you perhaps, have had to take your animal in or your dog into your vet, and they get the injection for basically to put them down, and sometimes they can have those gasping breaths. So that can happen from the pentobarbital overdose. And as you give more and more of that pentobarbital in the execution setting, you're just getting this down one-way path of cardiovascular collapse. So the blood pressure is virtually zero. The heart's not pumping very much at all, if at all. No breathing, so there's not any oxygen coming in. So the tissues are starting to not get enough oxygen from that, and also because there's not enough blood circulating, there's not enough oxygen getting to the tissues, especially the brain and the heart. And eventually what happens is that the heart will continue to have some electrical activity, but there's no blood pressure, there's no breathing, there's no cardiac blood flow, and then eventually the heart will stop the electrical activity will stop, and then the person's dead.
Now, if we could turn to page 5 of your report, please, if we could put that on the screen. We're looking at paragraph 8, and your conclusion that pentobarbital administered to humans results in unconsciousness in 20 to 30 seconds on average. Can you please explain to the court in as much detail as possible how you arrived at this conclusion?
The 20 to 30 second range. Is that your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So I cited a paper there, Dundee. It's one of several I could have chosen, pretty much the same thing, but this was obviously an early study when thiopental and some of the barbiturates had been out for a while. And in that study, he showed that the onset of unconsciousness occurred in that range. In the higher doses, it actually has occurred sooner. He has a nice figure in his paper showing that these individuals become unconscious pretty quickly. So there's no doubt that the onset of consciousness, of unconsciousness, the onset, is dependent on a few things. One is the speed of injection. That is, if the faster you give the drug, the faster you will get unconsciousness, up to a point. And then the dose. So if you give a high dose quickly, then you're going to see unconsciousness occur more quickly. And the execution study with pentobarbital is exactly that. It's a high dose given relatively quickly. It's given over 2 to 3 minutes, but it's a high dose, so it's on a sort of a per second basis, so it's going in pretty fast.
Now, this paragraph 8 talks about pulmonary edema. We're going to come back to that, but I'd like to go to the next page, page number 6, and look at paragraph 9. And in this paragraph, you cite a study here by an author named Ailman. Can you describe what this study says and what its relationship is to your conclusion?
Yes, so let me first sort of explain how at least I, and I think many others in medicine and science, try to develop come to a conclusion about how things work, basically, or what happens. And we look at both the human studies and we look at animal studies, because there's things you can do in animals that you really can't do in humans. And so these studies that I cited here, the Ailman study, for example, these are horses that are going to be euthanized, and they were given a large dose of pentobarbital. And what the authors did is they looked at how long it took for the electroencephalogram to become silent, and the electroencephalogram, or the EEG, is basically just a monitor of the brain waves, of the electrical activity of the brain. And normally the brain has, if you record electrical activity, there's a lot of up and down to it. With this large dose of pentobarbital, it becomes flat. There's no observable electrical activity from the EEG. So that would be similar to somebody who's in a deep coma. So in this study, they looked at the infusion of pentobarbital and for these horses, and the infusion time was relatively fast, 47 seconds, and the onset of the EEG silence in that study was 53 seconds after the initiation of the infusion. So just to make sure we understand, when is the clock starting? They start the clock essentially when the pentobarbital goes in. On average, it took 47 seconds. There's obviously variability there, but on average, it was 47 seconds. And then on average, 6 seconds after that, or 47 plus 6, 53. 53 seconds after the initiation of the infusion. The EEG was silent. So it didn't really take that long for this drug to act. It was, quite fast. And they became unconscious, the horses did, based on essentially the horses collapsed and fell down because they could no longer support their weight pretty quickly as well. So that study is consistent with what I would expect to happen in an execution setting.
Okay, before I ask you another question, I want to pause for a second because Mr. Keenan has pointed out that there may be an issue with Ms. Pike's video feed. We just want to confirm that she can still hear and see.
No, I'm sorry, there's not an issue with the feed. Ms. Pike is at a medical event, and so she is going to be seen by medical right now, so she has had to leave.
Okay.
And so I don't know if course preference is to continue or to wait until she has to return.
Do we want to pause for it?
We're content to proceed. You're all remind us. Okay, Dr. Anzini. So again, to ask you a few more questions about these studies. So in the ailment study, can you just point out to the court when loss of consciousness occurred in those horses that received the pentobarbital?
If you could turn to maybe page 7 of my report. Okay, I don't recall, it looks like I've moved on to the Buell study. I'd have to look at the ailment study to know for sure whether they actually did note that. I may be thinking about the Buell study in terms of time to collapse. So I'd have to review the ailment study again to make sure about that. But certainly loss of consciousness is going to occur before the EEG silence occurs. So EEG is on average silent at 53 seconds after the initiation of the infusion. So unconsciousness is going to occur seconds before that. By seconds, I mean tens of seconds. So again, in that 20 to 30 second range.
Okay. And just to make sure that we're on the same page here, so these are studies involving horses, you said, correct?
Yes.
And is there any reason for you to believe, based on your training and experience, that pentobarbital would work differently in a human being than it would in a horse?
There would be minimal, if any, important differences. Basically, these barbiturates are going to affect mammals, essentially, pretty consistently. That's not true for all drugs, but for the anesthetic drugs, they have very similar effects in terms of, though not doses necessarily, but in terms of the effects that we see.
Now, were some of the horses in these studies, the ailment and the Buell studies that you cited, were they given other drugs in addition to pentobarbital?
Yes, in some of these studies, other drugs were given. Sometimes they were sedated before, or they were giving other anesthetics.
And does that affect your conclusions as to consciousness based on these studies?
No, because basically in some of these studies, yes, there are different groups. Some of the groups received drugs other than pentobarbital, but in at least 2 of the studies, there were groups that received nothing but pentobarbital. And if you look at the data there in terms of the onset of unconsciousness and things of that nature, there's really not that much of a difference in terms of the timing there. And in fact, some of in one of the studies, the horses that were sedated had longer times than the ones that received only pentobarbital. So my analogy to that is that such a large dose of pentobarbital is being used. It's almost immaterial that the sedatives or other sedatives are being given. And it's like being hit by a large truck versus being hit by a bus or a train. It's a lot of energy you're being hit with. There's a lot more kinetic energy with the train than the truck, but either way, you're going to die. So having that additional amount of sedation and all that, it doesn't really affect the numbers that much.
If we could go back to page 7 of your report, you cite a study by Evans that also has to do with unconsciousness. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this study, you say that unconsciousness occurred within about 14 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
And this was a study in dogs. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that consistent in your mind with the findings from the other 2 studies you cited?
Yes, very consistent.
Now, I want to ask you about a term that you've used a couple of times in discussing these studies, and that's EEG silence, or a flat EEG. So can you explain first what an EEG is?
Yes. So our brains have a lot of neurons, and these neurons are cells, basically, in our brains, and they all talk to each other, essentially. They're all connected to each other. They're not every neuron is connected to every other neuron, but there's a lot of interconnection there. And they communicate, essentially, by electrical signals. So when we are doing our everyday kind of work and thinking and all that, those neurons are firing, they're developing electrical signals, and you can measure that on the scalp. Or like putting electrodes in the brain, things like that. I've done it in humans, I've done it in animals many, many times. And you can measure those electrical signals. And under normal circumstances, when we are awake, there is a certain pattern to that signal that you are measuring. And it's basically a wave. It looks like a wave, essentially, like a wave you might see on the ocean. The difference being, they're similar in the sense that sometimes the waves that come in towards the shore are relatively slow, sometimes they're fast, etc. Same thing here where these signals, these waves that we're measuring, some of them can be fast, some of them can be slow, but we can measure them and we can quantify that. And then when you give a drug like phenobarbital, or if you have deep coma from some type of injury, whatever the case may be, you lose those electrical signals. The brain is basically not working anymore. And eventually it becomes silent. Call it EEG silent. And so there is no activity measured, or you're not measuring the activity, there's none to be measured, and it's just a flat line essentially. And that's, or we say sometimes, EEG silent. So basically you don't hear anything. If you had it hooked up to an audio, you can do that. You can actually, instead of just looking at the squiggly line on the oscilloscope, you can actually put it to a loudspeaker and you can actually hear it. And then when it goes into electrical silence, it's basically silent.
Now, on that topic, if we could go to page 8 of your report and looking at paragraph 14, you use the term brain suppression. Is that the same thing as EEG silence? Is it different? Could you explain that?
So brain suppression, EEG silence would be a subset, basically, of brain suppression. So by that I mean that if you were to take somebody, give them, and you measure their electroencephalogram while they're awake, you can give them thiopental or phenobarbital, and as you give more and more of it, the brain will become depressed. The electrical activity of the EEG will change and show signs of depression. And then finally you get to the point where you can actually get EEG silence. So it's sort of a progression that we can see. It's not just for thiopental and phenobarbital. You can measure this with other anesthetics and see this brain suppression. So it's a pretty common thing to measure and to use as a tool to look at the brain when we are giving anesthetic drugs.
And in this paragraph 14 at the end, you say that EEG silence would be expected to occur within 60 seconds after initiation of pentobarbital infusion. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, is it your opinion that unconsciousness would result before EEG silence?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit more detail your conclusion that EEG silence would result from the dose of pentobarbital and the lethal injection protocol within 60 seconds?
So the study, two studies I cited in that paragraph, the Neuro study and then Hung, they gave essentially what their study was about is that they gave thiopental to the point at which the EEG became silent. They actually used something called burst suppression, where you have periods of silence on the EEG followed by a burst of activity. And that's sort of the step before EEG complete silence or flatline continuously. And they had to infuse it over some time simply because you have to be very careful giving a large dose to humans because you can see the cardiovascular depression, but also they needed to do it for the purposes of their study in terms of trying to determine the blood concentrations needed as well. So there's some issues there why they went slowly. But in any case, that dose is much lower than the dose that was used, for example, in those animal studies I cited. So at the large doses used in the animal studies, the EEG silence occurred very quickly, and I would expect that if a large dose like that was given to a human, I would expect it to occur very quickly as well in that 60-second range. Now, mind you that again, we have to make sure we are all on the same page as to when we are starting the clock. Is the time zero when the drug is actually being injected into the tubing, or is it when the drug actually enters into the person? And I'm saying that once a dose enters into the person, that clinical dose, and then you get beyond it, is when you're going to start to see the EEG silence occurring within that 60-second range. So if I could just clarify that, I think unconsciousness is going to occur within 20 to 30 seconds. You wait another 30 seconds or so, and I would expect the EEG to be silent based on the dose that is contemplated in this protocol.
Thank you. If we could go to page 6, please. Paragraph 9. Your declaration mentions the fact that a couple of these studies were cited in a Supreme Court case called Buckley versus Precise. Is that right?
Yes, I'm not sure. It might have been just one of them. I'm not sure if it was one of the other ones or not, but I think it was this one.
And in that case, did you offer an opinion about the time it would take for unconsciousness to result after pentobarbital enters the body?
I did, yes.
And what was that opinion?
That it would be in this range of 20 to 30 seconds, basically.
And
as I said here, I've been pretty, as far as I can recall, I've been pretty consistent about my opinion on this.
And to your knowledge, did the Supreme Court cite to your opinion in that opinion of Buckley?
Yes, they did. They called me Dr. Michael Antonini, but yeah, that was me.
We all know you're joking. Okay. Now I'd like to move to your conclusion regarding pain. And that's going to be in paragraph 36, which is on page 18, is that right? Now, in light of what you just discussed, can you explain to the court the basis for your conclusion that the injection of massive doses of pentobarbital would not inflict significant pain or even mild, moderate, and severe pain?
As I said earlier, there are, and maybe 1 out of 10 people can have some pain with the actual drug entering into the vein. But aside from that, they're not going to feel any pain because the drug is going to cause unconsciousness, as I said very quickly. And so basically they're not going to be able to have the experience of pain because of that unconsciousness. As I said earlier, you have to be, in my opinion, you have to be conscious to be able to experience pain. And as you go through that sort of spectrum of moving from consciousness to deep unconsciousness, you lose that ability. And this drug causes that unconsciousness very, very quickly. So I do not believe that someone is going to have pain as a result of that.
Now, you did testify earlier that there may be some discomfort with an injection of a barbiturate like pentobarbital, right?
Yes.
So it's not your conclusion that there is absolutely no pain with an injection of pentobarbital, right?
Well, I would say that in probably 90% of people, they're not going to feel pain even with the injection. And again, it's 10% of people. So most people will not feel any pain. Some people might, but it's not going to be excruciating pain.
Okay.
So, you know, it's never say never, but in general, that's the way I would look at it.
Sure.
So to clarify that, I'm not saying that 100% of people are going to have mild pain with the injection. I'm saying that 10% of people given these drugs would have some mild pain, and the rest would not. That's based on my clinical experience.
Right. Can you go back to page 5 of your report? Sorry, I'm jumping around a lot here. Paragraph 8. And actually, this is actually on the next page. Same paragraph, paragraph 8, it's on page 6. Second to last sentence, you state, before becoming unconscious, the individual would not feel the sensations of pain, suffocation, or air hunger. Can you explain the basis for that conclusion?
Well, basically, again, on my clinical experience as well as the study that I've cited, the individual is going to become unconscious very quickly. And I know that there have been some discussion around the sensation of related to perhaps pulmonary edema and things, something like that. But it is my opinion that pulmonary edema is not going to occur during that period of time when they are becoming unconscious and when they are unconscious. For example, the sort of smaller clinical dose that would first go in, and then of course followed by the much larger dose. So that sensation of suffocation or air hunger, from whatever cause, is not going to be felt because they're unconscious. But again, as I said, in a small percentage of people, they can have some pain on injection. So, for example, I said earlier about propofol, that's a drug that we use clinically. We also use a drug called etomidate that is used for induction of anesthesia, and that also is painful on injection. So, it's pretty common with, or can occur with some of these drugs.
third conclusion on page 18, paragraph 36 of your report, where you state pulmonary edema, if it occurs ante-mortem, would not be perceived by the inmate because of the profound brain suppression caused by pentobarbital. So to break that down, why does your conclusion say pulmonary edema if it occurs ante-mortem?
Could you repeat the question? I think you broke up just a little bit.
Sure. Is it your opinion that pentobarbital causes pulmonary edema before death?
So, based on what I concluded there, there is evidence that pulmonary edema and lung congestion can occur after death because of just the movement of fluid into the lungs. Now, I'm not disputing at all the possibility that pulmonary edema could occur before death. There's a lot of reasons why. Obviously, people have pulmonary edema all the time from a variety of different causes, so we know that it can occur during life. And I'm not disputing the fact that pulmonary edema can occur before death. And I think, cite at least one study there talking about the development of pulmonary edema and the sort of the agonal part of death. But what their strong opinion is that pentobarbital and the barbiturates would not cause pulmonary edema before the person is unconscious. And the reason for that is simply the vast clinical experience that we have with these drugs. So we collectively, the medical profession and our anesthesiologists, have used barbiturates for decades, since the 1930s. And large doses of these drugs have been given to patients. I've given large doses of thiopental to patients. And as I said, it makes them unconscious. But these patients wake up after surgery and they don't have pulmonary edema. I mean, clinically they do fine. If a clinical dose of pentobarbital, thiopental, caused pulmonary edema, we would have abandoned the drug decades ago because all these patients would be waking up with pulmonary edema, or they'd have problems in the operating room. As I said, larger doses have been used without any sequelae. So I just don't believe that the clinical dose range of pentobarbital causes pulmonary edema. Now, what does that mean in the execution setting? Well, as I said, when you start to give that large dose, you have to give the first 500. You know, that old saying about the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Well, the journey on giving 5 grams of pentobarbital starts with having to give that first 500 milligrams. Well, that causes unconsciousness. And then you give more and more of it, and they're now deeply unconscious. And the heart starts to fail. And yes, is it possible that pulmonary edema might occur at that point? It's certainly possible, but I also point out literature to indicate that pulmonary edema and this congestion could be occurring after death as well. So it's a little bit unclear when this is happening, but it's no doubt in my mind that it is happening after the person is unconscious. And they can't feel it at that point, in my opinion.
And on page 9 of your report, you cite some studies regarding pulmonary edema, correct?
Yes.
Now, is pulmonary edema after death a common finding or an uncommon finding?
Well, I think it depends on the mechanism of death, but it is a common finding at autopsy. I know that from a variety of different causes of death. So it is relatively common. When it occurred, again, is sort of up in the air, I suppose, but it certainly is a common finding from a variety of different causes, including different causes death due to drug overdose.
Do you recall Dr. Zivit's testimony yesterday about autopsies of inmates who died by lethal injection?
Yes.
And do you recall him testifying that, in his opinion, pulmonary edema had been detected in many of those autopsies?
Yes, I recall that.
In your view, if pulmonary edema is detected in an autopsy of someone who dies by lethal injection, does that mean that the pulmonary edema happened before death?
In my opinion, no, it doesn't mean necessarily happen before death.
You're saying it's possible. But is it guaranteed?
I'm sorry, guarantee of what?
Is it correct that your opinion that it's possible that the edema occurs before death, but there's no conclusive evidence of that?
In this setting, that is correct. In the execution setting, I don't think there's we know for sure. I do cite some animal studies that suggest why it occurs after death, but in these executions, autopsies, we just don't know.
In your opinion, does pulmonary edema require a beating heart?
In my opinion, no. No, again, based on the work that I've cited. There's no doubt that in a clinical setting, people with heart failure can get pulmonary edema, and that you can get pulmonary edema perhaps in the last, very close to death. Basically it's, you don't, if it happens after death, then obviously you don't need a beating heart for that to occur, to get the edema and the congestion that have been found in these autopsies.
And do these studies that you cite in your report show that pulmonary edema can in fact happen after death?
In the human studies that I cited there, they found that there was fluid accumulation over time in some of these patients. And then there are animal studies that are very, I think, instructive in terms of pulmonary edema occurring and lung congestion occurring after death, especially related to pentobarbital.
So in light of those studies, does pulmonary edema require respiration, that is breathing?
No.
Now on page 12 of your report, you discuss a procedure called whole lung lavage. Can you explain why you mention that procedure?
Well, first off, as I say there, I have experience in that. When I was at UC Davis, I took care of patients who were having that procedure. And it's basically an accumulation of protein buildup, essentially, or something similar to that in the lungs, and people just get progressively shorter and shorter breath. And what you do, essentially, is that you rinse out the lungs. Right? We've all taken a dirty glass of water or a dirty glass, and we put water into it, and we shake it around and dump the water out, get some of that dirt out, you do it again and again. It's essentially what we're doing in this procedure. Obviously, you have to have special tubes in place so that what we do is we put water or saline into one lung while we're using the other lung for breathing to the patient. And then we switch it. When we're done with one lung, we actually switch it and we pour the saline into the other, the second lung. And that, you keep on doing that, and eventually you're able to you drain the saline out, and you're able to get all that protein out. So that's literally pouring liquid into a lung. And these people, these patients are anesthetized. And They have they don't wake up. It's not like it's so stimulating that they wake up. They tolerate it with just with any typical general anesthetic. You can use almost any type of anesthetic you want. It's not so important which anesthetic you use. It's more important about having those tubes placed properly because, as you might expect, if you don't have that tube placed properly and you're pouring fluid into one lung and you have leakage and now it goes into the other lung, now you've got problems because you can't ventilate the patient. So that's the most important part of all this. The anesthetic is really not that important. Again, you can use almost anything you want. But the point is that these patients get a typical anesthetic. They don't wake up from it, even though they have all that fluid in their lungs. So this idea that pulmonary edema is so stimulating, that it's excruciating, and et cetera, well, if you're under an anesthetic, it's not. And as I said, the phenobarbital here is such a massive overdose that they're not going to have any problems in terms of experiencing the pulmonary edema. So that's a very long answer to your question about why I think this type of study or this work, this procedure is important.
Sure, thank you. Now, in the next paragraph, 25, which is on page 13, you discuss how deep is anesthesia with 5 grams of pentobarbital. Why do you discuss this depth of anesthesia? Why is this relevant here?
Well, it sort of gets to what I just discussed about the lavage procedure. During general anesthesia, we often measure the EEG, and there's a derived value, I'll just call it that, a measure called the BIS, B-I-S. And it basically gives you a number between 0 and 100. So somebody who has a BIS in the mid to high 90s is an awake person. Somebody who has a BIS of 0 is either comatose or brain dead or something like that. During surgery, your typical everyday types of surgery under general anesthesia, we target a range of 40 to 60. That's the typical range. So people are having, and mind you, we don't want that value to go below 40 if we can avoid it, because there's actually an association of higher risk patients if we go too deep. So we try to keep it in that range. So people are having surgery, major surgery, with BIS values of 40 to 60. Well, as I said, the phenobarbital causes electrical silence, and that is a BIS of 0. So the phenobarbital is causing such profound depression that the BIS would be 0 if you measured it. And so that's very deep anesthesia. So if patients can tolerate surgery with a BIS of 40 to 60, then I believe that an overdose of phenobarbital is sufficient to prevent somebody from having any experience, painful or otherwise, from pulmonary edema if it occurs before death.
And earlier you've used the phrase profound unconsciousness a couple of times. Is that what you're referring to when you say profound unconsciousness?
That is correct, yes. BIS of 0, if I were to use the BIS as a marker, a BIS of 0, a BIS of 10, a BIS of 20, as you get into those progressive, much lower values, that would be profound. Much deeper than we would want to have clinically at least.
Now on page 15 of your report, you discuss something called medical aid and diet, MAID. Do some people call this assisted suicide?
Yes.
What happens in MAID or assisted suicide?
It used to be called physician-assisted suicide. It's still called that with some people, but now they called it medical aid and dying. And quite frankly, I think the main reason why they changed it is that they wanted to remove the word suicide from it because people, you know, there are a lot of negative connotations around suicide, so now I call it medical aid dying.
So, what does medical aid in dying have to do with the subject before the court today?
So, in Canada and other European countries, you can choose MAID, and you can actually get drugs, a drug overdose, intravenously. In the United States, to my knowledge, there is capability or the availability of MAID in some of the states in the United States. But it's all, I think, oral and administered by the patient themselves. So we don't do the IV stuff here in the United States, but it does happen in Canada. And so basically these patients will get a massive overdose of an anesthetic and other drugs sometimes to basically to die. And that is that's very similar to what's essentially occurring in the execution setting. These patients are getting a massive overdose of a anesthetic. In this case, propofol, but barbiturates have been used in the past for this. And my point about this is simply that drug overdoses in general cause pulmonary edema, or pulmonary edema is found, pulmonary congestion is found at autopsy with drug overdoses, and specifically it's been found with propofol overdoses, which is used in this MAID procedure. So the idea or the contention or the opinion that the inmate is going to suffer, they're going to develop pulmonary edema and suffer, it doesn't really can't be reconciled with what's happening in the MAID procedure. If these clinicians, and we're talking about hundreds of clinicians, and some of them are anesthesiologists doing this, they're physicians that are actually injecting these drugs in these patients in Canada and elsewhere. And if all these patients, if they thought these patients were suffering, with pulmonary edema, et cetera, before they died, I can't imagine that they would be using this, but they're still using it. So I use this as sort of evidence that there are other people in the medical profession, clearly, who don't think if there's a pulmonary edema problem here, it's not a problem for these patients, at least. And I think they're thinking it's not a problem. It doesn't occur that fast or at a point in which the individual is still conscious.
You reviewed the declaration of Dr. Zivit in your report, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you happen to have his declaration with you? If not, we can pull it up on the screen.
I think I can get to it.
Why don't we get it on the screen? If we could pull up Dr. Zivit's April 8th addendum. I don't recall what exhibit number that is.
I'm sure we made that exhibit.
We may not have. For reference, this is Dr. Zivit's April 8th, 2026 addendum.
I have it up here now.
Great. If we could go to second page of that, looking especially at paragraph 7. Dr. Zivit states pulmonary edema will begin rapidly and be present even with some level of awareness on part of the prisoner. Do you agree with Dr. Zivit's opinion?
I do not.
Why not?
I'm sorry, did you ask why?
Yes, why not?
Well, as I said earlier, the onset of pulmonary edema is not going to be during the period when the person is conscious. The drug is going to cause unconsciousness very quickly. Those at doses that we've used in the past millions of times, they're going to be unconscious. They're not going to have pulmonary edema form at that point. And then they get more and more of it, they become more deeply unconscious. If pulmonary edema starts to occur, then they're just going to be profoundly unconscious. And they're not going to be, this drug is going to basically, once the heart starts to fail, the drug is essentially going to stay in the brain. It takes blood flow for the drug to leave the brain. And so if you have low blood pressure and low blood flow, the drug stays there. The person could be unconscious from the sole reason that the blood is not flowing around. Right? And we cannot maintain consciousness when our blood pressure is really low or we don't have much blood flow. So I just disagree with that about that it's going to begin rapidly and be present with some level of awareness, as he puts it.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to move to some questions about thrombocytosis. Now, your report, if we can go back to that, page, it's going to be page 17. Page 16.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, page 16 of your report.
Okay. I'm there.
In preparing this report, did you review Ms. Pike's medical records?
Yes.
And did you observe any platelet counts in those medical records?
I observed many. Yes, I did.
Have you reviewed lab results like that before in your career?
Yes. And I still do.
And are you able, from looking at a blood count, to tell if someone has elevated platelets?
Yes, I am.
And in your review of Ms. Pike's medical records, did you see any indications that her platelet counts were problematic in any way?
I'm sorry, they were what?
Did you see any indication that Ms. Pike's platelet counts were problematic in any way?
Well, the diagnosis, as it's been already established, is essential thrombocytosis. So, and she's on aspirin therapy for that. So, I did not see any evidence in the record about any complications associated with the thrombocytosis in terms of strokes and infarcts, etc., as was discussed earlier with the Dr. Mansour. So I didn't see any evidence of that in the record.
In an anesthesia setting, as a clinician, would you be concerned about administering anesthesia to someone with Ms. Pike's level of platelet counts?
No.
Why not?
Not at all. As far as anesthetic management is concerned, I wouldn't be concerned. Obviously, there's going to be some increased risk in the post-operative period for someone like with blood disorders. It's still very low, but it's more of an issue around post-operatively and not something with the anesthetic management. I wouldn't treat someone like this any differently than anyone else in terms of the drugs that I use and what I use in terms of technique. With the exception of the fact that she's on aspirin, and because of this, we probably would not want to do what we call regional anesthesia, which is like a spinal anesthetic or an epidural and so forth. But as far as the general anesthetics are concerned, yeah, there'd be no problem at all.
And would you be concerned about starting an IV in a patient with Ms. Pike's lab levels?
No.
Why is that?
Well, it's basically we have to have an IV for our procedures, for the surgeries, and I wouldn't change my management in terms of starting an IV on someone like this. I guess it wouldn't be something that I would be concerned about.
I'd like to go back, if we could, to that same addendum to Dr. Zivit's report dated April 8th. Actually, I'm sorry, this is the one dated January 6th from Dr. Zivit. And this is going to be paragraph 10. Do you see that in front of you?
I see that there, yes.
Now, Dr. Zivit, just want to make sure I characterize this correctly. He states, in the case of Miss Pike, her predisposition to possible abnormal clotting would very likely produce an even more severe pattern of bloody froth in the lungs. Do you agree with that conclusion?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Well, I don't think that the fact that her risk of thrombosis and of bleeding is relatively low because of her disease is well treated. I don't see that as being an issue that somehow she's going to develop pulmonary edema and then it's going to be made worse by the thrombocytosis, by the platelets. So I don't see that as being an issue here. And even if it was, as I said, the pentobarbital is going to cause her to be unconscious very quickly. But nonetheless, I just don't see that as being an issue, that somehow her thrombocytosis is going to cause her to have exaggerated bleeding, basically, in her lungs as a result of all this.
Those are all my questions for now. Thank you, Dr. Antonini.
You bet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Agnini. How are you? Antognini, I'm sorry.
Good.
I guess it's probably, it's afternoon where you are, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's about 2:30, 2:22, yeah.
Dr. Antognini, you don't currently practice medicine, is that correct?
Oh, I do practice medicine. I do clinical research, and I have to be a licensed physician to do that. So I do absolutely practice medicine. I'm not doing anesthesia anymore, but I do practice medicine.
When was the last time you treated a patient?
Well, basically, I do it on a weekly basis. Now, in a clinical research setting, I'm not permitted really to treat patients per se, but I diagnose and I tell patients in the clinical research setting, hey, you've got a problem with this, and you need to go see your primary care doctor about that. But there are pretty strict rules around actually providing diagnoses and treatments in the clinical research setting. But you have to be a licensed physician to do clinical research, and you have to take care of patients, and you have to be able to refer these subjects, I should say. You have to be able to refer them to medical care if they have a problem. So I consider that to be practice of medicine.
And it looks like, and you've disclosed this in your declaration, but in the last 4 years, you've testified or provided expert opinions in cases in Oklahoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tennessee?
I'm sorry, what?
Tennessee, that one's obvious.
Yeah.
Georgia?
Yes.
Alabama?
Yes.
And Louisiana?
Yes.
Is it true you've also testified or provided opinions in cases in South Carolina?
I don't think I testified in South Carolina or was deposed, as I recall. I was consulted. And I did submit a report to them, but I was never deposed, or I don't think I testified in that case. So I'm not sure if that counts in terms of what you want. These are just cases where I was either deposed or I testified.
Sure. What about South Dakota?
I did do that, and I apologize to people of North Dakota and South Dakota. I think it was South Dakota, I'm not in North Dakota, but I don't think I testified there. I did submit a report, as I recall, in there.
What about Arkansas?
Yes.
Ohio?
Yes.
Missouri?
Yes.
Florida?
Florida?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have been engaged with the attorneys in Florida and have submitted a report, but I have not testified or been deposed yet in those cases.
Okay. And all of those cases involve different methods of execution, is that correct?
Yes.
Wait a second. That's a large number of cases, and we don't have that many methods of execution.
I'm getting to that. So you've testified in cases involving pentobarbital, correct?
Yes.
Nitrogen hypoxia,
Yes.
3-drug monazolam protocols,
Yes.
and then Florida's protocol, which is also a 3-drug protocol. Is that correct?
Yes.
You cited over 200 articles, I think, in your CV. Does that sound right?
All combined in terms of book chapters and abstracts and
Publications.
peer-reviewed publications. Yeah, right.
Have you written any publications about pentobarbital specifically?
Not pentobarbital. Thiopental I've studied, but not pentobarbital.
In each of those cases that we discussed, you testified on behalf of a state Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
Yes. In some of those, it might have been the state entity. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was for the state, either the Department of Corrections or for the state.
That's fair. Have you ever declined to take a case because of a state's chosen method of execution?
I was consulted with Nevada, and I ended up not working with them. Not so much because I didn't, the method, it was a point in my life, I guess. I was, taking a break. I don't remember the exact reason, but I declined to engage with them. I mean, I did talk to them and so forth. I don't remember exactly if I even did a report for them, but I'm pretty sure it was Nevada. I'm trying to think if there's another state that I might have declined. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Have you ever opined or testified that a state's method of execution should not be implemented for some medical reason?
Not on behalf of the state, as you probably know. Sometimes alternatives are the firing squad. And I have provided opinions about what I think happens with the firing squad. But I don't think I've ever had a, I think that's basically as close as I ever came.
Are you familiar with the Federal Bureau of Prisons? Did you also testify in the Federal Bureau of Prisons in a federal challenge to the pentobarbital protocol?
Yes.
And are you aware of the U.S. DOJ review of federal execution protocol regarding pentobarbital?
Well, the one that was issued in January 2025, I am familiar with that. That's the one that was withdrawn after the change in administration. But I am familiar with that. My name is mentioned there along with the name of other people. But yes, I am familiar with it.
Including Dr. Zivit, is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
And Dr.
I don't remember if he's mentioned, but I think he is, yes.
And Dr. Van Norman?
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say that that report characterized the testimony of Dr. Zivit and Dr. Van Norman as more favorable than yours?
I think that would be fair.
And Dr. Lebarsky was also mentioned in that report, is that correct?
I don't remember his name coming up, but it's quite possible.
Are you familiar with Dr. Lebarsky?
Could you spell that for my quote?
Lebarsky is L-U-B-A-R-S-K-Y. And
Yes, I am familiar with Dr. Lubarsky. As you might may or may not know, for a while he was the executive vice chancellor at UC Davis for health service. Forget the exact title, but basically, yeah, he was at UC Davis for a little bit.
And you both testified in the Ohio lethal injection case, is that correct?
Yes.
And would it be a fair characterization to say that the judge in that case said that your opinion was shown to be an outlier in the field of anesthesiology?
I do recall the judge making that type of statement in his decision. Yes, Judge Merz, yes.
And do you recall last year a federal judge in the Louisiana litigation said that your opinions were untested scientific hypotheses?
I recall that as well, yes.
The articles in your CV that talk about thiopental, there was about 7. Does that sound right?
I'm sorry, I don't really recall the number. I have no reason to dispute what you say.
My understanding about those articles was that they talk about primarily immobilization of the spinal cord. Does that sound correct?
Yes. Well, the thrust of my research over the years was basically the spinal cord is a site of anesthetic action.
Did any of those articles talk about consciousness?
No.
Do your opinions on pentobarbital come largely from your clinical practice?
Yes, but also the review of the literature that I've cited in my report.
And I believe the judge here has called those book reports. Does that sound right?
Well, with all due respect to the court, I do agree, I think, with some of my fellow expert witnesses that, you know, we arrive at our opinions based on a review of the literature that we are able to interpret and apply to the conclusion that we draw. And so I would not consider what I've written here as a book report. I mean, these are drugs or classes of drugs and clinical scenarios that I am familiar with, very, very much familiar with. And I use references to support my opinions. So I think that's very important. I think in order to provide some level of quality, I guess, to my opinions and to my reports, I've always referenced my opinions for a variety of things. Maybe not all opinions, but certainly in my academic writing, you have to reference things. You just can't say, such and such, and just leave it at that. So yeah, I do use references of papers that I didn't participate in. That's expected. So I don't see that as being an issue.
Would would you testify that literature reviews are a fairly common practice in the field of medicine?
Yes.
I believe you testified earlier that you could perform surgical anesthesia with pentobarbital alone. Is that correct?
Yes, you could. I based that on primarily the use of thiopental back in the way before I was born. I'm not sure it's been used with pentobarbital, but again, they're equivalent, but you can do that, yes. And certainly in animals. You can do it for people in animal research who anesthetize animals. You can do surgery on animals just using pentobarbital.
Do you know when the last time you administered pentobarbital to a patient was?
Oof, probably over 25 years ago is my guess. That's not commonly used anymore.
And we talked about literature reviews a second ago. Would you agree with me that that medical science is constantly advancing?
Yes. Sometimes we're taking a step back, but in general we're moving forward, yes.
Would you also agree with me that a study from 10 years ago might be outdated compared to a study from 1 year ago?
It's possible, but not necessarily so. But it's certainly possible. There are a lot of studies that are classic studies that will stand the test of time, so it kind of depends.
Okay. Can we pull up your declaration? I think you have one in front of you, but we're going to put it up on the screen here also,
Sure.
Doctor. And I'm looking at page 5, and there's a footnote here, footnote 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, unconsciousness depends on the speed with which the drug is administered and when the clock starts. Is that a fair reading?
Yes.
Okay. Does that clock that you're mentioning, does that factor in things like extravasation?
No. So I want to be very clear, like I think the other experts have been. In order for these drugs to work in the intended way that they need to work, they have to be injected or administered through a functioning IV. These issues around extravasation and so forth, absolutely. In fact, Dr. Goldstein, who talked about, it's going to be slower onset of extravasation, etc. You may not get the intended, but I absolutely agree with that. If you have an IV come out and you have extravasation of a drug, it is not going to work in the way that it's intended to work. So there's no question about that.
Would that include clotting at the IV site?
It could.
I believe you testified, and I'm looking at paragraph 8 here, and correct me if I'm wrong, you testified that these individuals become unconscious pretty quickly when you were talking about paragraph 8. Does that sound like your testimony?
Yes, that is correct. I'm not sure if that seems, yes it is. Paragraph 8, yes, that's where we talk about, at least one place where I talk about the onset, yes.
And then you've cited this Dundee's article, right?
Yes.
And what were the subjects in that article?
Those were surgical patients, so obviously no study. but surgical patients who are going to be getting surgery, and they were given basically the induction drug here, including kind of barbital.
Do you know what doses you use when you prescribe pentobarbital?
For the induction of anesthesia, it would be basically the same as thiopental, which is going to be in the range of 300 to 500 milligrams, or around 3 to 5 milligrams per kilogram. They're sort of equivalent in terms of that. Dr. Van Norman and I agree on that in terms of pentobarbital and thiopental are basically very similar.
We talked a little bit yesterday, and I know you heard that testimony with Dr. Van Norman and Dr. Zivit about the process of anesthesia. There's induction, maintenance, and then post-operative period. Is that correct?
Yes, induction, maintenance, and then emergence.
Emergence. Okay. Do you often just give one drug in the anesthesia process?
No, we give a lot of different drugs.
Have you ever given a patient one drug for anesthesia?
Yes.
Would that be thiopental?
No. Well, hold on just a moment. It is possible, you're sort of testing my memory, there are some very short procedures where I could have given this thiopental, something like what's called the cardio version. So when we have very, very short, painful procedures, we can give one drug. There are other situations where we would give one drug, potentially, but in general, that might be one where I could have given thiopental, but that's quite a long time ago. We give it for ECT. We give barbiturates back in the day for an ECT, electroconvulsive therapy. There are procedures where sometimes you might give one drug, but for your typical surgical procedure that's going to go on for an hour, 2 hours, or even 30 minutes, or whatever, we would normally not use just one drug.
Can we go to the last page of your declaration real quick, since we have that pulled up? And this is the conclusion section. And I was a little confused with the wording here. So you said, this is number 1, the inmate would become unconscious within 20 to 30 seconds after a clinical dose of pentobarbital, about 0.5 grams, and I believe you, I'm sorry. Page 18. Not the conclusion. Sorry, doctor, do you see that now?
I do, yes.
Okay. 0.5 grams, and I believe you testified earlier that that would be a clinical dose, correct?
Yes.
First enters the inmate, which would be followed by respiratory arrest, cardiovascular collapse, and death due to the injection of the remaining 4.5 grams of pentobarbital. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that how the Tennessee lethal injection protocol operates?
You mean with a clinical dose of 0.5 grams followed by 4.5 grams?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I have to apologize. I've tried to explain this concept before, and I'm obviously, you're not the first one to be confused by that language, and so I put that failure on me. But I said earlier about the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Well, when you give in the protocol, the 5 grams, you start to inject it, and and let's say you're injecting it at, I'll make the math easy, 50 milligrams per second. So after the first second, you've given 50 milligrams. After the second second, you've given a total of 100, and so forth. You get to the point, after about 10 seconds, you've now given 500 milligrams. At that point, you have administered, or the guard, whoever's doing this, has injected or administered a clinical dose, what I would call a clinical dose. Okay? If this was a patient, we'd stop. But it's not. It's an execution. They continue to go on. My point is that first 0.5 grams, they don't stop there. They continue. But my point is that that first 0.5 grams is now entered the inmate and is going to produce the unconsciousness that I talked about earlier. That's what I'm trying to say there.
So what's the clinical dose in the Tennessee lethal injection protocol? I think I'm more confused now.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Again, maybe what I shouldn't be saying is a clinical dose. There isn't a clinical, it's not being administered for a clinical reason. So I'm just using that colloquially, basically, to say, if this was a patient and you gave 500 milligrams or 0.5 grams, that would be the clinical dose. But in this setting, you're going to continue on. I would just say there's no question that I have some work to do to try to get this concept through, because you're not the first one to be a little bit confused about my language here. So I've written many things over my life, and I consider myself to be a pretty good writer, but I have obviously failed to get my idea across on that one.
Okay, paragraph 9 of your declaration. This is page, sorry, Patty. 6. And we talked about this Ailman study. Ailman, is that correct?
I think so, yes.
I pronounced Dr. Mansour's name wrong all morning, so I'm going to try to do better. This is an animal study, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you already testified that and that's ALEMAN, sorry. And my understanding of the study that there's 2 groups of horses, is that correct?
I'd have to review that. I thought there's more than 2 groups in that particular study. I thought there was 4 groups.
That's actually the Buell study.
Or 3 or 4.
We'll get to that.
Okay, well, in the ailment study, I think there was a group that had IV sedation beforehand and a group that had IV anesthesia and so forth. So we're going to take a look at it.
So my understanding is that one group got a drug called xylazine. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, that's correct.
XYLAZINE. Is that a sedative?
Yes, it's used in veterinary medicine for that purpose.
Okay. And the group that got the sedative also got ketamine. Does that sound right?
There was a separate group, I think. I think one group got xylazine, another group got xylazine plus ketamine.
And what is ketamine used for in anesthesia? What is ketamine used for in anesthesia?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. It is used for different reasons. It can be used as an induction drug, basically, so you can produce anesthesia with it. It's got a lot of analgesic properties to it, so it's very good at relieving pain. It's now being used for treat depression at a very low dose, but it's used for that purpose as well.
And then my understanding of the study is that another group, and this might be the group you were referring to, got an inhaled anesthetic plus xylazine and ketamine. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then both groups, and I believe you testified that both groups got pentobarbital. One group got nothing but pentobarbital. Is that what you testified to?
Not in this study. It was in the fuel study, I think, that happened, and also the dog study, the Evans study, where there was a group, two groups in the fuel study, and then one group in the Evans study that got pentobarbital by itself.
Okay.
Alone.
So both groups got a combination of pentobarbital and phenytoin. Is that correct? And I'm sure I pronounced that wrong.
And what study are you referring to?
This is Ailman.
Don't recall, I'm sorry, did you say that they also received phenytoin?
Pentobarbital and phenytoin. That's my understanding.
I don't recall that, but that's certainly possible.
Okay, and that's P-H-E-N-Y-T-O-I-N. Okay, and then can you turn, Patty, to second to last page of the study? Yeah, right there. Can you look? 9. No, Zoom, sorry. And I'm looking at the paragraph that starts with "in conclusion." Do you see that there?
I do.
Okay, can you read what that next sentence says? Starting with rapid administration.
Yes. Rapid administration of an intravenous overdose of pentobarbital sodium solution might decrease the time to asystole after infusion.
And I think you knew what I was going to ask because you emphasized might. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And asystole is just, that's basically flatlining, right?
That means the heart has lost its electrical activity in flatline. That is correct.
Okay. And so the conclusion from this study was that this intravenous overdose of pentobarbital might have caused that flatlining, correct?
They're saying that the rapid administration would decrease the time to asystole, make it less time. Basically, it would happen faster.
Might decrease the time.
That's correct. Decrease the time to asystole.
Well, it says might decrease the time, right?
Might, yes.
And then a couple of sentences down, starting with "this might." Can you read what that says?
Yes, this might support lack of conscious perception while brain death is happening.
Okay. And if we go back to paragraph 9 of your declaration, you say these actions of pentobarbital are consistent with the Ailman study. And by these actions, I take to mean your opinion in the preceding paragraph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where you say that pentobarbital causes unconsciousness in 20 to 30 seconds on average. Is that an accurate reading of your opinion?
Yes.
Where does it say that in the Ailman study?
I'm sorry, did you say where does it say that?
Yes. Or how does the Ailman study support that opinion?
I'm sorry, can you refer me to the opinion that I wrote here in your question? How does the Ailman study support that? Which one are you talking about?
Sure, I'm looking at paragraph 9, the first sentence. Okay. These actions of pentobarbital are consistent with data published by Ailman et al. Okay? And then if you go up one more page. And by these actions of pentobarbital, I take that to mean this section in paragraph 8. Is that a fair reading?
Yes, the animal data that I cited, including the ailment study, are consistent with what occurs with pentobarbital given to humans.
And the ailment study said that it might cause, let me read that right. Might decrease the time to asystole and might support lack of consciousness. Is that what the ailment study says?
That is in my opinion, a rather offhanded, loose conclusion in their paper that I don't agree with. That's just sort of speculation on their part. I don't see that supported by the data that they published, but that's what they wrote.
And you cited it in your declaration, correct?
Yes, I did.
The next study, the Buell study, which I think we've talked about a little bit. And this is an even older study, correct?
12 years ago, or 13 years ago is when it was published.
And this study, to my understanding, is that there's 4 groups of horses, 2 that were given sedation and then pentobarbital, and 2 that were just given pentobarbital. Does that sound right?
That's about right, I think. Yes, that's correct.
And you've cited this study in paragraph 10 of your declaration. Can we go back to the declaration? Okay. And I think that you've cited this study to support your opinion that the onset of unconsciousness was about 27 seconds. Is that why you cited that story?
Yes.
And you say here that collapse was considered to be the onset of unconsciousness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please point me in the Buell study where they equate collapse with unconsciousness?
I would have to look at the study. If I may pull it up on my computer and I can search for that word.
That'd be great.
Okay, all right. It's here. Oops. I'm done. So, the authors in this study looked at time to collapse. They did not specifically say that that was part of their criteria here in terms of unconsciousness, but they do talk about, I believe in this study, again, I'm maybe confusing one or the other, that it's considered to be sort of the onset of the clinical signs of death in this setting. So I take that as being basically the onset of similar to the onset of unconsciousness, and as they do, at least maybe again in the Buell study. So that's the basis for my opinion.
So when you say when the horses went from standing to falling to the ground, comma, and which is considered to be the onset of unconsciousness, that's your opinion based on the study?
That is, I think, in the Buell study, as I said, or maybe again, where they equate the collapse to unconsciousness, yes.
But you're
I'm sorry, I don't mind.
I'm sorry, go ahead and finish.
Go ahead. No, I, at this point, I'm not finding it, but I believe that that was in the basis of my opinion.
Okay. Can you go that up? Yeah, just one. Scroll down to the bottom. Okay, and then I'm looking at the last paragraph on the right column of this article, starting with "it is impossible." Can you see that?
Yes.
And can you read what that says?
It is impossible to know whether the horses were able to register pain or distress from the commencement of the pentobarbital infection until cardiac death occurred up to 15 minutes later.
Okay, and then can you flip to the conclusion section? The same stuff. Yeah, that's fine. And then do you see in the conclusion where it says, high-dose pentobarbital combined with sedation resulted in faster cardiac death and is therefore preferable when euthanizing horses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then this is the second to last sentence. However, comma, as horses should be deeply anesthetized during the procedure, it is unlikely that they do experience pain. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did, yes.
Okay. And the Tennessee lethal injection protocol does not use sedation prior to a high dose of pentobarbital. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Looking back at your declaration, the Evans study, and this is a study from 1993, is that correct?
Yes,
And this one deals with dogs, does that sound right?
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And just quickly, doctor, would you agree with me that none of these studies was conducted with the intent to ever be used on humans?
That is, yes, that is correct. These are, yes, that's correct.
And in fact, the goals of these studies were conducted with the goal of humane euthanasia. Is that correct?
I don't know what term that they use, but in the veterinary setting, yes, they want to be, as what they say, as humane as possible, or whatever that term means.
Okay. And so my understanding of this study is that there's groups of dogs. Some were given pentobarbital only. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then others were given pentobarbital plus a lidocaine solution of either 1, 2, or 3%. Does that sound right?
that is correct.
Okay. And you say here in your declaration, paragraph 11, I guess the good news is all of the dogs died, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Will you pull up the Evans study? I'm sorry. And the second page. Oh, sorry, on the last page. Okay, can you blow it a little bit more? Okay, and I'm looking at the second full paragraph there, starting with one of. Do you see that, doctor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read what that sentence says?
One of the undesirable results of euthanasia with pentobarbital alone is the occurrence of terminal gasps several seconds to minutes after the onset of apnea.
And so would you agree with me, doctor, that it's been known since 1993 that a lethal dose of pentobarbital alone would lead to gasps lasting several seconds to minutes?
We've known that since 1993. I suspect it's been known before that because, again, euthanasia of dogs and other animals, we see, it's seen. So that's not probably new news.
Okay, and Patty, can we go back to the declaration, please? Page 6. Okay, and your second to last sentence in paragraph 9 says, before becoming unconscious, the individual would not feel the sensations of pain, suffocation, or air hunger. Is that what your declaration says?
Yes,
Okay. Are terminal gasps several seconds to minutes after the onset of apnea not suffocation or air hunger?
they are absolutely not. No, they are. What happens with phenobarbital and so forth is that you get this profound depression of the brain and respiratory centers and so forth, but you do get occasional firing of those respiratory centers to produce that gasping. That is in no way an indication of any type of suffering or any pain or anything like that, or air hunger or anything of that nature. So that doesn't, that's not something that I'm concerned about in terms of in this study at least. It may not be pleasant for people to look at. It's not pleasant for animal owners to see and so forth, but that happens. It happens with a lot of other causes of death. So I don't think that's an issue in my opinion, as far as the suffering of the inmate is concerned.
Okay. There's, can you go back to that study? This is the Evans study. There's one other sentence in here that I thought was interesting, and this is in the last full paragraph, starting with the lack of signs of pain. And there's a sentence in here, this is the second full sentence in that paragraph. Signs of pain associated with IV and accidental subcutaneous injection of euthanasia solutions have been reported. Is that what that says?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So the Ailman study concludes that pentobarbital might support lack of consciousness. Is that correct?
It's not might, it does. It produces unconsciousness, but okay, I guess you can say might.
Well, does the Ailman study say that it might? We can go back to it.
You said might support unconsciousness. It produces unconsciousness.
Can we go back to the Ailman study?
Your Honor, this has been asked and answered. The study says what it says.
No, I'm going to allow you to continue with cross-examination.
Okay.
But you might want to rephrase the question. I'm not sure you phrased it so that you understood. I think you said it might support unconsciousness.
Yeah, I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Dr. Antognini, does the Ailman study say this might support lack of conscious perception while brain death is happening?
I'm trying to understand let me read that a little bit, because it says this. I want to make sure I understand what they mean by this. Yeah, so basically they're referring to the cerebral cortical activity. They're saying cerebral cortical activity, or as I said, EEG silence, similar thing, becomes undetectable before the end or shortly after the end of the diffusion. This might support lack of conscious perception while brain death is happening. So basically they're saying you got flat line, basically no activity, undetectable. That's going to support the conscious perception. I'm sorry, going to support or produce the lack of conscious perception.
So there's brain activity for less than a minute, correct? Brain activity ceases after less than a minute? Is that a fair reading?
That's what they say, yes.
Okay, and then the next sentence says, this might support lack of conscious perception while brain death is happening. And then the Buell study, you read the sentence that says, it is impossible to know whether the horses were able to register pain or distress from the commencement of the pentobarbital injection. Do you remember that sentence?
I do.
Okay. And we just talked about the Davis study. So then we come to paragraph 12, or the Evans study, I'm sorry. Then we come to paragraph 12 of your declaration. Can you go back to that? Okay. These studies cited above collectively lead to the conclusion that intravenous pentobarbital administered at 5 grams would cause rapid onset of unconsciousness followed by coma, respiratory arrest, circulatory collapse, and death. Is that what your declaration says?
Yes.
And then you cite Ailman, Buell, and Evans, and you say these studies cited above. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain how you formed that opinion based on these studies?
Well, the onset of the various endpoints, the EEG silence, the collapse, they didn't measure all the same things. When the ECG, when asystole occurs, and so forth, they're all occurring in a very similar sort of time frame. It's not like in one study, the animals basically became unconscious and died in a few minutes. In the other study, they basically were awake for 2 hours and then died. I mean, it's all very consistent. Again, different methodologies, 2 different species, different drug doses, different sometimes drugs given in some of those groups. But the data are, in my opinion, much more consistent than they are not consistent in terms of how pentobarbital acts.
Okay, next paragraph of your declaration, this is paragraph 13. Thiopental and pentobarbital are equipotent or equipotent. Is that what your declaration says?
Yes.
Okay, and then you've cited this Barron and Dundee article. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay, can we pull that article up? And this looks like an article from 1961. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you read the title of this article?
The recently introduced rapidly acting barbiturates, a review and critical appraisal in relation to thiopenton.
And so is this, I take this to mean, this is around the time that pentobarbital was introduced. Is that correct?
No, I think pentobarbital actually was introduced decades before that. So their use of the word recently, I think, refers to some other rapidly acting barbiturates. Not, I think pentobarbital and thiopenton were, I think, around probably maybe 3 decades or so. So I guess it depends on your definition of rapidly. I'm sorry, recently.
Okay. And you cite this article for the proposition that thiopental and pentobarbital are equipotent. Where does it say that in this article?
So if you go down to the table that they have, which is going to be maybe on the next page. No, next page. There we go. So table 1, group 1, the first drug there is pentobarbital, which is the English name for pentobarbital. And then to the far right it says approximate induction potency compared to thiopenton, which is thiopental, has potency of 1.0. What that means essentially is that they're equipotent. So for example, the next one down, amylobarbital has a potency of 0.5, which means it's half as potent compared to thiopenton, and so forth. That's where that comes from.
Okay. Can you go to the page right before this? Can you blow that up one? Okay, I'm looking at the first column on the right. There's a number 2 right next to it. There's a sentence that says, in the case. Do you see that? Right there. Go up. Sorry. Can you blow it up one more time? It looks like it's the third sentence. In the case of pentobarbital.
I'm sorry, which column are you on?
Sorry, I'm looking at column.
Oh yes, I see it. Thank you. Yes.
In the case of pentobarbital and thiopenton, The onset of anesthesia with the latter drug is more rapid, and equilibration with brain tissue occurs more quickly. Is that what that article says?
Yeah.
Does that mean that they're equal potent?
That doesn't really refer to potency, to the onset. That has to do with other characteristics of the drugs, not necessarily their potency. I know it's maybe a little bit of a subtle concept, but phenylpentone does act more quickly than phenobarbital, but we know that phenobarbital acts within 15, 20, 30 seconds in another study that I cited. So, yeah, there are some differences between valpental and phenobarbital, but the rapidity there is not much. It's not like we're talking about minutes. We're talking about a few seconds, probably.
Okay, can you go to...
And by the way, you know that Dr. Van Norman, your own expert, said, essentially, not here, but elsewhere.
Doctor, I'll ask the questions, okay?
Okay, all right.
Page 84, please. It's 2 pages down. Okay, and I'm looking at the last sentence of that first paragraph, starting with "since all workers." Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, does it say, "Since all workers are not unanimous in their opinions on this subject, most of the values quoted are based on the author's own experiences with the drugs"? Is that what that says?
Yeah. That's what it says.
Can we go back to his declaration? Okay. Paragraph 14, this is your declaration. Is it a fair characterization to say that your opinion here is that because pentobarbital is infused faster and at a greater dose, the effects of the drugs would be greater than thiopental over a 10 to 15 minute infusion? Is that what you're trying to say here?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Because pentobarbital is infused faster and at a greater dose, the effects of the drugs would be greater than thiopental injected over a 10 to 15 minute infusion. Is that what this first sentence says?
That is my opinion, yes.
And that's an inference you're making, correct?
Well, there are, I can't recall if I cited studies, but I think, again, I know the rapidity of injection plays a role, but I don't remember if I cited any of those studies. Up to a point.
And then the second part of this paragraph, on paragraph 14, is it a fair characterization to say that based on Ms. Pike's weight, you're estimating that brain activity would cease within 60 seconds?
Yes, EEG silence would occur within 60 seconds after the initiation of the infusion. If it's given at the rate that I understand it, it's normally given at.
And then you cite the Ailman study again, correct?
That is correct. I do say that, yes.
And we've already talked about that study, how it qualifies its findings. And none of the horses in that study got a dose of just pentobarbital, is that correct?
No. Yes, that is correct. We did not get, none of the animals got just pentobarbital.
Okay. Can you go to the next page of his declaration? Okay, paragraph 15 here. Intravenous administration of 5 grams of pentobarbital would cause profound brain depression and unconscious
Earlier, we've used as drugs for decades or in the past, and nobody had pulmonary edema with a clinical dose. So, yeah, it produces unconsciousness before the chance that any pulmonary edema could occur. I mean, this would be a very difficult study to do, to know for sure, but yeah, that is my opinion.
Next paragraph, no citation here. This is, again, just your opinion.
I don't cite anything there, no.
Okay.
So that's my opinion based on my review of everything, and so no citations.
And so in order for your opinion in paragraph 16 to be correct, your theory about the onset of unconsciousness must also be true. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say that's true.
Paragraph 17, I believe you did testify that you do cite some human studies, and this is one. Can you pull up the, this is the sheet on it. And this is a study from Japan, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why they were using postmortem computed tomography in Japan for this study?
They were interested in looking at the development of postmortem changes in a variety of different organs. And this one in particular was the lungs, but there is a growing interest in doing very specifically imaging studies in lieu of autopsy. So this is just one of the studies that sort of started this field going.
So they were conducting this study because there's a growing interest of using PMC technology in lieu of autopsies. Is that correct?
I think that's the basis of it, yes.
Can you pull this up? Just scroll down a little bit. Scroll down. Doctor, can you read the second sentence in the introduction here, starting with however?
I'm looking.
I'm sorry, doctor. Hold on. Yeah, right there. And can you lower that up a little bit for me? Yeah.
Oh.
Starting right there.
Yes. However, and you want me to read that?
Yes, please.
However, as the medical examiner system is not widely available within Japan, approximately 80% of major hospitals with emergency medicine facilities perform post-mortem computed tomography soon after the confirmation of death is made by a medical doctor to detect the death cause for patients brought into the hospital in a state of cardiopulmonary arrest on arrival.
So the point of this study was because they don't have medical examiners in Japan. Is that a fair reading?
Well, that's just one reason why they're trying to develop this technology or this approach. Yeah, I mean, it would potentially replace, I shouldn't say replace, but allow medical examiners, maybe in different parts of Japan or elsewhere, to be able to look at some of these scans and then be able to make a diagnosis.
Okay. And this study it's 4 individuals, is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Actually, maybe only 3, I think.
And they dropped one because they couldn't get the CT studies. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And it says that each of these individuals died non-traumatically. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And then I believe it goes on to say that they all died from cardiopulmonary arrest on arrival. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And so the study that you've cited here is about 3 individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And was CPR performed on each of these people?
I recall, yes, I think that when they came in, they had cardiopulmonary arrest, so they did get CPR.
Isn't it true, doctor, that pulmonary edema can develop during CPR as part of post-resuscitation lung injury?
Yes, it can.
So all 3 of these individuals had a cardiopulmonary event, they performed CPR on them, and then they looked at their lungs after death, and there was pulmonary edema. Is that the gist of this article?
Yes, but they also looked at the lung changes after death in terms of the time factor, so that's the important thing they looked at.
Okay. We talked a lot about pulmonary edema. Is there a difference between flash pulmonary edema and regular pulmonary edema?
So flash pulmonary edema is a term that describes a rapid onset of pulmonary edema, usually in the course of minutes, as opposed to just your garden variety pulmonary edema, which may take hours or days to develop, or even longer, sort of gradually. So flash is something that's more more rapid onset.
And this study is your regular garden variety pulmonary edema, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the allegations regarding pentobarbital and lethal injection is that it causes flash pulmonary edema?
I am aware of that, yes.
Can we go to paragraph 19 of these declarations? Okay, paragraph 19 of your declaration. Why don't we scroll to the next page, since there's just one sentence there. And here we've got another animal study, is that correct?
Yes.
This is from 1950,
Yes.
and I believe this one involves rabbits, is that correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that the rabbits were killed in various ways, including pentobarbital, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like the can you go to the, pull up that study, I'm sorry. This is Durlocker. Can you go to the next page? Okay, can you blow it up? Right there. One more. Okay, so these were all the various ways that they killed the rabbits in this study. Air embolism, Nembutal, that's pentobarbital, correct?
Yes.
Okay, ether, electrocution, exsanguination. Can you describe what that is?
Exsanguination essentially means that the blood is removed from the animal to cause death.
Okay. Something called a rabbit punch, what is that?
Basically, you hit him in the back of the head.
The rabbit was suspended by the hind legs and a sharp blow was administered to the back of the head with the ulnar surface of the hand. What's the ulnar surface of the hand?
That's going to be this part of the hand right here. So like a chop like that.
Okay. And then magnesium sulfate, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like the pentobarbital, which this article refers to as Nembutal, was injected as rapidly as possible through a 21 gauge needle and death occurred promptly. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like to do that, they tied the rabbits on their backs and injected the drug right into their chest, right?
No, they don't actually say where the injections were done. Actually, it doesn't say whether it was in the chest or not. At least there, I don't see that.
Okay, can you look under procedures?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Does it say that they were tied down and injected into their chest in that paragraph?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Can you inject pentobarbital through a 21 gauge needle rapidly?
Well, at the dose for a rabbit, 21 gauge is something that you could certainly use. I think, especially for the dose that they use here. I mean, these are small animals, so I think that's very possible.
Can you use a 21 gauge needle on a human?
For the injection of pentobarbital?
This is getting way beyond what this study is offered The study isn't offered for how the rabbits were killed, it's offered for the edema fund.
I'll withdraw that question. We can move on. Can you go to the next page? Okay, now under results, so my understanding of the study is they killed these rabbits in these various ways. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then some, they performed an autopsy immediately after death, and then some, they performed an autopsy several hours after death. Is that correct?
yes, they did it over time, different groups.
Okay. So under results, it says immediate examination, gross findings. Would this be the group that was examined immediately after death?
Yes,
Okay. In the middle of the paragraph here, it says, in the group sacrificed with Nembutal, do you see that?
yes,
Magnesium sulfate or the rabbit punch, congestion of the lungs was more marked than in those sacrificed with air. Is that what that says?
yes.
What would congestion of the lungs be?
That would be basically where there's blood or fluid that's in the lungs.
Would that be edema?
It could be, yes.
The next sentence, the lung weight to body weight ratios did not differ greatly in any of the groups examined immediately after death. And then the next sentence, the lowest ratios were obtained in ether and exsanguination groups, period. Can you read that last sentence there? Several groups sacrificed?
Several groups sacrificed Nembutal had ratios greater than 4.0.
Okay, and when they talk about ratios greater than 4.0, what are they talking about there?
They're talking about the ratio of the lungs in those groups compared to the, I'm sorry, the lung weight to the body weight, essentially. So if the lung, you weigh the animal, if the lungs are heavy, they're going to be a larger percentage, essentially, of the total body weight, because they're swollen.
So the rabbits killed with pentobarbital had bigger lungs. Is that correct? Immediately after death?
That's, there are different methods that they're using here. That table that I reproduced, I think, is the most clear-cut evidence of what I'm talking about. So, you kind of, you talk about different groups here, and I really focused only on the Nembutal group, or groups, I should say.
Okay, you did include a table in your study, but there's another table on the next page. Can you pull up table 1? The rabbit table 1? Dr. Anthony, this table 1 from this study, is that correct?
Yes.
And we've just pulled this table out just for the purposes of demonstration. Your table in your declaration, can we go to his table real quick? Yeah, in his declaration, I'm sorry. It's that same paragraph. So you've included table 2 in your declaration, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, note that lung weight increased when comparing lung weight at immediate autopsy to lung weight at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 hours after death, indicating that lungs can develop edema after death. Is that what your declaration says?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go back to table 1? And so the group of rabbits that you cite in your study had the lung weight of 3.83 grams. That's the group from table 2. If you look at table 1, the Nembutal 100 milligram IV, there's only 5 rabbits with 3.83 lung weight. Do you see that there? It's the last group before all the dots with pentobarbital.
Yes.
So table 2 is really just a subgroup of the rabbits killed with pentobarbital. Is that correct?
No, table 2 are groups that are separate groups from table 1. They may have included, I have to look at both tables side by side. The animals that had Nembutal IV and had the lung weight at immediate autopsy of 3.83 were used, I believe, as the control the immediate autopsy control for the animals in Table 2, but the rest of the animals in Table 2 are not in this particular Table 1. So I think if you could go to Table 2, it's 3.83 plus or minus 0.27. Yeah, so basically what they did is that they used the immediate, so let me explain how this study was conducted.
Please.
In order to know how, whether edema is occurring over time in this setting, you have to have groups where you basically do immediate autopsy, and then another group, you wait an hour, and so forth. And that's because you can only do an autopsy once. You do it at 1 hour, you can't do it at 5 hours. You can only do it one time, so you have to have groups. And that's what they did here. They had a group, the immediate autopsy group, 3.83 plus or minus 2.7. That's also included in Table 1. But they had these other groups where they waited 1 hour or 2 hours. And you can see that the weight of the lungs progressively increases as you delay the autopsy, or the necropsy is what it's termed here. So that's the basis of that table.
Can we go back to Table 1? Doctor, would you agree with me that the rabbits killed with pentobarbital through intravenous had higher lung weights on average than the rest of the groups?
Asked and answered.
And you are talking about Table 1.
Table 1. So at the top it says immediate autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they looked at these animals immediately after they were killed, correct?
Yes.
Now Table 2 talks about several hours after, right?
Correct.
But Table 1 captures the lung weights right when they were killed. Is that correct?
Well, it also captures, to the right of that, it says autopsy after 3 hours. So it also captures animals that were autopsied after 3 hours.
Okay.
So let me point something out to you. You see on the column that says immediate autopsy, there are some groups that have this dots across. And that's because, to my point, you can only do one autopsy. If I do an autopsy at hour 1, I can't do it at hour 2. You get one chance. So you have to have separate groups. A group where you have somebody, 5 animals that you study at 1 hour, another group with 5 animals studied at 2 hours, and so forth. And so what you see here, where there's dots, dot, dot, those are animals that they waited 3 hours. And you can see with the Nembutal that they had elevated lung weights. So, and in fact, if you look at the Nembutal 100 milligram per kilogram, where it's 3.83 plus or minus 0.27, in a separate group that waited 3 hours, it was 9.47, showing that the lungs became edematous. And it was because they received Nembutal. So that's how that table should be interpreted.
Okay, and the group right above them is that Nembutal 60 milligrams IV rapid. Is that what it says?
Yes.
What's the lung weight of that group?
At immediate autopsy, it's 4.27.
Okay, is that the heaviest weight of the immediate autopsy group? Second heaviest weight.
It is.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's statistically significant compared to other groups, but it is the heaviest one numerically. Except for, I'm sorry, the bottom group, right ventricle Nembutal, where it's 4.57.
And you've cited this study in your declaration, right?
I did.
I don't have anything else.
So I have a couple of questions, Dr. Antonini, about that ailment study you were asked so many questions about earlier. We're going to put it back up on the screen. If you go to the last page of that study. You were asked a lot of questions about this final paragraph in the study, were you not?
I was, yes.
And you were asked a lot of questions about the second sentence of this paragraph, were you not?
Yes, and a lot of questions, discussion around that, yes.
What was not read was the first sentence of that paragraph, was it?
I don't think we did discuss that, no.
What does that first sentence of that last paragraph say?
In conclusion, an intravenous overdose of pentobarbital sodium solution is an effective, fast, and humane method of euthanasia.
That's all I have, thank you.
I normally would have a bunch, but you took them all from me.
Everybody say like
Thank you. Okay, doctor, we're through with you. Thank you for your testimony. Lawyers,
Thank you so much.
where are we?
We have one more witness to call. It's not going to be a long direct. You could try to call her tonight. I think she's available. It's Nurse Campbell. So we could try to get her on and finish up tonight, if the court would like.
Whatever y'all want to do.
I think we're fine doing Nurse Cable tonight, and then we would just request that maybe we do our arguments in the morning and just have the night to prepare for that. We're fine with what we do tonight. We have maybe a 5-minute recess, 5 minutes.
The state would prefer to finish up tonight altogether. We're prepared to make a brief 15-minute max summary, as the court requested, after Nurse Campbell's testimony, so that we don't have to reconvene the staff, the court reporter, everybody tomorrow. I think that'd be a good use of the court's time. So that's the state's position.
We just need some time to prepare. We could do it later tonight, maybe after the Nurse Cable, take about an hour recess or so, and then reconvene later this evening. We've obviously been.
I appreciate you wanting to get this over with, but it's 6:30 something tonight. Now, we're going to come back tomorrow and do your arguments. Do you want to, with that in mind, do you want to do this camp tomorrow, or you want to wait?
We might as well.
I mean, they're willing to stay, I'm willing to stay to get it done, but if you're coming back anyway.
Yeah, there's really no benefit, so we'll just do Nurse Campbell
And
tomorrow.
I assume there are no surprises to either